tired, don't feel no pain, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. I am the fire, you know my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, so come and get it. Give me all you got, so come and get it. Only need one shot, so come and get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to some more Overwatch action here on the South Africa channel. I am not alone. My name is Davion. I am your resident US caster for this fun Pride Cup. I'm so excited. And with me, as always, is my good bud here. Hi, Dro. How we doing today?
Oh, doing fantastic. Very excited for this next matchup we're gonna have. It's gonna be quite a good one to watch, in my opinion. Hopefully, get some good laughs as well. That's always important with these cups.
Yeah, and I haven't had the opportunity to do a South Africa cast in a while. It was, I think, exactly last Pride Cup was the last time I was on a cast, so I'm very excited to be back on and enjoy the time here. But you know, it is a best of 5. Everybody's just got to play every map. I'm sorry, yeah, best of 5. I said that right. It's first to 3,
yeah.
best of 5. Yeah. I always mess that
Luckily.
up. I'm like, my brain never functions with that one. Again, really fun format here we have for you. It's a little bit different because we want to make sure that we are trying to play that Pride map, but no one has picked it yet, and I have faith. Today is the day. Midtown will be selected.
Hopefully we get that. Yeah. That's
I'm here for it.
only a wish we could have. But yeah, King's Row has definitely been the pick. I mean, having our first
Makes
maps
sense.
being hybrid, you know, Midtown, King's Row, Icon World, Blizzard World being the picks, King's Row being the one. Then the second map's gonna be Control, then Escort, then Push, then Flash. But hopefully we'll see some good you know, fights. I don't think everyone's wishing for the Flashpoint maps, but you know, it might happen, it might not happen. I haven't seen it yet, but hopefully, or not hopefully, but maybe we see it. Well, it depends on how people feel about that.
Yeah,
one.
right. Yeah, and
People aren't a big fan of the Flashpoints.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't mind. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't mind Flashpoint. I think we just need more of them, right? We only have the 2.
That is
we need
true,
some
yeah.
variety. That's all it is. Once
some
you get more
change,
variety in
yeah.
that, and then I believe people start to like them just a little bit more. I think the game mode is cool. It's just, it feels like when Push first dropped, right? We only had like 2 maps, and then they immediately gave us Esperanza, so it's like, eh. But now we're just sitting here waiting, like, can we get
That is
another
true.
Flashpoint
I mean, they
map
did change it up a bit. They did change one of the maps up a bit. I think making it a bit more approachable for people.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You know, and showing people obviously, hey, we are changing stuff. Don't worry. We are doing something to the maps. We see you don't like it, we're gonna either change it. But yeah, a bit of variety when it comes to the new maps would be very great. In fact, with the flashpoints, and probably make people, you know, like it a bit more. I think I think the game mode isn't that much of a problem. I just think people aren't too familiar with the maps itself
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
how
we
to
just gotta get
use
gotta
them.
get some more variety, man. That's just not fun anymore. Let's just
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
with the let's just
Need a
stop with new
change
junk.
here and
Stop with
there.
Servasa. Let's get some variety in there.
Yeah, some new flashpoints would be very nice.
Exactly. But I if you guys don't know, we are still in that red robin stage for day 2, and I believe this is the final day of the tournament. So this should be it's been a lot of fun watching these games and checking them out whenever I can. It is a little early for me when you guys start playing, so I'm
Yeah,
trying to catch what I can. And you're getting
yeah.
a
We
7 a.m.
are
cast out of me, so this should be blast.
we are still currently busy with our current competitors that we're going to have, Coco's Guardians and By Panic at the Disco.
Yep.
Both good teams, both interesting teams, and it's going to be a fun match to see. And as well as By Panic still being in a previous match against Rock
I
Marchers.
think they just wrapped up. I'm not
They might have
exaggerating. They
okay, they
did
might
win
have just wrap
3-2.
up.
It went to 5. It went to 5.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
they
good to
won
know.
3-2.
Two
I
five. That would
believe.
have been a good one to see as
Yeah.
well. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
but
it was awesome. And then Coco's Guardian, I believe they're still looking for their first W of the tournament, if
that
I'm
is
not
true.
mistaken.
That
So
is true. They still need
they're
a
the only
W.
winless team left.
I mean,
And who knows?
there is a winless team as well. Pookie Wiki haven't gotten one, but
No, they
they
won. They
they
won a
did.
game yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Oh
they
no,
did win. Oh,
earlier
that's
today.
true.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So I haven't catched up on those points yet. So that's why I'm a bit. But with the new standings, oh, I do see they have sent out the new standings. Slaylicious, at the top, they've been just
There it
slaying.
is.
Honestly, they've been
Yeah,
they've
we'll
been
get it on
absolutely
the.
destroying the competition here. I
Yeah.
mean, with our previous cast yesterday, they were just absolutely. It was a great match, by the way. Slaylicious versus Pookie Wiki, very close. Slaylicious did take the dub,
Ah,
but
there it is.
they were they were close. Pookie Wiki, losing most of their matches just by a bit, and unfortunately, that means they are still gonna be around the bottom. But
Right.
yeah, it's Coco, as you can see, haven't taken one dub yet. Hopefully, we're gonna see
And
that
today might be the
We can
day.
only hope.
I mean, they've won a few maps, so they're not totally like outclassed, right?
True, true.
But they are going up against a team that is 3-1. But
That
if
is,
you look at their
yeah,
differential +3, that means they've been playing a lot of close maps, right? So if one map doesn't go their way in this series, Coco's Guardians could definitely be finding themselves with their first win of the tournament, which would be awesome. We'd love to see that
would
in
be
that
very good.
round
Yeah,
7 of round robin, right? So
yeah.
it'd be good.
Well,
I'm
with
hopeful.
people not familiar with how the situation works with this Pride Cup, we do have people that you can obviously you can be a team that wants to enter the cup, but essentially the teams are mixed with random people from the random corners of the earth, if you can find them. The teams are mixed
Right.
up. There is different elos in every team, different SR ratings, and they were a bit balanced. The obviously we had people looking at the balancing and people getting balanced out left and right, trying to make the best balancing possible. But obviously some people are going to be able to play together much more comfortably and be able to synergize with random people easier. Probably the people that play comp more. And then some people are gonna struggle to get comfortable and get used to the team that they're currently playing in, because it might be a different meta than what they're used to. You never know.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I agree. Right. Everything is a little bit different. And when you have those mix and match players in there, it all comes down to what is your team comfortable playing. And some people figure it out very, very quickly what they like, what they're good at. Other people not so much. So then you have those differences in teams. So hopefully
Yeah,
this is what we see from Coco's Guardians, is that they're going to be something's clicking and they're going to get maybe string together a win or two here and help themselves out a little bit. But you never know. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody learns just a tad bit differently, and what's good, what's not good, what their move pulls are. Because we've seen what meta technically is with how we've been seeing OWCS and a couple other leagues. You've been seeing that Malga, the Farah, the Cole Cassidy. You've been seeing Lucio. You've been seeing Bap has been kind of those characters that you're seeing. But not everyone's like that, right? Not everyone wants to play the big Samoan guy. So I totally respect that as a tank player. So we want to see those varieties and different things that are cool. So
We did
uh,
see it yesterday. Quite a good play of it by Raid Boss Tank, more commonly known as V. Part of the Slaylicious team, the top contenders right now. They were playing Mauga. One of the maps. Not can't really remember which one on the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it was Rialto. Might have been Rialto, but I might be wrong on that one.
that's a fun
But
Malga map apparently.
they did pretty good. They did actually very good, and managed to win because they were, playing against the Sig. So that pressure that Mauga can put up was a lot to handle. And unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, they won pretty well, and with a solid lead. But still, it was a close match. Like I said, a lot of these matches, it might look because of the scoreboard, it might look like, some people are struggling a lot, not managing one, win under their belt, but it is close matches. It's like it's a difference of one, team fight. So,
Yep.
yeah. So we're gonna head into the rosters, and then
Yeah, so really quick before we head into the match though, we do have a different map pool for Sunday, right? It's a different order is the big thing. We want to start it off on control, which obviously everyone loves that. With
yeah,
Ilios, Oasis, Nepal, Lijiang, Hybrid, no more Kings Row. It is Midtown, Eichenwald, Nimbani, and Pariso for Hybrid map 2. My pick is still Midtown. I'm hopeful we're gonna get Pride, and it's a great map, but Eichenwald's also really good.
yeah.
Escort, you have Circuit, Route 66, and Shambali Monastery. Flashpoint, I mean, there's only 2. And then Push, there's only 4 maps. So that's the order.
That is a very nice lineup of maps. Um, like hopefully we are going to see the Midtown. I'm also hopeful for that. And then for our rosters, starting off with Coco's Guardians, we have Anxiety as tank, Sombred as DPS with Mijdal, very good tracer, really good with synergy with tanks usually. And as you can see with their favorite heroes being posted up, Mijdal might have really good synergy with Anxiety. We're gonna see that now whether that is true, and they are supported by Sonata and Coco, being the supports. And yeah, that's gonna be Coco Guardians' lineup, pretty solid one, if I do
No,
say
I
so
mean,
myself.
yeah, I think if favorite heroes, maybe we could see a little bit of trolling from Sombred. I don't expect to see Bastion today, but
Yeah.
you never know. So, but the Tracer Winston synergy with the potential Ana with comfort wise is what you're good at. That's not bad synergy. Hopefully Sonata has some protection and able to play that Ana very well, but that's all. I mean, they synergize really well. Nano Monkey is a threat. Okay, Nano
Yeah.
Winton, go hard.
It hurts. It hurts. Yeah, definitely hurts. Being especially with open maps, you are very in danger. In
Exactly.
those scenarios.
And then by Panic at the Disco, we have 2 Mercies on our screen, which is even better. So we have Mole rocking the tank, Kirigari and Lars on our damage line, and then Parasox and Queen Scarlet. Now, it's been a year. It's been a whole year since I've been on cast, but I remember 2 very vivid names in this lineup, and that is Lars and Parasox, and those are 2 bangers of players, all right?
Really good.
And
Lars
it should
especially.
be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be very
Lars is a
interesting
menace.
to actually see, because I think Kurugari and Large might have the same playstyle with the more poke and sniping comps that they usually play. As you can see, Large's favorite hero being Anzo, and Kurugari Widow, of course. That is a solid Widow player, by the way, very good. Always performs. Even under the radar, you wouldn't notice it until you're looking straight at him, but he does perform Kurugari really well on Widow. But like you said, Lars, very recognizable name, especially in the COWZA community, in the South African Overwatch community. A very strong player, like you said.
Yeah, and I mean, Parasox support is phenomenal. I remember saying that name a lot last time I was on casting. So it's I'm excited to see the differences in what they bring to the table a whole year later, from my experience wise. And of course, I'm excited to see the people I don't normally get to see. Excited to expand on that on my nice palette of the COWZA community. So it's gonna be a blast. And this is a good matchup. I have some faith.
Definitely good matchup. Yeah.
Early predictions, obviously, I feel I bias in this scenario. By Panic at the Disco, I'm feeling a dub. But I wouldn't be surprised if Coco's Guardians pulls out their first win of the tournament. They look like they've been playing teams relatively close based off of the standings. It's just a matter of a couple of plays not going their way when they need it. And it's just those last second things that just pop up, and they're things that can be cleaned up. So we should see.
Yeah, we're gonna hopefully see some clutch coming in from Coco's. They're hopefully gonna get a dub, and I mean, even if they win this series, it's gonna be pretty good to see. If they do manage to do that, it's gonna change the ball game. You know, it's gonna toss a few question marks definitely, and it's going to make people ask like, okay, what did they do to win? What did they use? What did they achieve? How did they win? And most of the time, I can be honest, it might just be synergy, but hopefully we're gonna see some cooking, and it would be really nice to see. If I'm gonna be honest. Cooking
Yeah, no,
would
I'm
be fun.
excited. Yeah, and it's even funny because Mejdal and Lars are in the Twitch chat just talking to each other pre-game. So this should be a fun time. And looks like we're heading to
Almost
Nepal
definitely.
first. Love Nepal. This is one of my favorite maps in the game. It's gonna be interesting to see what the tanks pull out because both of them chose dive tanks as their favorite tanks. Obviously, Malga is very meta. Sigma is kind of up there too because Sigma just has good sustainability and just an overall amazing tank character. I'm curious to see if we're going to get Winston because Winston's still very good, and Diva has her moments. So I'm curious to see what these teams whip out on map 1. And Nepal's not very sniper heavy. Could still see Hanzo, but I definitely don't expect to see a Widow. So I'm curious to see what
Yeah.
we can see from
I mean,
these teams now.
I have seen Mej Mej being very a Tracer player and a Genji player. They're gonna have a fun time on a pole. That's definitely gonna be for sure.
Right.
But especially Kurigari, he's a very interesting Widow player because he does manage to play Widow on maps you wouldn't expect. Nepal sometimes being one of them. You know, obviously you're having a harder time. It's a closer up map. It's not the funnest. But if you're managing to take picks, I mean, there's less said. You know, when you're managing to take the dub, you are obviously doing something right, at least. Because I know playing as a non-Widow player, it's extremely difficult, especially at close range, to manage anything close to medium
No,
range.
I agree. I agree. I'm a tank player, so anytime I get in every time I get like in those situations where I'm just face to face with someone, I'm just not having a blast at all.
The left
So-
click and the melee comes in when that happens normally.
I swear. Yep.
The spam and the melee just and the
I've hit
panic hook.
every key by no man at that point. So
Yeah. Some people like me, they hit the accidental Q. That happens a lot of times as well. So we'll see how that goes.
Definitely makes sense. But I don't know if this is exactly the comps we're getting, but they make a little bit of sense. Anxiety coming out on potential Ramatra with Sonata and Coconuts on the Mercy Kiri. Cassidy makes a lot of sense for Mej, and Sombert Bastion. I may have capped. I'm sorry. Apparently,
Yeah,
Bastion
we
was a
are
favorite character,
seeing-
and you are playing Bastion.
Yeah, that's is something we're seeing right now.
Yep, and listen, more on the Diva. I'm here for it. So these are some comps. I'm very excited. Kirigari is actually gonna play Ashe, not Widow, so I think that's a really good pick. And we're seeing double mercies, so I can't be mad about it.
And the
Oh, we
also
are.
the Parasox and Lars being on the Pharah there. It's gonna be a pretty hard matchup to go against. As you can see, Anxiety getting pushed back a bit.
Yeah,
Because
no,
of that.
Parasox Lars, phenomenal combo here, and Lars already putting in a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
we're
seeing
just-
a cap from Mej there. He tried to cap a bit, got pushed off a bit, but
Yeah,
seems like they're
immediately
trying to
got
flank
pushed out.
around. Ooh, pick
Ooh,
comes out.
Kurigari got Sombert. They're gonna try to look for the res, but it's gonna be really hard to get that with the Ashe staring down your neck and a Pharah shooting you from above. A lot of critical on the side of Coco's Guardians as Smol finds one, Lars finds another, and that, in theory, should be the end of the fight right there. We're just waiting on the good old Anxiety to get taken out. And Sombert's already moved off of Bastion. We're heading to Echo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see like the oppressiveness of the Pharah pharmacy strat is just, it's there. It's too much for them, and a lot of pressure from Kurigari as well, taking the long range angles. So we're gonna see how Kurigari tries to protect Lars and Parasox, from the enemy Echo and Mercy that's trying to counter the Pharah, of course.
Yeah, and it's very similar comps with like slight differences. And oh my gosh, a barrage already. Lars takes out Anxiety. Somber's taken out by Kirigari. And Coco's going to get a res on Somber, but is that going to be enough? They've already lost 2. It's just 4 people now, so you're probably going to back out because your tank's gone. And hopefully this door does not open for more craziness.
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna, yeah, it's definitely not a one fight there. The tank, losing a tank is problematic, especially in this case. Anxiety already being back though, they might be able to push this back. 50% hitting towards my panic.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Just,
yeah, Mesh just disappeared.
Ooh, a lot of direct hits coming in from
Lars.
Lars as well. Lars
and another shot from Kirigari. My gosh.
It's a lot of damage.
This DPS duo has been going crazy.
Yeah, they are just unstoppable there, because I mean Lars just hitting a lot of shots, especially in the air, and with the damage boost, it's just crazy. We do see a Val coming in from Parasox. Don't know how valid that is, but I mean if they are able to get it back before the next series team fight, I mean no complaints there.
Yeah, and the big thing
really
that I'm
trying their
looking
best to counter a bit, but doesn't seem like they're managing too much.
No, and the big thing I'm looking at here is we're at 85%, and you're going to come in with ults if you're Coco's Guardians, but you're also going to get punished with Bob, right? Bob and Kiri Rush are going to be there. So this touch is very, very important how they go about it. They're going to get onto point, but Mesh is already gone. Kirigari's got 2. They're going to flip it. Somber's going to find Kirigari in this fight, so no Bob online for this. They're going to res Sonata to even out the odds, but Lars is going to barrage. Anxiety's going to get taken out, and this may just be the end of the fight. What a big cleanse there to help out. You will still get anti if your pair of socks, but you're not sleeping where you would have died. Sonata's going to get taken out by Queen Scarlet. Somber finds 1, but Coconuts is gone. There's just 2 left.
Somber did have, you know, big hits coming in. There's the Bob to secure the, you know, the point, but Anxiety is really trying to hold back there. But I think the pressure is going to be too much here, yeah.
Yeah, Anxiety got taken down. Lars got a couple at the end there. They looked like they had a chance to flip it, but they are not going to. The Bob was huge like I thought, but it was just a little later than I expected. But yeah, no, pretty commanding first map for Panic at the Disco.
It was really good, but yeah, like you said, the Bob was pretty, you know, pretty unexpectedly late, but I mean they did secure the win, and you know I think that was what they were using, trying to use it for, just to wait it out, see what happens, and maybe use it as a, you know, last ditch effort. They did have a few ults lined up, Mo getting their, you know, Diva bomb as well ready, so they didn't have to use it that early. And like you can see with Kirigari, had a bit of, you know, patience, just waiting it out to secure the dub there.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a little bit of different lineup change, right? Lars is over on the Hanzo. We're going to see everything else stay the same. But for Coco's Guardians, you're going to see Sojourn, you're going to see Winston, you're going to see Baptiste, you're going to see Sombert playing the cast instead of Mej this time. So I'm curious to see how that shakes it up for them, as they made a pretty hefty comp change. And they've already had to use their nade to heal the team up after that big dynamite came off. But Lars is going to head tap Sonata. This fight is basically over.
Taking a high ground there, has a lot of angle there, and I mean with the damage boost, as you can see just now, just taking out the competition there. You know, Anxiety
and
as
another
well.
one, give him 3.
Lars, like you said, a very dominating name in the community and very well known, especially for his skill in Hanzo. And the damage boost isn't helping Cocos. They're getting absolutely dominated by the damage boost. You know,
they already had to use
making it so much harder for them.
They had to use the immortality field because you know, you saw Lars go in, hit a few shots on Mej, but then you had the dynamite go off and it was just not enough healing fast enough. So they had to use immortality field. They might have to wait a little bit longer to make sure they have it. Anxiety's gonna get in to try to help with Lars, but Dragon's gonna go off. Mej is gonna find the kill onto Lars. Mej is gonna find a kill onto Queen Scarlet. 2 big right clicks onto those players, and now you're gonna be up 5-3 even after having to walk through a Hanzo Dragon. You should be able to secure a win here, but you never know. Mej and Sombert are both pretty low. Mej is gonna get healed up, trying to help Sombert. They will end up doing so. They will flip. Kirigari's trying to find anything angle-wise.
You see a window
Kirigari's
coming out.
40 HP. Window is going to come out. They're going to throw Bob out. Anxiety gets pair of socks. Queen Scarlet's going to find Mej. There's a chance that Sombert might die here. Will die. Queen Scarlet finds 2. As soon as we thought that the fight was going to be over, they're going to regroup and be able to come back. They're trying to get that Ana in the corner, and
Oh.
will find Ana. Anxiety jumps off the map. Oh no, a mistimed hit. And Bap is gonna get out, but when I thought the fight was over,
nah,
it's
Lars did not let that slide, unfortunately.
not at all. Yeah, no, that was tough. It looked like a one fight for COWZA's Guardian, but the fight extended just a little bit longer. They did get some point pressure, so that means 21%. But it's right back over to Panic at the Disco.
You know, with the difference there being, you know, Coco's getting, you know, the point, getting the pick, but it seemed that the cleanup wasn't as quick and as efficient as Panic is managing. It seems we do have a pause, might be a technical
Happens
issue,
to the
but
best of us.
yeah.
Happens to the
So-
best of us.
But yeah, pretty
It's-
good performance so far. You know, as we can see, why Panic is, you know, that high up in the you know leaderboard is because they're playing well. I mean, with Lars and Kurigari as your DPS lineup, you can't really go wrong. And Parasox really with the damage boost is doing a lot. It's doing a lot.
I think the
So-
crazier part of that fight was Kirigari going to 40 HP, popping Bob, and being able to save their life. It was they survived because of that, and I think that's insanely cool.
That
It
is
looks
really
like
good, yeah.
someone was lagging, maybe a DC here soon. So we're just trying to make sure that everyone is okay, and we're still being able to play at the high level that we've seen. That's why the pause happened. But it looks like from what I'm seeing, we're gonna come back with COWZA's Guardians with 3 ults. The only ult to match it, I believe, is Parasox.
Yeah,
with
with
Valk,
Diva
so-
Bomb coming up though, so pretty
True.
close to Diva Bomb. We'll see how quick that you know goes up, but it should be there. With how
Yeah,
Lars
no.
was playing as well, he should be also able to get his dragons pretty quick. Man,
no,
he's
agree.
not missing shots really, and you know either killing them or damaging them enough to you know break the util is, and that's what's you know what we're seeing here,
Yeah.
happening the whole time.
We're seeing a lot of combination with the dynamite and the storm arrows doing in a lot of work. It's forced out early nades.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's forced out early nades to heal. It's forced out the immortality fields pretty quickly. We've seen a lot of different things pop off just because you're hitting your shots or you're hitting big dynamites. So those are some things that we're looking at, and it looks like we're right back into the game. But yeah, Lars, we can see that build up very quickly. 61% now. It looks like no Diva Bomb. We're actually getting mech
And
back.
we have
Lars
a
gonna find a headshot, and it doesn't matter how many ults you have. You're gonna get tapped in the head. There's nothing nothing gonna help you fight.
Damage are oppressive. A friendly greetings there from Lars as he takes out Somber, just you know letting them know that they're aware of the presence of the Cassidy. And the presence
mean,
has been no more.
And
bit
we're
of a
at
flank coming in.
90%.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
90% looking for something. Man's just still main. They're gonna pop the. We're gonna see the overclock come out. Hits Lars. Isn't gonna find any other any kills with it. Looking for anything. The damage boosting and healing from Valk Mercy is just too much. Lars gonna go down. No flip either. Hanzo Dragon goes on to point. It is doing some work. Sonata's gonna find Queen Scarlet out of all that. Immortality Field was used by Coconuts and will also pay with their life. Sombert's gonna find Lars. Diva Bomb on point. We're gonna see the great jump into the Winston ult to help out. Flip is gonna come through, and you're looking at Diva here. Kirigari's gonna find Somber, so they're not losing right away. The 99 is there, but you now have the flip. But you're gonna lose Sonata. You're gonna lose Anxiety. Mej trying to clutch up here. Mole loses mech. No Diva Bomb to help recurve. Now you're gonna get pinned with your life, and I think that's it. But there is a chance. Lars is coming back also on the Tracer, trying to find anything. Oh, Lars is gonna find Mej. The regroup is there. The reinforcements have come for Panic at the Disco. They're gonna try to touch COWZA's Guardian, but will not be able to. Immortality is used. Coco finds a pair of socks, but also loses their life. Anxiety is in there with no Winston ult to bear with it, but we're looking for anything to help. Kitsune comes out, 2 go down. Sonata's also gone. It's just a never-ending brawl. Bob has joined the fray, and we are looking to see if anyone can regroup and get a fight win off of this. COWZA's Guardians playing for the map life right now. They don't have point any longer, so they can't build up anything. Diva has no mech right now and is gonna lose their life. Kirigari and Mole are gone and fighting. Oh, what a shot from Somber to finish that off. And COWZA's Guardians finally regains the point after some insane fighting there.
a lot of back and forth. Yeah, they were just staggering. A lot of trades were going out, but luckily they just got it there just in time. And with Sombert hitting those last 2 headshots, just cleaning up real quick, managed to get them the capture there. A lot of pressure coming back from by Panic though. They really want that point back.
Yeah,
We're
no,
gonna see how they engage here.
they want to
Engage
close this
coming in
map
from
out here. They don't
Anxiety.
want to go to point 3, right? And the big thing that I'm looking at is you're no longer having to deal with the Hanzo, right? That's a big thing. You're
Oh,
both
yeah, that
dealing
is
with
true.
the Tracers on the other side for both teams now. So that's a big thing. Sonata is also on Lucio, no Ana. So those are things to look at because of the stall. You kind of end up having to stay. It is going to look like it's going to go to 99.99. Lars tried to hit a pulse bomb, will not be able to hit it. Sombert's going to go down though, so it's a 4v5 on point. You see Window on point, trying to help with that. Looking at Parasox, maybe try to pick up the KO. Mole's going to go down. Lars is going to find Coconut, so it's a 3v4 now. Close. They've even the odds. Kirigari's gone. Now Parasox reses Mole back to a 3v4. Hopefully back in mech will do, but Parasox is off the map. Parasox is gone. No more.
Mole
And then Mole's gone too. Wow. Two players off the map. Queen Scarlet's gonna go down. Took Sonata with them, but oh wait, there's a touch. Who's there? Anxiety just spraying and praying and finds Lars, and that should end the map. And we're gonna head to a point 3.
I mean, as you see there, Coco's really brought it back. I mean, they were not this close with the previous, map, but they're doing really well now. They're doing really good in going into round 3. And a 1-for-1 is honestly what they're looking for. Getting that map, that full map is going to be very, very good, especially for their morale. And with the way they're playing, I think they're able. I think they're getting it. Definitely seeing a lot there. As obviously you guys can't see the banter, the friendly banter going in the game, but Parasox falling off, saying in chat, no one saw that. Unfortunately, we have a virality. People saw that. Unfortunately, Sox. Hopefully they don't see the stream. They're gonna be very mad about that one. But not being the only one, we did see Mo as well follow the lead of Sox, just jumping off. A lot of
two of them.
Problematic situations. We do have a technical pause as Lars's game is frozen, so we'll see, or not necessarily Lars, but I think someone on the team of
happens.
Yeah, by Panic is having a bit of difficulty.
It's all good. Listen, it's part of the game. If the Dallas OWCS can pause for about an hour and a half, I think we can live with this.
Yeah,
so,
no, I think this is the least of our problems, a quick pause. A lot of we do see the echo coming out from Lars and Parasox, staying on the Mercy support.
I do also like that Sonata moved over to Lucio. I think that's very beneficial for the dive that they want to look at. Sombert may not be able to get out. Oh, but will live. Sonata's going to get one, but trades with Kirigari. But Kirigari is also going to go down. So you see Coco Guardians up 4-3 in this fight. They're going to lose Mech and Mole in the process of that. And now it's just the Echo Mercy, Lars Parasox, the duo that's been causing havoc. Sombert has found their groove. Okay, Sombert has been hitting shots left and right.
They're not only hitting shots, they're hitting headshots, to say the least. I mean, they're just faking heads out there. And with Mesh as well, getting 2 picks early, putting up so much pressure. Like I said, they're a really good Tracer player, and they're showing this right now. Putting a lot of pressure on, just making it a little bit harder for Lars and Kurigari to do what they need to do.
Yeah, and Lars looks like they've had enough.
Yeah,
they're matching the Cassidy. They said, fine, we'll do it ourselves. We're gonna see a little bit of a dive here. Anxiety is gonna get taken out. Didn't seem like the whole team was on page with that dive. It was just Anxiety in a dream. Mole's gonna fight Coconuts. Lars gets Sombert, and that should be the end of the fight. As you saw, Mej pop Tracer Pulse. Kirigari's gonna have theirs next, and that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, we did see the Kurigari and Mej encounter there for a bit, but Mej though retreating obviously since his entire team died. It's probably the better idea to retreat and not give up your life for no reason. We do see the 1v1 going on. They're just having their Tracer roundabout.
Yep, just making sure we tag people, do exactly what Tracers normally do.
Yeah.
Looks like Mej was getting a little bit of damage, and Lars hitting some shots there. Almost takes out Sombert, but Sombert will get healed up. Looking for anything. Is going to look for High Noon, hits a headshot, but will not be able to get the KO. Now a High Noon from the other side. Lars finds Mej, but we trade Tracers. Anxiety found Kirigari. Now it's just a run back. Anxiety gets real low from some shots from Lars, but Coconuts has the Kiriko rush on point. Parasox matches Valk, and now we're just looking to see if we can find a KO, and Sombert is going to be the one. Bomb is going to go off here, looking for someone to help. Smushing Sonata in the process of it. I saw that. That was tough to get away from. Now you just aren't going to be able to win this fight. Sonata has the beat to come back with next fight. Mej will have another pulse bomb to match Kirigari's, and then you're going to have Kiriko rush for Queen Scarlet or by Panic at the Disco. It's going to be a tough fight to win for Coco's Guardians, but you have the ults to do so, especially with Beat in line. Lars getting a little close here is going to try to find someone, but flew a little too close to the sun. Yeah, no, absolutely deserved to get punished, but a little too deep in. Gonna look for Pulse Bomb, and Kirigari's gonna get punished by Sombert. Sombert's punishing everyone. They're gonna beat up too. I'm not a big fan of that beat, but it causes everyone to be a little bit more aggressive. That should be a fight win and the point taken over for Coco's Guardians.
You seem to be engaging quite well here, by panicking, I think, and is it getting taken out? I mean, Lars there, he was really close to, Deadeye as well, with High Noon. He was close before he died, and he overextended a bit and got punished for that. And I think if he stayed safe there, they could have probably avoided this situation, of point swapping. But Anxiety still has to, they have only reaching 60% now. They have to hold this out for quite a while still. And
yeah, well, they did it last map, right?
89. They did indeed. 2 High Noons coming out.
Yeah, both High Noons went off. Lars has a lot of support to help out right there, and you could just see the Winston ult popping off, but the point is flipped. The point flipped. What happened? Lars gets Sonata. Sombert's gonna find Queen Scarlet. That's a trade there for supports, but you're gonna see a res go off for Parasox. The point is flipped back. 97 for Buy Panic at the Disco. 72% on the side of Coco's Guardians. And Anxiety is gone. Lars finds 2. Sombert's also gone. This could be the end. That point flip might be the end of this map. It was very tough to get that off. You do have Sonata and Mesh still trying to stall as much as they can. Sonata's going to be taken out by Kirigari, who did swap off the Tracer to Sojourn. 98, 99. You're going to see OT pop off now. Anxiety's going to go in, trying to touch. Will keep the proc of overtime going. Mesh is in as well, trying to make sure everyone is there to help out. Is going to be the death of Anxiety. Coconuts does get Kirigari. Lars is going to find Mesh. Lars at High Noons finds Coco. And this should be the end of this. Just trying to find anything of your Sombert, but Kirigari overclock. Team kill wrapping up this first map. And honestly, outside of point 1, really close game.
Extremely close, yeah. Extremely close. I mean, Lars just obviously showing Sombert why they are popular for the shots they had, as we're going to see the play of the game with Hanzo especially. I mean, they were just hitting not just shots, like I said, but headshots as well. Look at that. Taking Sonata out at first, and then I think the follow-up, getting both their supports almost there, but, a lot of damage, especially. And then Sombert gets taken out there as well. I mean, with those early picks before they engage, that is exactly what Lars wants, and that's exactly what he's managing to do, and that's, causing their fights to go more their way than Coco's.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. They're just being able to engage. They're engaging just a tiny bit quicker, which meaning that it seems like Coco's Guardians may be getting taken off guard. I will say, in that last map, or the second and third map, when they went to this full-on dive-esque comp, it was very, very good. I think it was very, very solid.
Very close game.
I think they were able to initiate more often than they initially were going to. So I really like that, and I hope they stick with it. I think the Winston Tracer, the cast has been working for them, so yeah. I hope they keep that up. Sonata's Lucio is also very underrated. I don't know, definitely not going unnoticed by me. I hope they continue to play that character because it's been doing a good job.
They were doing really great. I mean, their survivability and wall rides were pretty good. And Sombert and Mejtal, I think their synergy is just as good, if not better, than Lars and Kirigari's. But it seems your wish has come true for Midtown, though. It seems we do have
to see it.
Have the pride,
finally,
a bit of pride coming in for once. It's gonna be very nice.
It's almost like it's the Pride Cup or something. I don't know.
You would think so, maybe. You would think. My guess that based off the map, hopefully. And there we see.
They saw no Kings Row. They're like, fine, we'll pick the map. So
yeah,
I get it wholeheartedly. Nobody wants to play Nimbani. I can tell you that off.
Yeah,
right?
that is.
But look at
sure.
this. The confetti is raining down. It is just spectacular here in the beautiful city of New York.
The Rainbow City,
Midtown.
to say so. Yeah, a lot of color, a beautiful
love
map.
The Pride flag.
So. I mean, even without the Pride edition, I think this map is a really nice map. A very beautifully aesthetic looking map. And especially with the flags in it, it looks just great. It looks wonderful.
And I'm gonna say this: I love the map. First point is one of the hardest points to break
Extremely.
in Overwatch. It is so hard. But by Panic at the Disco coming out on pretty much everything they looked like they wanted to play. except for no Widow. Mej is gonna play Widow. I'm actually intrigued to see that on the defense.
That is going to be interesting. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see Kuragari on more of a assault forward type hero like Soj. But I mean they are playing more dive with the diva, so it does make sense. But they are extremely good Widow, so I still hope to see that somewhere in this matchup. To see how they're going to play against. Mej missing his first shot though. Hopefully he gets a pick after that.
Ooh,
Ooh, big deflect from
Lars,
Lars.
Lars,
Big deflect.
dude.
Wow.
What? That was
Absolutely
disrespectful.
annihilated. Yeah.
That was
Lars
just
proving
disrespectful.
why he's dangerous. Not you can't leave Lars unattended. He's just taking out Anxiety. Anxiety is not realizing the threat behind him. He does
Oh
take
my
out
gosh.
Anxiety. Coco being extremely vulnerable there and it gets taken out. I mean that was just an absolute slaughter. I think the first pick
I
from
didn't even
Lars.
have to commentate anything. It was
Yeah.
just like you what? Bah.
Snap your feet
Anyway.
and boom, gone, over.
It's
Lars
over.
deflect after Lars deflected at first shots into Mej. It was just I think everyone is as baffled as we are, and the fight was just over at that point.
Oh, Lars
Ooh,
and
a big
is
flank.
just going in. Lars is just going in. Mej is gone already, and they haven't even. Like I said, first point is really hard to break, and when you have 2 picks off rip just like that, it's not very hard to break anymore. And it's interesting to see that how quick they're taking
Good
things
engage,
over.
really good engage
Sonata's
coming in
gone.
from
Songbird
Bipanic.
gone. Coco's gone. Yeah, they're just engaging and taking it off. I would like to see a swap from the
Yeah.
side of Coco's Guardians. Not because I think that the characters themselves are bad, but what we're looking at in the matchup, if you go and swap over to that Lucio and Winston, I think you guys would have a way better time trying to break this down. But I'm a big Sigma fan. Sigma is one of my favorite tanks in the game as a tank player, so I'm always happy to see it. Instead, they're
You
going to
see
go
Blade coming
Roadhog,
out?
and you're going to see Blade come out from Lars, gets Sonata. Songbirds going to get taken out by Kirigari. Right-click, head tap. No more for Blade. Saw the very low character from Lars. Was not able to go in. Was very critical. And now the payload is already at second point, and it was 6 minutes on the clock when that capped.
Yeah, I mean they're doing a
God.
lot. Yeah, they're pushing as quick as you probably mostly can, and I think
Finally a
Lars, with all the pressure he's putting, he's just getting behind them, putting so much pressure, and every time they turn around to look at Lars, they're just getting annihilated from the main threat, which is the rest of Lars's team. They can't really just focus on him alone, but he's doing so much, scaring them, making sure they know that his presence is a lot of danger. But Mash doing a lot of damage there. He's doing a lot of redeflecting. Does
There we
get
go.
the pick on Mo there.
Gets a couple.
Going for
Now
engage.
you can settle down a little bit. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen crazy holds in Overwatch. They're gonna have 4 ults, almost 5 on the side of Bipanic at the disco, but you still have some ults to match. You gotta get that tranquility online as soon as possible. But
Yeah.
you do have a more ult to help out mitigate some of this damage that's about to come in. And hopefully you guys can find something and just something to help you out in the process of it. But Anxiety on the Roadhogs is trying to not die here. Does a lot to stay alive there. Is
Wait for
really
Mej.
low though.
Really
You're
trying
gonna
to
see Mej
take
and
out-
Sombra pop ult. There's Bomb
Ooh,
trying
Sonata
to
gets
save, but
taken by
Sonata's gonna
Mo.
get taken out. Beat's gonna come off for Bipanic at the disco. Kirigari is in danger, but is gonna find Mej anyway. Anxiety is taken out by Lars. You see Lars in trouble, is gonna get taken out by Coconuts, but Songbird not without that trade. And you're just gonna see some
A lot of
swaps. I mean, you're gonna
pressure,
see
yeah.
Tracer.
A lot of pressure from by Panic. They're not giving
Venture?
Coco a lot of time to regroup, and this is the problem. They're getting caught out, they're getting split up, and they're getting taken out bit by bit, and that I think is one of the main problems. Anxiety, trying to use Coco to just push them back to create
Yeah,
as much
but-
possible space. But Kurigari is just on the
But it
flank,
doesn't
taking
matter.
them out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Parasox is still orb found. Sonata, Coconuts is gone. Lars finds Mej. Queen is going to take out Sombra, and Kirigari is going to wrap up the team kill with Anxiety, and you have a 3-minute and 53-second
Almost 4
time
minutes.
bank.
That is a lot of time for Bipanic to do what they need to prohibit Coco. I mean, from what I've seen so far, there are a lot of flanks. Just one flank coming in from Lars or Kurigari, and they're using those flanks so well, getting so much pressure or so much damage in that they don't have any. Coco doesn't have any other decision than to having to respond to that. But I think the problem we're seeing here from Coco's Guardians is they're not coordinating very well. They're splitting up every time when they see someone on the flank. Some people are going for the flank, trying to prohibit Lars or Kurugari, to do what they're doing, and then some are staying, trying to contest the payload, and that's where you see the split. And obviously, that doesn't work well when you're playing a game that's team focused like this one. It's a bit difficult.
It's definitely hard. Again, I know it's Midtown. Midtown's very brawl heavy, but I'd really like to see the Winston. I really think that the Winston comp is what makes Coco's Guardians
They
click.
did whip
and
up
I
this
think
Zarya. That is
I
going
mean,
to be interesting pick to see.
it
And
does
they
it
do
does
have
counter Diva. I mean, that
yeah,
helps. It does counter
double
Genji.
counter actually coming
It's not a
from
bad
Steam
it's
as
not a
well.
bad
Yeah.
pick. It's not a bad pick. I just really would like to see them play Winston. I think Winston just does a phenomenal job here. But we're getting that signature Widow that we wanted to see out, but it's on Lars, not Kirigari. So I'm intrigued to see matchup here.
Lars is
Widow
also
v
very
Widow
known
here.
for the Widow, so we should see some interesting gameplay here, hopefully. But yeah, anxiety. Oh, and there we go.
Ooh.
First pick from Lars.
First pick.
He's
Sombert's
proving
gone.
he is dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Mesh trying to help
Sombert
out.
and anxiety gonna be very dangerous for the Diva. Already we see the swap from Sem to Genji. Sombert gonna try
Yeah,
to.
very quick swap. And you're gonna have Sonata
Ooh,
on the Alar here.
another pick
Alar's gonna
from
find Mesh. My gosh.
Lars is
Every
just
time they
doing
want
a
to
lot.
engage, Lars just takes someone out, and it's just the fight's already over. You can't do anything. So you
Lars
have
is
to
playing
look for.
really smart. Every time he gets a pick, he does relocate. Making them guess where he is. He's just really dangerous with what he's playing with and how he's playing. And like Mo and the rest of the team is setting up, they're not really creating any angles for Coco's Guardians to take him out. They either have to focus on
Oof.
Lars, or if they peek there, they're gonna have a lot of trouble coming in from the side.
Yeah, and Mej got really close to taking Lars' head off there. But now you're having Sombert on the flank, potentially getting in, sees the Widow, looking for it, is going to get tapped. Oh, has 11 HP, will get the Mega, somehow surviving that. That's huge. And now you're going to have some, at least a little bit engagement. You have some people on the flank now. You have some things going your way. They're going to force Buy Panic to relocate to the point, so maybe we can have some damage in. But Anxiety really needs to build up that bubble charge. They're going to fight Parasox, though. Parasox is gone. And that means you have point control now, dealing with the rest of the team. Lars is going to find Mej, though, and Sombert's trying to whittle down Mole. Mole gets real low. Mole's going to get demacked. Queen Scarlet is going to go down, though. Sombert is going to take out Mole, and now we're just looking to see if Lars can clutch up something crazy. Will not be able to. Has a
Unfortunately, he's
big
getting
Zarya in their
pressured,
face.
yeah.
Going to get punched out, and that should be the point.
That was a long while that Anxiety was chasing Lars there. I'm going to be honest. I was watching that entire time, and Anxiety really wanted to take out Lars. He was just, knowing he can't match the Zarya composition there,
I
he
mean,
had
listen,
to,
assess
take
the,
as much
assess the
picks.
threat.
Yeah, true. And
Always
he did it
assess
well.
the
He
threat.
ran, took a few picks as he was running, and unfortunately didn't get away completely. But he did put a lot of pressure on. Already seeing a bit of charge coming in from Sunbird, almost on Blade. Mej though, we're gonna
Yep.
see how they use their ults to match Lars. Being able to see the
Well,
other Widow without them
ooh.
seeing you is a really good idea.
Yeah, no, Lars used their ult last fight, and Kirigari also used it, but Lars is going to find a headshot. We
Ooh,
popped Alario.
really big.
Has two. Wait, hold on.
Alario.
That's two. But is the damage already done? Lars finds 3 in this fight alone. 3 head taps from Lars. It's literally just Sonata in a dream. Trying to do anything is going to get the res, but I mean, that's going to be 4 for Lars this fight alone.
That was
and
an
that's just-
extremely good ult from Sonata though, and Sunbird, following up with that, getting those procs in, but unfortunately, they left Lars undetected. They left Lars unsupervised, and he obviously showed us why that's a problem. Being charged up from 20% all the way to 100% with these ults before Mej was even able to do that. Another pick coming in.
No one can hide.
Dude,
Lars
Lars
creating
is just
so much
having a
pressure.
game.
Yeah. Oh, does get.
But there's
does get
Mej.
taken. Yeah, Mej does.
Finally,
use
the
their ults.
revenge. Oh, Mej! That's 2. Give me a third. Oh,
Both DPS are taken down, so it's only tank and support here, but they're gonna struggle. There's not enough damage that's gonna come their way.
yeah. Especially
you
when you have
see-
Kiri Mercy. If you had maybe like a Baptiste, you can have some help in the damage department. But you're going to see Kirigari's
just
already
getting
back.
squished, yeah.
Somber is going to be taking out Parasox, though. Ram is really low. Mole's gone. And now your DPS are back, but damage is already done there. Not as fancy of a time bank as by Panic at the Disco, but a solid push so far for Coco's Guardians. They're matching some things that they needed to match, and they're finally breaking down the things they need to break down. They should be able to get this cap, but we'll get the actual touch from Kirigari, but we'll pay with life, and that is the cap.
Unfortunately, the rush comes in a bit late from Scarlet. But yeah, I'm just gonna see if they can clean it up. But Sunbird is putting a lot of pressure on their backline there. Lars does get the melee though. Sonata taking out Lars in return though. They are pushing back. You know, Coco is playing really well.
Let's
a
talk
lot of
about
picks
Sonata
coming in
for
from
a second.
Sonata. Sonata's doing so well this game. I mean, they're just absolutely
man.
a lot of damage. A lot of heals, really good Lucio as well. I mean, but I was hoping to see the Lucio again, but what I'm seeing so far, I'm not regretting. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a lot of good ERA gameplay, yeah. A lot of hits coming in, really good shots.
I mean, Sonata obviously has Alari in the bag, so we respect it. We respect what you can pull out. But what's Sunbird gonna do with this blade? We've been sitting on it for a little bit. Can we find a good blade here? Sonata is gonna have Alari ult too. Lars literally has no clue that you're in danger. You're gonna get killed though. Kirigari found three. Coco, Sonata, and Sunbird gone. Anxiety's gonna find one, but it's not enough because Kirigari takes out.
That was really big. I mean,
that's
no
crazy.
ults used on Coco's side. There was, you know, the vision from Lars coming out. Kirigari with overclock. So we do have only Valk and, you know, Ram coming out this next fight.
Pretty good ult to have.
Yeah, really good. Good combo. I'm gonna be honest with those two. They're gonna be really hard to kill.
Lars is gone.
Wow, Lars already gone. Taken out
But
immediately.
so is Anxiety. So you're gonna be able to maybe res that, but you've already lost one. But your tank is gone, so you're not able to really do anything.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part there. No res is gonna come through though to save. It's just gonna be Lars coming back and taking those angles. They're just trying to. I mean, they're trying to break this down. This last point, this last little curve at this point is also extremely hard to break down.
I think we're seeing we're gonna see a very, you know, last fight maybe, an ult spammed fight. A lot of ults coming up. A lot of ults on Coco's side, full ult almost. There's the first, there's the second,
there's gonna be the
there's the
blade
ult
to come through
spam.
with it. I can't see anyone to go with it. There's the Alari ult to match with it. They're gonna find one, but that's about it. There's two. Queen Scarlet's gonna get taken out. No Lars either. You're still running into the Ram ult though.
A lot of charge there. They're just doing so much damage. Full charge.
Yeah.
And they're gonna push Lars. Let's see.
Lars is back. Lars is back and gets two.
Oh, but gets taken out.
But it's taken out, and so is Kirigari. They're trying to close this out. Parasox trying to dance around the point. If they get reinforcements back, the by Panic at the Disco, their spawn is right there. A minute left on the clock. They're trying to get there. We'll be able to touch,
yeah, they're
but they don't
definitely
have
gonna
ults to match it.
quicker. Yeah. We do see the swap to Hanzo from Lars to, you know, for this quick cleanup. It's going to be very effective.
But it's over. Yeah, it's already gone. Sunbird walked in and got out with the KO. You're going to see ult, and Mesh shuts it down. Does not want to deal with that. Parasox use their fade. They're in danger zone, but you're going to see the Kiri Rush come out. Queen Scarlet's gone. Lars is gone. Mole is gone. Parasox is gone.
Okay.
That should be it. And a minute to 4:15 down, but not out.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely pulled it back there. They played so much better than the previous round. I mean, they were doing really well just now. And, you know, now it's just up to time, obviously. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I mean, the way Coco is playing, Coco's Guardians, they're playing really well. They might be able to pull that full 15 down to a 0. And hopefully they are able to push further with the 1 minute. But, I mean, the fact still stands. They have 4 minute 15 by Panic. And, you know, that's a lot of time. That's almost a full roster time there. And, you know, it's going to be hard. They're going to have to push, not only, you know, push them back properly, but they're going to have to hold them back a long time, Coco's Guardians. Otherwise, by Panic is just going to roll over them. We do see the Pharah, however.
Interesting.
We've
seen Lars on the Widow, so I'm unsure why we're going Pharah, but I guess Bastion is also a thing. So
yeah. We might see, I think we're seeing more of a hunker down situation on by Panic's side. I think they're going to try to, you know, Kirigari going to stick with, you know, Mo trying to do a lot of front damage, but, you know, they're for the most part, they're just going to hunker down. Anxiety is Stormbird and Mesh, you know, that's a weird, not a comp you see every day, but, you know, they might have an idea. They might have a really good stretcher coming in. But then again, Pharah very dangerous when you have a widow, especially Lars. Not a widow that misses a lot. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be interesting, especially that plus Bastion. It's gonna be really tough to make a play here if you are Mej. But I mean, we trust the process, but
as
it's gonna
we
be
just
taken out
saw,
already.
Lars immediately takes out Mej while jumping out of the window. I mean, they were putting a lot of pressure on Lars, but Lars is very dangerous with those one-shot capabilities and a lot of damage, obviously, from Widow's side.
Yeah,
A
no,
lot of
but
brawl going on.
something I really want to make sure Kirigari goes down is gonna get rezzed. The immortality field's gonna get taken out. They used a lot of resources to bring him back. Kirigari, but Kirigari's gone again. Now you have a pretty high charge Zarya with a Genji in your back line. That was what I was going to point out before the fight started. Baptiste gets really low there, somehow survives. Are we shooting at our demons, Mej? Are we shooting at our demons? What's going on? Lars is going to take out Sombert, and then we're looking for Mole on point. This charged up situation is going to be great. They're in OT, but they're going to be able to break it. And on this map, sometimes that is enough to just win, even if there's 4 minutes left on the clock. Kirigari's going to come in and try to take out some people. Trying to take out the people on point. 1 HP. Oh, Coco almost died.
Wow.
That would have been the craziest C9 I would have ever saw in my
big.
life.
They are currently, you know, capping the hardest point, and they're in
Yeah, I
overtime,
agree.
but still they're capping the point. The first point's usually the problem, and they've minused out that problem within 1 minute. We're gonna see this playstyle they have is actually perfect. I mean, they do like the more brawl playstyle.
Got a kill.
And Lars just takes pick up. Lars switching to Ashe. That might be a really good pick, considering they have to move around a bit more with the Pharah being on them. Wow, Kirigari as well.
Kirigari's gonna get anxiety too. This is gonna be a tough finish. I think they might not get very far here. They're getting the res off. Mej has ult. You have a bubble maybe, but will not be able to do anything with it. Get some damage off. There is the big Grav trying to fight Kirigari in the back line, maybe to help out. They're getting picks. Sonata has it. Parasox is up the Valk. Kirigari's gonna go down. You have a big more ult to help from Coco. Anxiety's gonna get Queen Scarlet. Sombert's gonna fight Parasox. Lars is gonna get anxiety, and a res comes in. Mole is gonna get Coco, and Sombert is down and out. The push is unfortunately gonna end there, but I will say
24.
it could be enough. It could be enough.
It all depends on that first point. I mean, that first point is usually, I mean, we've seen
It's the hardest one.
I've seen a lot of games and situations where that first point never gets taken, not even
Exactly.
1/3 of it. So it is, I think it really depends on the pushing and defending capabilities of each team. Hopefully we're gonna see. We've seen, you know, Coco's Guardians pushing. Their push is really good. It's coming there. They're pushing really well, and you know, Panic is struggling to defend against what they're playing. But you know, this is 4 minutes 15 for Panic, so a lot of time to play with, a lot of, you know, swaps that they can do if they, you know, they have a lot of time to decide what they want to do, and I think that's gonna make it so much harder for Cocos. But it's doable. It's really doable.
No, and this point is, again, we said it at the beginning of the cast, or the map, sorry. We've seen this map go all the way with nothing, right? I've seen this first point be just stalled out super duper hard. And I'm hopeful that we have some good situations with it, but it's definitely a hard point to break. We saw what they did on their attack. However, we're going to see a little bit of a switch up, right? You see Mej actually going to May. So that could be the biggest difference. And Sombert is sitting there on cast.
That might be big, yeah. That's going to be
so
a lot of blocking capabilities there.
Yeah, you get a lot. And this
Ball comes in
exactly that.
Mej, and that's exactly what you want to see.
There you go. That's it. And it's Genji on point.
Instant DMAC. But you know, yeah, like Lars just putting a lot of pressure from behind. Again, with the dangerous Genji, it's not over. Lars is gonna try to put a lot of pressure up there. He's still roaming free. Oh, but it seems like Sombert actually gets the pick. But Sombert does.
Yeah, Sombert got it, but Sombert's gonna pay with life. And honestly, this is a good pick to have. You're gonna take out the tank, which is hard for them to push in, and now they're kind of trapped in the backline. Kirigari trying to get in the backline will get taken out by Mej, and now you're up. You're all trapped in this room. You've got supports here, trying to get everybody out. The Fade is used. Kiri's there, but we'll have the TP to get out. No longer trapped in the room. Everybody gets out. Lars is gonna get taken out though. Anxiety dies though, so that's big. No anxiety, but you're mitigating this situation by taking out Queen Scarlet, and now you have a situation where you can actually regroup, get back, and hopefully you get anxiety back to win this, win a little bit more. And you've already killed a minute off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of stagger coming in from By Panic, but I mean, they're back at it again. They're not a full roster yet. They do have their QE still up and about
There's
Scarlet,
Anxiety.
but there we
Ooh.
go. There's
Bars
a
goes
big
in,
pick.
is immediately
That's
taken out.
Lars.
But Sombert's down 2. So this is a 4v4 situation.
Really good
But
trade.
when you're
you know,
on
really
maps
good
like
trades
this,
out.
yeah, good trade. But when you're on maps like this, you need to make sure that you are fighting together. You're gonna see the freeze come out. Blizzard is there. Mole's gonna get demech because he gets separated from the rest of the team. Anxiety's gonna find Mole. Now you have 3. Queen Scarlet is gone, down and out. Parasox finds Coconuts. You're gonna see more ult come out. It's just the 2 people. Kirigari's actually gone. Now we're just more ulting to try to help your team, and you're blocked by a wall. No Fade to help you out, and you're gone. 2 minutes burned off the clock now, and a great hold from Coco's Guardians to start, and a potential to knot this series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, they are down 8 BAP and, you know, freeze. So it is, you know, lack of ults here. They are going to have about 3 ults for the next fight. But, you know, it's still, they're doing really well. They're playing extremely well. Another block. Mo going to be taken out immediately. I mean, they're getting countered by both Mei and, you know, Zarya. It's going to be very hard. Gets taken
Yeah,
out,
but
though,
when
Mei
Mei takes
by
it out.
Kirigari.
Yeah, Kirigari's really low.
Ooh,
There's gonna be a
High
high
Noon
noon.
getting
Queen Scarlet's gone, but there's an ult on point, but it's separated, right? Anxiety's gonna die. There, a grab is gonna go off to stop it. Sonata's gonna get Lars, which means that they're gonna stall some time. That grab may not have gotten any kills or follow-up, but it was very detrimental for them winning this fight because it stalls out them from being able to help out the team in the back line, and they lost 2. So now they, by Panic, has to regroup. Coast Guardians should be able to regroup by the time they're able to get their back. And there's only a minute left on the clock on this engage.
They are panicking, though. There is a lot of panic coming in from by Panic.
Here we go.
Oh, Queen Scarlet taking out
Big
Sonata.
overclock. Yep. There's
see
a
the
trade.
bomb
Sonata's down.
and
Kirigari's down.
gone.
Now a big
Big-
bomb on
big
point.
bomb.
Coconuts and Anxiety go down, but Sombert finds Lars. Sombert finds Queen Scarlet. It's a 2v1 on point. They have a chance to regroup. Remember, you have the entire point to work with and 44 meters. You don't have to purse this. 40 seconds left on the clock. You need to make sure that you get a good last fight here because they're going to have reinforcements here soon. Mesh trying to find a pair of socks there. They're going to use it. EMP go. The sun is off. Sonata's going to go down. But you're going to have a little bit of a fight here. The immortality field comes out. Mole's going to get demeched here, looking for anything to clean this up. You're going to see Pulse Bomb come out from Mej. Won't be anything. High Noon coming up. Coconuts finds 1. Mej is going to find Lars. Anxiety finds Mole. And when I thought they were down and out, they come back and regroup and win the fight. Solver finds another. Now it's just a 1 out.
Wow.
Skirigari's gone.
Wow.
10 seconds on the clock on a team kill. And when I thought they were down and out, Coco's Guardian regroups and wins. Midtown, what a heck of a last fight there to win this map.
But I mean, that was you know, no point there. Lars getting taken out immediately. That was a big map. That's really good, especially for Cocos. They came back. They were looking like they were struggling at first. I mean, 4 minutes 55, was it 35, somewhere around there. That was a lot of time to play with for By Panic, and wow. Coco's Guardians just didn't care. They took all of that time and reduced it to 0, and still, you know, they didn't even cap the first point. Like we showed there, I mean, it's the first point is the biggest problem for most teams, and you know, Coco's Guardians being able to cap it within 1 minute was, I think, the winning, you know, decider for them. The fact that they capped it at first is already a big part of that win.
Yeah, no, that last fight, I thought they were down and out. I thought we were
Yeah,
gonna go,
no,
they were
for
gonna
sure.
cap. I thought we were gonna regroup for that last fight right there at the door with your ults you had. But they saw a vision that I just didn't see, and they popped off. They won it off of that last fight, and they held for 4 minutes and 15 seconds on that first point, which is a little bit more than what you would get when you're attacking initially. So that's awesome. Love to see that, and a great way to even out your series here. And
Yeah.
it takes us right into escort, which means that we're guaranteed going to get a flashpoint map, and that's going to be everyone's favorite time of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of pressure, though, like that both teams are putting up. You know, especially with By Panic, they're coming fresh out of a game before this one. They were playing another team right before, so they were warmed up. They were hot. They were ready. They were coming in hot. You know, warmed up, synergized, everything. You know. And I feel like Coco's Guardians is just, you know, warming up as we go. And we're seeing just more and more improvement. And, you know, as they finally take a map, that just proves. that they're playing really well. I mean, they just won by Panic when they had over 4 minutes left on the clock. I mean, that just shows how good they're playing right now, and a lot of synergy as well.
Yeah, no, I get it, and it's just
It's a lot
it's
of
been interesting.
it's yeah, it's been good ults coming in from both teams. Mo though, a big bomb, Diva bombed there in the end, but they just couldn't, the team couldn't hold it back for long. Especially with that point. That point spawn isn't too close. Both teams spawn relatively close-ish to the point. With the attacking team being a bit further away, but still it's not that close for the defending team. So Coco's Guardians getting whatever picks they could and staggering was actually working out in their favor. And they did, manage to cap that point and, defend off against my Panic, which, we did not expect. I mean, there was a lot happening, a lot of fights, a lot of ults, and they still managed to get that one, which is, it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Coco's Guardians is fighting for their first win of this tournament, and
Yeah.
they're showing a lot of resiliency. We saw it in map 1 on Nepal, right? Point 1 was a little bit of a wash. Point 2, they came back very hard. Game 3, they almost, or map 3, point 3, they almost pulled it off. And it's very similar situation here with Midtown, right? You got kind of rolled at the beginning, came back, kind of was a little calmer, did a good job on your push, forced OT, did a great job in OT to the bet with the 1 minute left, and then phenomenal. So I'm intrigued to see where we go for map 3 and
I mean,
what's going to be played.
It was a Coco's Guardian map pick, but still, it's Midtown is a very infamous map. Everyone knows it. Everyone has played on it at some point, and it's such a unique map. You don't really forget it easily. But still, they managed to get that win, and it's really big, I think, for their, especially for their team and for them doubting themselves. I mean, they have not won a lot this Pride Cup, and being closer to that first dub is gonna be very good for them, especially for how they're feeling right now. And I mean, they're hot, they're coming in hot. Both teams are, but I mean, Coco's Guardians is burning a bit hotter right now. I think by Panic is starting to smolder a bit. They need to reignite that flame and start burning a bit. Getting Route 66 as our next map as well. Yeah, it's a very, very fun map. I like this map extremely a lot. I don't know why, but I think it's maybe just from Overwatch 1 days, being a very iconic map. But yeah, very fun map, in my opinion. I don't know what other people's perspective is on it.
I think for my mindset, I was intrigued that they picked Root. I kind of expected it since it was Black Panther against the Disco's map pick in scenario. I kind of was expecting Circuit to take advantage of your Widow Hanzo players. Root also can do that, right? But I think Circuit does a better job with the angles.
That is true. I think a lot of more opportunities for Hanzo and Widow players on Circuit. But again, they have been playing really well, and Kurgari being very, showing that Widow is not the only thing they can play. Even though they play Widow a lot, Widow is clearly not the only thing they can play, and they're proving that. Lars as well, just being very dangerous on that Genji. So we might see the pick, going for a Genji, but if we see a Hanzo, we're not going to be surprised either. That is going to be a really good pick, especially for Lars. But and yeah, there we go. There's the Hanzo and Lars and the Kurgari on Widow.
I mean, that's kind of what I expected still on this map.
Versus a Poke-esque, we do have a Diva, with Mo being a Diva for the attack. I mean, it does put a lot of pressure. I think they might be able to pull this off. But again, against Sigma really strong right now. Really fun hero to play. So, especially with this high ground, it's going to be very hard for them to push that off. But we'll see how it goes. Might be surprised.
I'll say this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Continue.
No.
Sorry. I was going to say, by Panic at the Disco with their comps, we've seen a lot of diversity, but the only person that has not changed characters is Mole. Mole's been playing exactly Diva the entire time, even into Azaria that last map. So I'm intrigued to see if they're just basing everything around trying to play that Diva comps, which makes sense. I'm cool with that. I love Diva. Diva's a great character. We all rock with it. But Anxiety may be looking to play that Zarya again and show that they have pretty good options with that, and the diversity switch as a tank. But the big difference I've seen in this map is going to be Sonata on the Alari. I think that's such a big pick. And Lars is going to get a head tap to start it off, though. Somber is going to be taken out. And oof, I thought Kirigari had it. I'm not going to lie.
The close damage is a bit gone there with Cass, you know, being taken out so early. And, you know, there goes the second. Kirigari just taking out Mesh, though. No DPS left for...
Not at all.
For Cocos. And again, we're seeing a very early team fight wipe.
Not the Venom Mine.
Especially with Lars with the damage boost. It's just putting up so much pressure. Somber tried to take out Sox there, but couldn't manage it. And now Lars and Somber are just staring each other off, but does get taken out by Lars. You know, with the damage boost, and Sox doing a phenomenal job, you know, choosing who to damage boost. Even though it's been Lars the whole time, Lars proving a lot of times he needs that damage boost and that he's doing a lot with it. Very in front though, he might get picked out here, but okay, luckily not.
I will say a switch that we expected was that Zarya. I thought it might come through very quickly on the second point and third point, and it does. Watching that Mole just wants to play Diva, I get it. They're just poking down stuff. Dragons is going to come out from Lars to try to separate. We'll be able to separate this the Zarya a little bit. Does not have any more bubbles to work with, and it's going to get sprayed down. Genji in, trying to deal with Kirigari. We'll be able to do so. Does get Venom Mine. Probably going to pay with life. Will do so. That Venom Mine was a little too much extra damage there. You lived, but to tell what tale at the end of the day, you're going to get rezzed if you're Kirigari, and now this push just continues with no real support. Somber's kind of out in the open. He's going to get taken out.
Dash there.
Yeah, no, it was tough.
Yari getting taken out by Kirigari. Kirigari also just being a threat. Just in the background, just really not giving them any choice. Coco trying to match that, but there we go. A lot of staggering, yeah. They have to group up. I mean, Coco's is just... You know, Lars having a lot of angles here. Damage boost again. He's just ignoring Anxiety at this point. He's getting so much heals. He doesn't have to worry about Anxiety. And, you know, he's trying to focus for that backline. And he is managing to take picks here and there. You know, Kirigari being so far back as well. Doing a lot. Wow.
Oh, man.
A lot of damage from both teams. But those... Yeah, those head taps are crazy.
And we're going to see Tracer Genji now. And we're going to see Tracer Genji from the side of Coco's Guardians. They're trying to mitigate anything here. 5 minutes on the clock is a lot of time. But, you know, they were in this situation exactly last map. Looking to get a maybe grab off here. You're going to get a Somber, KO, and Kirigari here, who is moved over to the Cassidy. Queen Scarlet's going to get taken out. Mesh pops Blade. Sonata finds Lars. And now maybe this will help stop that bleeding just a little bit to get them out of there. Trying to find anybody. They're going to look for Mercy. Parasox is Valking, so they won't be able to get that KO. And Sonata's going to get taken out with a headshot. That's a kunai to the dome. That's a little tough. Dragon's going to pop off now.
You don't expect them. Dragon coming in from Lars. Lars is very aggressive. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I've only seen him in front of Mo like 90% of the time. And
yeah, this map, it's been overly aggressive. No, it's been a lot of aggression. Yeah, that's a big grab, too. They're not going to be able to find much from it, and it's really unfortunate. Bomb is going to come out. It's going to find Anxiety. Could not get around the corner. Had no bubbles either. Yeah, Coconut's is going to go down, and they pop 2 ults. Coco's Guardian popped 2 ults, and 1 Diva Bomb just mitigated everything.
And yeah, that was really unfortunate, yeah. I mean, Sonata coming with a rush, but I feel like this is going to be one of those... It's going to
get matched.
Again, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Lars finding Coconuts in spawn. Just under 4 minutes now. They're looking for a lifeline here. High Noon's gonna go off. Is gonna get hit with a pulse bomb. Won't die though. That's crazy to me. He's gonna find 2 with the High Noon. Kirigari just putting in work. Sonata's gonna find Kirigari, but Lars is gonna find Sonata. And now you're just trying to mitigate this time bank and help out wherever you can on the stagger, because it does not look like you are going to be able to stall this out much longer and deny by Panic at the Disco this map. They're gonna be finishing with about 3 minutes left, but you know, still people alive. You never know. We've seen crazier things today already. Sonata's gonna get taken out. It doesn't look like Anxiety's gonna be able to hold that time bank. It's still going. They're still going. Dragons is gonna get pushed off into the left side. Still stalling. There's the end of the stall. 3:07 left on the clock, which is a surprisingly smaller time bank than they got in the last map.
Yeah, I mean that very good Tracer, you know, pulse bomb. But, you know, the damage negation from the High Noon there just, you know, made it so much worse. They had a perfect stick, but the damage negation from the High Noon just made them able to, obviously not die and get 2 picks in the end, basically finishing off that last final fight. They have a lot of damage coming in, but they're also playing really well around each other by Panic, and they're I feel like as soon as by Panic is on Coco's Guardians, no turf on their high ground or wherever they were getting pushed around too much, and they were panicking and splitting, and that was a problem, especially with Lars being right on front the whole entire time. I mean, he's basically the second tank at this point, and he's not dying. I mean, he is having a fun time getting a lot of picks, if I must say so myself. We can still see the Diva. Like, we haven't seen a difference there. I'm gonna be honest. The Mo seems to like Diva a lot.
Anxiety's gonna match it.
Yeah. Seems we're gonna see, and we're gonna see a Venture as well. Venture, really very interesting hero and a very fun hero, but also very dangerous in the right hands. I mean, the one-shot combo capabilities is there for the most part.
We're gonna see the Winston instead.
Okay, we do see the second swap. Yeah, the Winston should be good. Wow, a lot of Pokemon from Raj. Almost takes out Sombra and Anxiety at the same time.
Yeah, they were both really low. And we're gonna see Coconuts actually being the one to play Lucio instead of Sonata this map. Sonata's already gone, is on Kiriko. Anxiety's gonna get taken out by Lars. Lars finds 2. Mole got real low there. We'll be able to get healed back up from the Zuzu and all the cleansing that needed to happen there. And we're just gonna see Coco's Guardians back out. Anxiety's gonna move over to Diva immediately. Hanzo spam is just a lot. It's really hard to deal with if you're this team. With the
especially with the damage boost, that's not helping.
That too.
Parasox just continuous damage boost, and Lars hitting their shots is not helping.
Yeah,
Anxiety gets absolutely, flooded with storm arrows the whole time, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's just
again, Sombra almost taken out.
Anxiety's gonna get into the backline though, but Hanzo Dragons is already off. Anxiety's gonna get demeched here in just a moment. Maybe not. Maybe actually survives it. There it is. Kirigari gets Sombra in the process of it. Trying to find anyone. Lars somehow gets the health back to survive. Coconut's trying to stall and help out, but Lars is just putting in way too much work right now with this Parasox pocket.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. They're doing quite a lot there. And I mean, Scarlet as well, hitting a lot of shots. Sombra almost getting taken out there by the kunai. A lot of pressure there, a lot of dive coming in, but Sombra could say, Coconuts was, after that
goes
as well.
down, but Bob just helps out. Sombra, Mej, and Coconuts are dead, and Kirigari's just gonna get rezzed after Valk. So now it's just, can Coco Guardians get out of this first point? I mean, it feels like every time they're trying something new, it just doesn't help.
I mean, I do see, the situation I see happens a lot of times is they start to push, they get poked out almost completely by Lars, and then the ones that are low, they stress, they run away, and then the rest engage. Ooh. As we can see, a blade from Mej there, and kunai, Tsunoi Rush. Big, but Mej does get taken out immediately by Kurigari. Dragon coming in from Lars as well. A lot of pressure going to be coming from Lars. I mean, there's not much you can do. Mo gets D-Mech though, there is a chance, but Anxiety gets the trade D-Mech as well.
Well, this is actually a better situation if Anxiety jumps off the map. There you go. Yeah, if they can get a quick reset. Oh, well, or not. Coconuts and Sombra get 2 kills. Wait, they get some people low.
Wow,
they're going to get Sombra, but Sonata gets 2 more. And that should be the end of this fight. Looking for a third. Actually, Mej barely gets that before the mech comes down. Huge.
I think Sonata just decided, they're done with healing for this second. Let's just do a bit of kunai spam, and that showed. That showed a lot. We do see the Mej matching Lars, but obviously Lars has the damage boost on his side. Gets immediately pushed. Oh, unfortunately, Diva Bomb does get pushed off from the ledge, and we're not gonna see much. Oh my gosh! Wow, immediately taken out.
Lars is gonna get taken out too. Pulse Bomb. Oh, that's huge. Oh, the cleanse was a big. The stick was amazing, but the cleanse was just even better. Now Queen Scarlet's gonna pop the Kitsune Rush to match. Mej is gonna go down, and I think this will be the last wrap up this fight.
Lars getting
One
their
fight left
second
to go with
pick.
no ult.
Wow, yeah, not a lot of time. 30 seconds left on the clock, and there we go. Lars taking out another. I mean, he's putting up so much damage, and they just can't do anything about it. they don't know how to fight against it. They're struggling a lot, and Lars is not giving them any breathing room. As soon as they start to target someone else in the team, Lars just goes on a flank
Ooh.
or just goes in at him and tells him, "Hey, I'm still here." He is very low now, getting pinged by
I'm gonna get
Sonar,
healed up.
but yeah, immediately gets healed up.
Yep, Valk is also going off right now. You're gonna see Coco and Solberg get to the point to touch.
There's
Bob is gonna
Bob,
come
but
through.
and
But
the
Lars
dragon.
finds
I think
Mesh.
that is over.
That
Yeah.
might wrap it up. Kirigari
That
finds
is
Coconuts.
very
Sonata
good
and Anxiety are
combo.
both gone. There's Somber, and that'll be a very commanding third map for Buy Panic at the
Yeah.
Let's Go.
They
And we'll see what
did a lot here.
tough.
Well, especially that
Yeah.
Bob there in the end with the dragon lead. It was really good, as you're gonna see. Didn't expect much other than ours. As you can see, he's just gonna hit shots after shots after shots, headshots. He's just taking out, playing a bit around there, obviously, but immediately takes out Coco here. Yeah, and as you can see, he's having fun. I mean, you can probably tell from that play of the game, he's still having fun. I mean, he's just playing around, just doing his thing, and when someone pops up on his screen that he can shoot, he does do that, and he does hit his shots. So they're gonna go for a 2-1 into Pi Panic right at the moment, and we're gonna see the next map we're gonna see shortly. So, but that was a really good match. But again, Pi Panic being very oppressive against Coco's Guardians. Not something you see a lot, I'm gonna be honest. So it's really good to see such tough fights, but in that situation Pi Panic was too overwhelming, and they're proving that they're getting back their momentum. I mean, they lost at the previous map a bit, but they're starting to get it back. They are slowly and steadily starting to get it back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that map was just very commanding, right?
Yeah.
Coco's Guardians couldn't figure out anything, but positive, right? You played Midtown where you had primarily Brawl that you could utilize to your advantage and the angles. You're gonna get similar things with the last two maps, so maybe that helps out a ton. Regardless of what push map they pick, you're gonna have very Brawl-esque situations. But Dive did get a buff for Colosseo with the different map changes. I'm curious to see where we go flashpoint wise. I'm gonna assume we're gonna go to Cervasa. That'd be my best guess, so that we can have a little bit more opening in some of those points that you have. But new jump. All right, makes sense too. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I tried. But I mean, this helps a ton. I think those sight lines aren't as good for like Widow, but Hanzo is still awesome. So I think we'll see a Hanzo cast, Mercy, Diva for Buy Panic. Coco's Guardians, I would be very much like to see that Zarya May cast comp again. I think they did a really good job with that. Maybe Sonata not on Alari and maybe rocking the Lucio, the Kiri, or whoever needs to play Lucio Kiri.
I mean, Mo is
like
just. I'm so surprised with Mo's consistent diva picks, and even with the maps they lost, Mo was not doing nothing. They're still doing a lot, especially just staying on diva and getting counterpicked by the Zarya. They still are managing to dish out a lot of demanding gameplay, and it's really good to see when someone can consistently play a hero without having to swap ever. And again, we see the diva, but this time we see a queen comp with a
I'm
Junkrat.
here for it.
And that is going to be very interesting to see, especially with Maj on the Junkrat. I'm gonna be rooting for the the nade spams or the good lead shots. Hopefully we see a few of them, but it's gonna be very fun to see.
Queen.
Yeah,
I love Junker Queen, so I'm always here for a good queen comp. But Coco's Guardian is playing for their first win still. They need to win 2 maps in a row, and it starts here on New Junk City. We get the Junkrat, we get the Junker Queen. This should be a lot of fun.
By Panic, in the lead with 2 points. This is, if they can secure this map, it's gonna be the last one. But again, anything can happen, especially with a completely different comps that we're seeing now from Coco Guardian's side.
Yeah, and Kirigari's on the flank already. Lars joins and is trying to get in to get some damage done, but no one's really taking too much. Mole's taking a lot, for sure. They're gonna get in. The axe just does not connect how you need it to, and Somberg's gonna get taken out. But I mean, you see Mole and Lars are both really low. Is gonna get taken out by Sonata, but Kirigari finds Mej. Mole's mech is gone though. There's a chance that we get a trade here, and you are gonna being a 3v3 fight, but it looks like Anxiety gets a little too low and is gonna be taken out as well. Mole somehow still alive out of all
Wow,
this.
Mole
as
on a
Baby D.
sliver of health still manages to survive on the Baby Diva. And you know, that's really good. I mean, that means they don't have to run back. And I think by the time that the team fight re-engages, there's not gonna be, you know, Baby Diva anymore. We're gonna see a remake, and there we go. There's the remake.
Yeah, and the
Anxiety
biggest thing
on
there
Monkey.
was, yeah, no, I love it. And Somberg gets Kirigari. The biggest thing I saw was that the point, because Mole got so low, we had to force off points they could not cap right away. So the point fight was very, very quick again. So now you're gonna get maybe more than a couple fights here on this point if you can make it work. But that is just kind of what it's gonna come down to at this point, is how quick are the fights gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's a lot going out now, and a bit of split fights got happening here. I mean, Mole is taken out here, Parasox as well, but it seems they do cap though.
There it is. Yeah, that's a big
Coco's,
trade.
I mean, Coco's were just,
I don't know
you
where they went.
focusing. They were focusing mostly, you know, on the point, and then by panic seemed to, you know, flank for some reason, trying to fight on the side of the point. You know, which was a very interesting choice, and obviously they lost that for a reason. Large trying to get a few picks from spawn here, but gets taken out for being that cocky, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and
no,
Somber
Lars has been
does-
very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's getting a bit over too confident.
And then
But-
there's Parasox too, so that's huge.
Yeah, that is a huge, a few picks, and I mean they're already timed out with the timed, you know, they're even with the score, and you know, now Coco Guardians is in the lead, and with Flashpoint it's so quick, you blink and,
Yeah, no, the point
and
is
it's already
fast.
100%.
Exactly. And we have
We-
four
we-
ults both sides.
oh,
Mesh is gonna find Lars. Beat is a little late. Sombart looking for a pick there, but you're gonna have a couple ults come out from both sides, right? One ult each. Now you have Kirigari getting Mesh, and now you have a chance to maybe win this if you are by Panic at the Disco, only having to deal with one ultimate that I thought you would deal with a couple
Wow.
more. Sonata's gonna find Queen Scarlet, but they're gonna force it. Oh wait, they didn't touch.
They did
Oh
not
my
touch,
gosh.
no. They were being held
I-
back too much
wow.
there, and you know, it was too much. They were just almost on point, but the boops coming in from Coconuts as well with the you know, the mines coming in
The
from
mines
Mesh.
for Mesh, yeah.
It did not help at all, and they were using it very effectively. I mean, the thing is, though, they didn't have time. You know, they had to push the points, and you know, Anxiety and Sobert and Mesh were just waiting up top. You know, not really sitting on the point, but just waiting for them to push so they can take out the backline. That's exactly what they did. They left Mole to go ahead and took out the backline, leaving Mole all alone.
Yeah, I didn't
With,
expect that to go that way. They got picks
Wow.
and they were able to maybe
Blade
go
on
in.
Junk.
But here's
Wow,
comes
he
Blaze.
comes in
Lars goes
clutch.
in. Huge beat. Yeah, it saves lives. Mej is still pretty low, but Sombert's going to find Lars, and that's your trade. So you might be able to take that. But Overclock has gone off. Sonata's going to pop the Kitsune Rush. Anxiety has ult, but Sombert gets the high noon. Oh, and gets the KO on Kirigari, shutting that down very quickly. Bomb is going to come out, looking for anything. Anxiety finds Queen Scarlet, and that should be a fight win for Coco's Guardians. Flashpoint, like I said, I think Brawl-ish maps are their strength. It's going to be very helpful to go to this map 5, but anything can happen. Flashpoint is crazy, and we're going to see Lars swap over from Genji to Hanzo, switching up the Shimada brother to something maybe a little bit more consistent in Lars's book.
I think he's gonna be more effective here. I mean, Lars is really good at taking those picks, and he's able to keep his distance now. He's able to safely keep his distance.
Pick.
But we're gonna see. There we go.
That's
Kurugari
huge.
taking out Sombra there. You know, the cast match did work. Wow, Mash also being in trouble there, but gets away. Finesses Kurugari
Yeah, he's gonna
there.
live. Junkrat being a very
Mole.
sneaky escape plan.
Yeah, that was.
Mole
I mean,
just joining the
you
fight
get the
now.
point.
And Sonata's gonna go down, but Coconuts finds Parasox, so we trade out some supports here. Queen Scarlet's gonna get Mej, and I think that should be the end of this fight. I don't really think anything else is gonna happen. 99 to 100, 99-0, so you're gonna have the chance to bring it back and fight a couple more fights. No ults for either side. The closest one we're gonna have is Junk Tire, which honestly could be the difference between winning and losing this next fight.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
looks like
they're
Sombert's gonna get taken
pushing.
out.
Yeah, they're pushing Sombra there. Anxiety is still respawning, you know, and that's gonna be a delayed team regroup for them. I mean, this is a very dangerous spot to be at. I mean, they are a bit. Yeah, I think they decided to push back a bit. I think they realized that it takes only one sneaky person to go around and cap for, you know, a few seconds to immediately get that point. So
Right.
So going to the fall back a bit, you do see a bit of a flank coming from Scarlet and Lars. It doesn't hurt, but see the immediate jump from Anxiety. There comes the dragon. Oh, catches a few of them. Anxiety struggling to get out of that. He does get out, but he is very low. Sonata as well. And Anxiety gets taken out by Queen Scarlet there. Queen Scarlet getting
Queen Scarlet fights
three.
2 more with the Moira
Lars
ult to
taking-
boot. We
wow.
saw Bomb come out, Beat comes out. Beat feels a little unnecessary, especially when you have the Moira ult going off. So that's okay. Both support ults are used. You're going to tie it up 1-1. Hopefully Coco's Guardians can do something there, but Mej is going to move over to Torbjorn.
I think that was just, ult difference there. I mean, they just used their ults very effectively. I mean, Lars Dragon there was really good. I mean, Anxiety messed up their jump at first and, landed back into the dragons and narrowly survived it. And Sonata and Coconuts not wanting their tank to die had to, go help. And that's where you have the situation of the splits again. Mesh being on Torbjorn this time, though. We're going to see a bit of turret placement here. There comes the beat.
Yeah,
Here comes
and there's
High Noon
Noon
from Kura.
Kurgar trying to find something with it, but
Sombra
Sombert's
gets
actually going to
Queen.
get the pick. Sombert's going to get a second one. Mej, turret kills are fun and balanced as always. Anxiety's going to find Lars, and that's a team. I'm sorry, Sombert's going to find Parasox. Anxiety's going to find Lars, and that's the awesome team kill there. We love the little monkey at the end of that, so we'll see if we can
think
get...
Kuragari waited a bit too long there with his High Noon. I mean, High Noon is a very strong ult, but when you hear that very distinct sound of a High Noon, everyone's gonna try to avoid you. So most of the time you just want to do as much damage as you can. Their big dragon again coming in, almost gets smashed below half health, but he does have his own shield.
Really do much.
Yeah,
It just pushed them back a little bit, but Mesh is gone. And so is Queen Scarlet. They're gonna... that's tough.
Wow,
They're gonna get bomb
as well,
kill
taking
in.
Coco.
Sonata's gonna find one. Anxiety obviously is low, is gonna get taken out. 69% is what they're gonna get for it. Anxiety sitting on the monkey ult, which is awesome. Sonata just swapped over to Ana, which is interesting. I could definitely see the nano boost being a factor here. But Lars Kirigari are just putting in a clinic right now. The Moira from Parasox is interesting too. We haven't seen that very much today. Have seen a lot of Mercy. So it's very putting that out of your back pocket is awesome. You have a Hanzo in your backline though. I think if you're this team, you need to chase this Hanzo right now.
I think that is going to
very
be a
quick,
very big
easy.
problem. They've not
No one's
realized
looking at
yet,
Hanzo.
and Lars is just up. There we go.
That's
There's
just,
the first
there.
pick.
We saw it. Oh my
And
gosh.
there's a complete wipe there. Yeah, that's what you're gonna see. Especially when you're not realizing that there's Hanzo behind you. And especially
My thing
Lars.
is,
I mean,
two
he's
different people looked at
flanking
him.
really well. Yeah.
2 different people saw Lars and just didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, that might be a communication issue, on the team side. They see it, but they assume that the entire team might know about it, and I think that's what we saw happen there. But again, Lars, with these flanks coming in, doing a lot to prohibit Coco's Guardians to do pretty much anything. I mean, as soon as they start to push, they're just getting nailed from behind. And there's the second dragon on point, and the Kum is coming out. But
yeah,
we're
listen,
gonna
you get a
see.
pick if you're Mej, you get the pick on point, which even the odds a lot, and then you just see Lars go ham in the back line. You're gonna see Sonata move over to Moira, and they got one more point. They're trying their best. Again, Beat coming out right at the end of a fight where I feel like they've won, but you're gonna lose Parasox, and they're gonna be beat. Hold on, maybe it's not over, but there's the point flip. They didn't stay on, so it's over, and now you're just looking to get out and die and try to move on to the next point as you're now in match point territory with this final four, and Coco Guardians is playing for their life here and their tournament first win.
Yeah, I mean, they did do a really good beat, but I mean, as soon as that point was taken, the beats and the rest of the ults were, they were thrown into the void. I mean, and as Bipanic used their ults, they succeeded in what they were trying to do, and that was to keep the point. So nothing lost really on their side, especially since ults were used on both sides, especially Beat. Wow, Beat Dragon coming.
Lars finds 2, right?
Lars is just not
able to do
letting
anything
off.
with it.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be 3 people dead, 4 people dead. I mean, you're looking at Coco's Guardians just having no real answer. Lars finally goes down for once to the
Yeah.
skill orb, of course, but Panic at the Disco is just playing flawlessly. Every execution, every engage has been just amazing. So I'm looking for
They're
Coco's Guardian to maybe match that.
their DPS synergy is so well between Lars and Kurugari, because Kurugari is just
Yeah.
putting up a lot of pressure, staying in the tank, and Lars getting those flanks, taking out the important people, making Kurugari's job so much easier. You know, a lot of times Lars gets a little tag off, but he can't finish it. Kurugari with Deadeye
Ooh.
gets booped.
Lars
Wow,
might be able to
let's
find a
get
pick
it.
here.
Wow.
Oh, Kirigari gets anxiety. Kirigari finds Mej. Lars is low. Lars is gonna actually get taken out by Moira, but Moira's not in the fight. So we have it's a 4v3, and this might be it. Solmbert goes down, and it's
Wow, this
78%
might
on
be it.
point.
Yeah.
Coconut's got it, and it's just so tough to bounce back. 85% with no real touch is just it's hard to get back to that point because of how quick it goes off. And
Mej
I
trying
believe
his
we're gonna
best,
see the game
but
here.
I don't think he's gonna make it
I don't
in
think we're gonna be
time.
able to touch. Yep.
Wow,
Nope,
really
just
close
barely
though.
misses.
Really
Yeah.
close. Big GGs on both teams' side, but
Yeah, no,
I mean,
it's
Panic was so oppressive there. I mean, they were just not letting off.
no.
in
They
that
literally
situation.
just could not allow it.
Lars
They wouldn't
again
allow
ceases to
nothing.
amaze me with the play of the game.
I mean,
Yeah, this is the flank
play-
we saw. Yeah,
Yeah, my thing is,
Wow.
I think there was just a lapse of communication because I'm pretty sure Coconut saw the Hanzo arrows coming through when Coconuts was joining the team, and just maybe miscommunication, or team just was fighting and they didn't want to go in. I mean, I would have. I mean, I would. That's a quick 180. Hey, go kill the Hanzo. I mean, this is the threat right now, right?
yeah.
So
I mean,
it is what
wow.
it is.
Quite a
but
game
that is
though.
a
Coco's
game.
that was really interesting to see though, because you see some maps, Coco's Guardians was putting up so much, resistance, and some of the maps even though they lost it, it was so close. I mean, it was so close. But like some of the maps, by Panic was just proving that they have the team, they have the skill, and they were just some maps were just a wipe. I'm gonna be honest, it was just a clean slay, like we just saw, and that is gonna be a 3-1 for them, giving
Yeah,
them
no.
giving them the series.
Yeah, tough. I mean, listen, Coco's still looking for that first win of this tourney, but my Panic at the Disco moves to 4-1, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they're cooking. They're trying to win this whole thing. So, we love the competition. We love how competitive everybody is. But Coco's Guardian didn't go out with a fight. But with that said, I don't think there's a question mark on this statement, but I have to ask it as a question. Who is your player of the match?
My player of the match. Wow. So I mean, to be fair, even though Coco's Guardians, lost the fight, they still did incredibly well. I mean, a lot
Of
of good
course.
players. I think personally, everyone here that was playing extremely well. There was no discrepancy between the teams. I mean, little mistakes here and there, I think, was the deciding factor
Of course.
for most of the team fights. It was just little things like communication, for example, giving Lars that opening to just absolutely demolish the backline, at some point. And if I'm gonna be honest, I think it's gonna go to Lars. I mean, he did so well, and from what I saw from his view, he was still having fun. I mean, a lot of scatter arrows just going everywhere, just him trying to have fun, and he was playing really well, playing extremely well on Hanzo, and proves that he is a really good Hanzo player there. But yeah, nonetheless, both teams played extremely well. Coco's Guardians just, I feel like, barely made it, but I gotta give it to Sonata, doing really well on Yari at some point, as well as their Lucio was really good.
Yeah,
And a lot of Coconut's Kiri spam was also just, up there, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I definitely want to give that to Lars for sure. Lars played out of their minds, and nothing you can do about it. It's just every time there was something you needed, Lars came through with the answer, and also Kirigari, right? That was just amazing content. But yeah, we got more games to come, right? We're not done yet.
No,
you may not be seeing me
absolutely
anymore,
not.
but seeing me anymore, but you got more games to go. So stay tuned for more. This will be a great rest of your day, and let's end off the Pride Cup in a big bang. So stay tuned, hang out, we'll be here shortly for more games.
All right. See you guys.
Well, it's a quick turnaround time here, guys, in the Pride Cup. You've had a moment to get your coffees and take a breath after a stellar matchup between Buy Panic at the Disco and Coco's Guardians here at the Pride Cup 2024, brought to you by COWZA. Buy Panic at the Disco, it's a little bit too strong for Coco's Guardians on that occasion, but a fun match to see nonetheless. Not a 3-0, which is always nice to see. These are the standings. But before we get there, I should introduce my co-caster. Of course, you know who I am, Sun Phoenix. But I've got a class clown here, downgraded, it has to be said, from a member of
Oh,
the Teachers Lounge last time around. But it is Blue, not to be confused with Blur, as everyone seems to be doing. But welcome, Blue.
thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, since our producer's so excited to have a look at the standings, why don't we do that quickly? See how things have played out thus far. We are in round 7, as we saw just a moment ago, and it is Slaylicious at the top, undefeated,
Very
plus
strong.
13 map differential. That is no mean feat. By Panic at the Disco, who we just saw 4-1. Class Clowns, the family of Blue here, my co-caster, 4-1 as well. Kitty Pride, though, a little bit further down, and it is going to be Slaylicious taking on Kitty Pride here. So looking at these standings, Blue, any thoughts? Slaylicious just a little bit too strong for everybody else.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're going to look to keep that unbeaten streak. I think they've got the momentum, they've got the confidence. I think they've developed well as a team.
Hmm.
So, but I mean, I'm always down for an upset. I think everybody is always down for an upset.
Yeah, and you'll be hoping for one, right? Down there in second, tied for second.
Yeah, but obviously, I'm here for good Overwatch, and I think that's what we're all here for mostly.
Yeah, I definitely can vibe with that. So we'll take a look at our two teams. It is Slaylicious taking on Kitty Pride. We'll start with Slaylicious, our undefeated, our defenders, if you will. They are, a roster you look at, you don't see any names you recognize outside of a couple that you're thinking, wow, this team is a standout. But they do have Raid Boss Tank as the tank, would you believe it? We've got Lime Oros and Sir Fuzzball as the DPS players, and then on the back line we've got P5001 versus and Birdie Stella as the back line. You've played this team, Blue. What are your thoughts on how they perform?
I definitely underestimated them when I went into the match. I was like, it'll be fine. Just go in, play our game, we'll be good. And they definitely threw a few curveballs. That backline is very strong. They're very good at keeping each other alive. The DPS have pop-off potential all the time, every time. And the tank, very solid, very good mechanics, and has a good understanding of the game from what I saw when I played against them.
Yeah, that tends to be typical of the tanks. We don't have any sort of weaker, loose tanks. All the tanks seem to be super on the ball as a front line for their team. But why don't you take a look at their opponents? Another team typified by strong tank play, it has to be said, is going to be Kitty Pride. Something Cat on the front line. He's been rocking so much of the Junkrat over the course of this tournament. Sorry, the Junker Queen, rather. We've got Rian and Jinxie. They've been stellar in the middle. And then we've got Lixodian and List bringing in the back line. So a roster you look at, you think, okay, there's potential in this one. But they've struggled a bit. Only 2 and 3 in the tournament so far. Blue, a couple of players you'll be very familiar with, given your time in the Ringmasters Rumble, I believe.
Yeah, something Cat and Lixodian, two of my teammates in that Ringmaster Rumble. I'll be honest, I'm excited to see how much they've progressed since then. I've heard good things.
Mhm.
I've played against them. Their mechanics have improved from what I saw. But I think ultimately, I think their just overall game knowledge has improved as well. So I think those are definitely going to be the two that I'm keeping my eye on on this Kitty Pride team.
Yeah, they've been like I said, we watched them yesterday. It was the second game of the day in terms of casts, and they looked super scary. They dropped the game on Dorado against Bigay to Crime it was, but outside of that, they looked pretty solid. They were running a lot of that brawl composition behind the Junker Queen of Something Cat. They had Jinxie on the May. They looked incredible on that hero, and then Rian was just dominant, be it in the sky as the Pharaoh or underground as the Venture. So that's a solid lineup, just to name a couple. And I'm shocked at the fact that they're only 2 and 3 so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I have to admit, in the match that I played against them today, the games were all close. I mean, Rianne's Venture and Fire are very, very strong. And I always had to worry about Cat just randomly throwing a knife and hitting me.
Yeah.
So my attention was very split. But even though they're playing such a confined brawl comp like style, there's still so many angles that you need to be keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, as you say, Rian especially can pop out from anywhere and wreak havoc in your back line. But I mean, the score line or their standings rather tell the story. It hasn't quite been working out for them, scary as they look. On the other side, Slaylicious, unstoppable, 5-0, plus 13 in the map differential. Looking scarier. Should we expect to see out of them? We've only seen them once on broadcast so far. I was not here for that game, so I'm in for a surprise. But you have already, felt the blade of this team, and what is your assessment of them?
Definitely a strong DPS line. I think the DPS line was what I struggled with the most in my matchup. It was just whether it was in Widow matchups, the Tracer matchups, Genji matchups, it didn't matter. If I was playing something, there was either somebody contesting me from range and somebody from up close, or I was getting jumped by 2, distanced by 2. The DPS are just very, very strong, have a major pop-off potential on this Slaylicious team. And quite frankly, I'm much happier being on this side of the game than back in the lobby with them.
Yeah, that's how I feel whenever I watch Overwatch these days. I'm like, oof, I don't know how I'd be doing against some of these players, especially players on roles that you are familiar with, and they shine a light on just how bad you actually are. So I'm happy to be here. 2 hands off the mouse and keyboard, just getting to experience it. No matter what happens,
Mine are there. I'm
no
not
matter
away
what
from it.
happens, we are safe from any
This is
flame,
not us. We're
from
not playing.
any pain, from any joy. The joy comes still, but yeah, I'm 100% with you. So Slaylicious, just having a look at the roster breakdown here. We've got 3 South Africans, which is typical of the teams in this tournament. Raid Boss, a fellow Brit. Fellow to you, of course. I myself am not British. And then we've got Birdie Stella. She's from Ireland. So a lot of
Bit of
players
diversity.
from your neck of the woods.
Yeah. So I have to admit, it'll be interesting to see how they've all meshed with getting to know everyone.
Yeah, well, it seems like you guys mesh quite comfortably here because there's quite a few of the players from the UK over this side. But we finally have our map, guys. It is going to be Ilios Control. They had the choice of pretty much all the control maps, all the Overwatch 1 control maps, and they ended up going for Ilios. How do you feel about Ilios Blue? A map you enjoy, or are there maps you enjoy a little bit more?
Not my favorite control, but I think for both of these teams, I think it's definitely a map that plays to their strengths. I mean, Kitty Pride obviously have a strong Farah player and Rianne. I'm sure Lix is looking for those highlight plays. I bet he's definitely licking his lips, you could say. So
Licking his lips, if you will.
licking his lips, I like it.
Yeah, he'll be probably running that Lucio town, looking to get up in people's faces and find some boops, as you say. A lot of this will, I think, depend on where we start in terms of which map on Ilios. All 3 maps, obviously, as is typical of all the control maps, have a room for a lot of different things. So again, I'm leaning on you here. You will have seen Slaylicious play a lot. Any map you think will favor one team more than the other? Is there a place? Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say, I think if we come out on Ilios Ruins, I think that'll be more favoured towards Slaylicious. Not quite as many boop opportunities for the Farah or Venture from Rianne. It's going to be a bit more difficult to get those nice Maywalls from Jinxie, which Jinxie has been very strong on the main today. Lix as well, not going to be able to land many boops on Ilios Ruins. I think if we go to Lighthouse, I think it'll be a bit more 50-50 contested. But I think Ilios, I would put more, maybe 65-35 towards Kitty Pride.
All right. So with all that said, who give a prediction for the first map? Who do you think is coming out on top?
I think it depends on what that first round is, and I think for that purpose, I mean, you've got the momentum. They must be confident. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it's going to be Slaylicious. I think it makes the most sense if I was a betting man. That would be my bet. So I think I'm going to go Slaylicious for map 1.
Yeah, that is definitely the safer bet. You're not getting great returns on that one. unfortunately, because the odds are going to be greatly in their favor. But we'll have to wait and see. Kitty Pride, as I keep saying, have looked like a team capable of more than what the standings show. And I'm interested to see. I think you're absolutely right about momentum. Obviously, in a grander meta sense, Slaylicious coming in with all the momentum, 5-0, as we've pointed out a couple of times already. But Kitty Pride, if they take that first map, if they can dominate with their composition, they can do really well. And maybe that's what's been missing against Slaylicious, you know? Maybe they excel in this more chaotic environment where you don't have teams who've been scrimming together, been practicing together a ton. You kind of get thrown together in the Pride Cup based on your SR and your scrim ranking, and you get what you get. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's less great. The idea is to have a lot of fun. But Slaylicious maybe in a case where they go up against a team who's like, we know exactly what we want to do and we're really good at that. Maybe that can be their kryptonite here, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, we're just waiting for one player. What's the time? It's 4 o'clock here in South Africa, 4:15. So hopefully nobody's still getting out of bed. We've all had days like that where you wake up, you look at the clock, and you go, "Damn, I need to get my life together." But hope fingers crossed that
Too many
somebody's.
Phoenix, that hurt. That hit right here. Too many
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
I've just had a long weekend or a long week. Wake up on a Saturday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, I needed the sleep, but honestly, what am I doing with my life? What am I
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
And the
I
problem is,
feel like I should have more responsibilities that shouldn't allow me to get up at 2 o'clock
and then
in the
just
afternoon.
and then wake up and I just go downstairs and play games. Like, what
Yeah,
am I
I
doing?
mean, I mean, as you can see, I just go across a gap about this big and I play games. So I feel you, man. I feel you. But we are just waiting for one last player here. Oh, it looks like Rinku Hareru will be coming in. Who's missing here? It's Lixodian who's missing from
Oh,
the lobby. So Rinku
okay.
Hareru, a player I'm quite familiar with, mostly known for his projectile DPS. He's going to be slotting into the support role, it looks like. So that's a thing you would think is not in favor of Kitty Pride here. You'd definitely rather have Lix in on his favorite role alongside his buddy Something Cat, if you were going to put money on them to win this.
Definitely. I think, however, having a DPS player come in on the support potentially gives a bit more firepower to the backline. I think from where Lix being a support player, he's more focused on what can I do to set up the team, whereas a DPS player like Rinku coming in and stepping into that support role might just add a little bit more firepower, a little bit more playmaking potentially. We don't know if they'll be on Lucio like Lix. We could start seeing some double flex support, which will be high damage output, be a lot more pressure onto raid boss tank of Staylicious. So it's a double-edged sword. It's either going to work out in Kitty Pride's favor, or it's just gonna or that coordination, that teamwork is slowly going to start dropping.
My only concern, though, Blue, is that of all the teams I've seen play in the Pride Cup so far, Kitty Pride feels like the one that leans most on each player knowing their role and knowing what to do, right? The way they run that brawl comp, they don't change that much at all, and they all need to know where they need to be and how they need to operate. And so my fear is, with a team that runs a more chaotic composition or shows a bit more adaptability, you could say, okay, you could pretty much slot anyone into any role, and if they can pop off, then then they can slot in okay. This is the one team in this tournament that I'm like, ooh, every single player needs to be there to operate at their peak power, given the style they've been showing. So, again, fingers crossed. I'm hoping what you say proves to be the case, and Rinku gives them that extra sauce that they were missing before. Not because he's necessarily better or worse than Lix, but just he comes in with a slightly different style that elevates them rather than brings them down.
Definitely.
Right, so Rinku's in, list is out. I think he had an Overwatch crash, so fingers crossed. It looks like he's back. So we should be jumping in any second, guys. Just a reminder, it is Ilios first here. We will be starting out there. And then just have a quick look at what are other map types. We then go to Hybrid for the second map. Midtown, Eichenwalde, Numbani, Paraiso. And then third map is Escort, fourth map is Flashpoint, fifth map will be Push, should we get there, which of course we hope we do.
We want to. We want to
Yeah.
get there.
Absolutely. Six if we can, even, please, guys, with a couple of draws in the mix. But we are finally in the map here. Not to spoil anything, but Ilios, we're almost there. It's been 19 minutes, and we are finally in map number 1 here, gents.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm looking forward to it. We started out on Ilios Ruins.
Now, you had something to say about Ruins. You felt this would favor Slaylicious, I believe, right?
Yes, so Slaylicious with Raid Boss Tank being on that team, I think it's going to favor them more. I think the Mei walls aren't going to get as much value from Jinxie. There's the Mei. We see Rinku's actually slotted in on that Lucio as well.
Okay, that is interesting. I would never have pegged Rinku as a Lucio player. I think I've seen so much Rinku Genji, Rinku Pharah. So this will be an interesting look for him. On the other side, kind of very similar composition in terms of how they operate.
Yes, so I think the key person we should be looking out for at Slaylicious will be Sirs Fuzzball and the matchup against Rianne and the Widowmaker. I think depending on how much value this Pharah gets against the Widow is definitely going to be the key matchup.
Yeah, it's on paper a hard counter, but with good positioning, you should be comfortable, and you can see the pressure coming through from the Tracer onto the Widowmaker. Could make it hard for Rihanna to find value. You see Rihanna spending more time running away. Oh my god, never mind. Scratch that. Point blank headshot. Is that a shotgun or a sniper rifle? Well, it doesn't matter as far as Lymorus is concerned. He is out of the map, but they are getting kills now in the other direction. Raid Boss Tanky finds Rinku Haireru, moving a little bit too forward, but in the sky, Sir Fuzzball, he takes down Something Cat as well. Now they can move forward. Great direct hits onto the support there. List will eventually drop, and you called it here, Blue. Slaylicious just a little bit too strong in the first team fight.
Yeah, it definitely came off the back of Lim pressuring Rianne on the Widowmaker, forcing Rianne to switch off the Widow. So I think this Pharah matchup is now going to be key in the poke phase.
Rianne is a very, very strong Pharah, as you yourself attested to. So we'll have to see if she can take Sir Fuzzball in this matchup. Lymorus, though, he finds the kill onto Jinxie. He does pay with his life, though, not for the first time. He's gone down early in this team fight. So the Tracer struggling a little bit to find value, but has already got that one pick off. Neither team really wanting to overcommit, as I say, that though Sir Fuzzball find himself out of position. Rinku Areru will pick him off. That's going to allow Kitty Pride to look to start to move forward now. Ultimate's almost up. Sir Fuzzball's got his. Rinku, though, out of position once again. Raid Boss Tank finds the enemy Lucio here, as we've got a duel here. Axe on Axe. Junker Queen on Junker Queen. Violence. It's not a clean 1v1, though. Something Cat takes down Birdie Stella as well, but Sir Fuzzball's back. Justice reigns from above and reigns on the parade of Kitty Pride. A Pride Parade, if you will, and sends them back to spawn. Unfortunately, 60% on the clock. It's looking rough for our red team.
Yes, Slaylicious had the point that whole time period as well, so they just had to stall it out. Fuzzball came back, used the barrage.
Oh,
that was close. I think Kitty Pride needs to look for a barrage to turn this around. But I think we need to be careful of this rampage from Raid Boss Tank.
yeah, Something Cat, though, he'll start off once again. Lymorus dropping early here. Raid Boss Tank with the rampage, as you call, going through. Jinxie dropping low. I think the Ice Block is on cooldown. There's the ultimate. The Justice, not good enough, though. Doesn't find any kills other than Birdie Stella, and she will pay with her life, Rianne. And unfortunately for Kitty Pride, Raid Boss Tank is still alive, doing as his name would suggest, and just manning up on the point, getting kill after kill. Sir Fuzzball in the sky finds the last one. Rianne nowhere near making it back to the point, and Slaylicious too hot to handle here for Kitty Pride.
Yeah, so kind of how I predicted it in regards to the map type. I think it was just a bit difficult getting the value from the Mei walls, but I think on Ilios Lighthouse, I think it's going to be a lot easier for Kitty Pride to play with those Mei walls as long as they continue to stay as a team and not split off.
I almost feel like we talk about so often, Blue, how critical the first team fight is on a control map. And we saw running that Widow out the window, out the door, as we've seen Rianne do a lot throughout this tournament. felt like it just put them on the back foot, right? She wasn't able to try and find a 1v1 with the Pharah, and then she was kind of behind the 8 ball with ult economy and all of that in that duel. So hopefully this time it'll go a lot smoother, but it's a change up completely here for Slaylicious.
Yeah, so Rainbow's tank switching over to that hog, which I think is a bit of a soft counter to the Jungle Queen. So I think both teams running Yana as well.
Ooh. Hook in onto the Jungle Queen and will take him down. You called it soft counter. Looks pretty hard to me there. Definitely too hard for Something Cat to get any work done, as he will drop early here as they now look to get set up on point. And that should be an easy first point cap. Rinku sent off the map here. So fastball low, but a direct hit, whether he's on 60 health or 1 HP, you still got to hit him direct if he's in the sky like that. And unfortunately for Rian, Limo is in the mix to clean up.
I definitely think we're looking for Lim of Slaylicious to see how much pressure that they're able to put onto the back line. But I also think that this tank matchup is going to be key, especially coming into this next one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Birdie still under a little bit of pressure here from the sky. Rian looking for targets, trying to find something, but this Pharah duel is very interesting. No Mercy in play either, so both kind of naked Pharahs relying on ground supports. But once again, Slaylicious, they find an opportunity and they cut through the enemy squad there. That one opening kill, and they pull the trigger, move forward, and wipe the rest of the squad.
Yeah, so I think what's happening a lot at the moment is P5001 and Lim are definitely pushing List on Yana, who has now made that swap to the Mercy. So they're not pressing any more risks of that Tracer Lucio dive onto their backline. I think what's going to be important here is how Birdie Stella uses his nano boost. Is this going to go on Fuzzball, or is this going to go on the tank for a bit of sustain?
Yeah, no obvious target for a nano combo. The sleep not on the money here, but the shots are live across. Taken down once again. Luka Hyrule, that's a role you'd expect him to excel at as a DPS player. Low HP, Something Cat though. Surf Fuzzball, he's not being dealt with in the sky. There's a couple of ways to deal with the Pharah. One of them is ignoring them and killing the team, but too difficult for Kitty Pride to execute on. And wow, no respect. Rian says, I'm not fighting with you. And she gets 2 kills with 2 of her abilities. Now going to set up a point. They've just barely done enough. You can see through the wall the Rainbow's tank. He's just on the front line. Oh, the boop, not good enough on this case, but it will allow them to cap the point. So if this fight gets nice and long and drawn out, it's going to be in the favor of Kitty Pride. They've finally taken Rainbow's tank on the front line, and now they're going to get set up for their first defensive play of the match so far.
Real heroics from Rian there, looking to Kitty Pride definitely have a better comp in regards to holding the objective. That May is going to be really difficult for Rainbow's tank to look in. They have just used the nano.
Yeah, that answers our question about who's getting nanoed. Is this going to be... Whoops, goodbye. He takes the ultimate with him as well. He didn't just die, he took nano boost off the map as well. Rian finds the kill onto P5001, and you called it blue. Much better setup for defense, and so far looking so good. So Fuzzball though still in the sky. Finally, Rinku Hareru will track him down. That's another switch that I think has made a big difference here. Rinku onto the Ana.
Yeah, definitely. I think what they need to look for is how can they look to pressure Rinku, who is just currently uncontested on this high ground. I was contested, not anymore.
He's too good. Get out of my face. He throws a few punches onto the dead body as well. He's probably not long for this ball, but the support is there. Good peel from the Mercy keeps Rinku Hareru alive, but have they given up too much here? In terms of space on the front line, it looks okay. They've got Valk at the ready should they choose to engage it, and List moving around the map nicely, keeping her team alive as best they can at the moment. Looking for targets. We'll have to pop that Valk soon, I suspect. Whoops, booped out, but Rian finds Limos once again. He's dropping early in all of his team fights, struggling a little bit to find value on that Tracer. Here comes the Rampage though through onto Roadboss, dropping so low, does get taken down. Res onto Jinxie, so a great team fight so far from Kitty Pride, and it's looking like they might be able to take this one. 92% on the clock. Not good enough. Boot off the map though. P5001 coming in clutch for his team, but is it going to be enough here? There's still a lot of firepower on the point here for the red squad. Limos is back. Limos is back to base once again because he just cannot find anything. Great work once again. I think he got stuck to the wall, but it won't matter as Kitty Pride make a game out of Ilios.
Yeah, so the 50-50 map that I thought could go either way does go in the way of Kitty Pride, and I think that if this if this is where Kitty Pride take a map of Slaylicious, I think this is the round they've got to do it.
Mhm.
It's Ilio as well. They've got they've got boop options with Rian. I think the Mercy pick, although Mercy isn't very strong at the moment, I think it gave them the peel and the damage boost to enable Rian to play just that little bit more aggressive onto the Slaylicious backline. I think it was a good swap overall.
Credit where it's due. This is the kind of game that's made up of minor moments, and every time we needed to, Rinku Hareru popped off. There was that moment in the back with Limeros on the Tracer, he got the kill. That moment we saw with the Lucio, he got that kill as well. Either of those go the other way, we're looking at a 2-0 win potentially for Slaylicious. But we do see Kitty Pride coming out here. Something Cat and the Malga, not many more iconic hero player combinations in South African Overwatch, it has to be said. So he'll be hoping he can flex his muscles here on the big Samoan.
I think so. I think the Malga being a decent counter to the Roadhog as well. Get a bit more burst damage onto the Roadhog, so it's definitely something that they probably discussed in that matchup phase.
Who else but Rinku Hareru securing that kill? Whoops, there goes the Malga. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how much HP you have if you get dropped into the hole. But Kitty Pride are in control here. They secured that kill onto Limeros. Oh, if that shot had hit potentially... Oh no, that's a friendly. Never mind. He will be kept healthy here. Rian playing Junkrat more than Farah at the moment, it seems like, with how grounded she's been so far. But it's good for Kitty Pride. They've set up nicely here. That opening kill, and now they can rain damage from above. Raid Boss Tank doing so much damage to boot. Not on the money to get the kill onto Raid Boss Tank, but Birdie Stella tastes the pain here as the justice rains from above from Rian. Not in a literal sense, but she does have that available now, but they have swapped the point back, so really back and forth fight so far, Blue.
Yeah, so definitely Kitty Pride still definitely preferring to be defending the objective rather than trying to walk onto it, but at least they're now moving over to the Alari. I think this is to help more with the pharmacy that has been a bit of a problem.
That's a good sign if you're Kitty Pride, right? Something gets dropped in the hole again. That's not how you want to be losing your tank. Unfortunately, one spell equals 600 HP worth of damage, and now you can move forward. He gets the hook in, won't find the kill just here. The healing is too good, but they'll be happy. Rian, though, she finds the angle. She kills her opposite number with the ultimate once again, and she gets the boot onto P5001 as well. Birdie Stella, though, finds her opposite number now in list on the front line. Once the Malga comes back to the fight, though, they might be in the driver's seat here as far as this team fight is concerned. They take down the pylon, but they lose Rinku Hareru in the meantime. Oh no, another boop, another player in the hole. This hole is definitely not equal opportunity because it's killing the red players more than the blue, it feels like, and unfortunately this is all in the favor of Slaylicious.
Yeah, it's Raid Boss Tank really been taking it to something, Cat. Definitely going, if you step onto this objective, you are not living. Also, of course, environmental kills cannot be resurrected by the Mercy.
Yeah, true.
So it's a very clean free pick each time.
Yeah, it's so critical. And now that he's giving him a nano to throw in the hole as well, potentially. The boop will not quite enough on that occasion. Nearly sent him to sleep with the fishes or whatever liquid is inside this big bad hole. But it's a big bad hold for the blue team at the moment as they look to secure the win here on map number 1 on Ilios. But Something Cat's still alive, and while he's still alive, you get the feeling they can still win this, or at least buy time. They have switched now onto the Mark. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Slaylicious, they do secure that win here. Blue, what do you even say? You're Summon Cat's teammate or former teammate. What are you saying to your brother right now?
I think we sit there and go, Cat, shake it off.
Yeah.
Next map. I think that's all that can be said. I think it's best to just ignore what's happened. And I think a swap potentially could have been made. But overall, I don't think it would have. It might have changed the outcome, might not have. But obviously, hindsight's 2020. We won't know.
It felt like if they're not losing Something Cat every time in those team fights, and again, this happens. We've all played games like this where no matter how good you are, you're just catching nonsense, right? You're getting headshot by a Widow, you're getting slipped by an Ana, or you're getting dropped in a hole. That's just how Overwatch goes sometimes, and we know how good Something Cat is on the Malga. It's a hero that made a lot of sense in that situation, as you pointed out, against the Hog as well. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to literally play the game, it felt like. And you get the feeling if he'd been able to execute even just 10-15% more, they might have been in that with a chance, because they were definitely taking the fight to Slaylicious there, Kitty Pride, and making it look like this isn't fifth versus first or whatever the standings show.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot more of an even matchup, especially even on the maps that were a bit more one-sided towards each team comp. I definitely think, though, that one thing, again, I think we definitely saw the double-edged sword of Kitty Pride's substitute being used, being Rinku. Obviously, Rinku had very good plays. That playmaking was definitely there, especially on the Ana. But I think potentially not having that Lucio to speed something cat around, having the Mercy to enable the DPS a bit more, maybe swaps needed to come in for a bit more of a self-sufficient tank, maybe something like a Sigma or a Diva could have maybe have worked, just to eat some of that Roadhog damage, put pellets on him. I think swaps could have been used, but first map jitters, the game's being casted. I know that my first casted game in this tournament, I was definitely nervous. So
Yeah,
we'll just see how map 2 goes.
we will see indeed, and we do know what map 2 is now. It is going to be our hybrid map, and it is going to be Numbani, a map that was literally not in the game for such a long time, and now has finally returned, and we're seeing it here on stream. You a big fan of Numbani, Blue?
I am. And it's actually a very controversial opinion, but I actually think Numbani is one of the better hybrid maps, and I'm more than ready to accept any claim
To defend that point with your life.
Yes, I like how there's a majority of comps that can be played. You could do some funny sim TP stuff. You can play some dive. If you're on defense, you can play some dive, some bunker. You can play brawl on both sides. I like how there's high grounds and low ground options no matter where you are on the map until you get to third. And then on third, you have 2 flank options even off the payload route. So a big Numbani enjoyer.
Well, which of these teams do you think will be more of an Numbani enjoyer? I believe it's Kitty Pride's map pick as the loser of the first map. So they certainly feel like of the choices they had, Numbani gave them the best opportunity. Do you agree with their assessment, or do you think this map plays into Slaylicious' hands a little bit more?
I think it does. I think it does play into Kitty Pride's strengths. Obviously, Rinku, we've seen the strong Ana, walks out on the Ana again. Rianne with List, with that Pharmacy duo, probably going to be looking to flank around that defender's right side, get some damage boosted shots on there. Jinxie on the Widowmaker currently, and then something Cat to receive and charge that nano boost for a potential nano fire or nano Winston engage. I think it's going to be strong for Kitty Pride.
Jinxie on the Widowmaker here is an interesting one. I doubt she'll stick around on that, just because that's generally been more Rianne's play, coming out on the Widowmaker early, looking for shots. But she will at least look to take a couple of heads with her. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Birdie on the Alari is a very interesting call as well. Not for the first time. Oh my god, Lime. Ross. Nap time.
There's the playmaking.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
There's the Ana that we saw from Rinku in the first one.
Oh my god.
And there's Rianne, and there's flanking around the coast with that Pharmacy duo. Putting that extra pressure on the brawl comp of Slaylicious.
This should be job done here, you'd have to think, right? All these kills going the way of our raid team. Rianne takes down P5001 as well to end it all. Jinxie 40% on her ult, so she's been hitting shots at least, but kind of surplus to requirements. It has to be said. Rinku setting it up with that sleep onto Lime Oros, and then finally Rianne popping off big time, as we've seen her do so often on the Pharah. Will they go for the contest? Yes, they do. A last-minute defense, just barely getting here. This could be a moment of genius here if they can get the job done. And so far, it's looking good. They've taken down Rianne. Rinku dropping low. He pops a nano boost onto his monkey to keep him healthy here, and that could be exactly what they need to win this team fight. But they've lost one of the healers already. Can he get the shot? He gets the wall, but he's under pressure now from behind on the Genji. And he gets the kill. He misses the one. He gets the second hit. He's 1 HP, but he won't get that down. Limos off the Tracer onto the Cassidy. And 99% on the dot. They managed to hold him off.
Well, there was I don't know if you saw Phoenix, but there was at least a 2-second time period when no one on Kitty Pride was standing
Yeah,
on the
they stepped
objective.
off the point. Yeah.
And I unfortunately, that's all it takes. That I was wondering if Slaylicious were going to go for a recontest to give 2 ticks and then look to go back in. I think that they could have. I mean, Kitty Pride should have had this captured already.
Yeah, they'll be kicking themselves if they end up losing out here. Or Big Angry Monkey looking to do some punching, not some kicking. That's Ilaru low, not taken down just yet. There we go. The kill does get found. P5001 also goes down. Something Cat says, I did my job. You guys can handle the rest here as he sends himself off the map here. Oh, Mauga ulti though. Can they find anything here? Something Cat or Raid Boss Tank. Not going to find anything. Wouldn't shock me to see them switch out blue now that they've capped the second point.
I could see a potential D.Va swap. D.Va being a good counter to both Ara and Winston. I think D.Va is probably the best tank for Slaylicious to be playing. I don't know if Raid Boss Tank has that in the hero pool.
Oh, Birdie Stella. Oh man, Rianne just dominating from the sky as we've seen her do so much already this tournament. You in game, of course, me watching from a distance, and unfortunately, so first of all, he feels like this is an interesting swap for me. That he feels like the Pharah v Pharah isn't really going to work out for them. Rianne was just too good on Ilios. Especially on the second and third map, and he feels like they need to go for the double hit scan here on the side of Slaylicious to counter out Rianne's scary Pharah in the sky. Raid Boss Tank though, he gets 4, he finds 1, an aggressive play from Rianne, finds 2, P5001 and Lime almost go down, but she pays with her life. Riz not going to be able to come through here, she's far too aggressively positioned, and all this is doing is giving space for Kitty Pride to get progress on this card.
Yeah, one thing that obviously double hit scan has forced now is the switch off the Pharah. However, it did give the Winston a lot more space to work with. I think, knowing Rianne's Pharah ability, I think Rianne probably could have kept it going into this next fight.
Yeah.
Especially because they have Nano coming up.
Oh, but Rianne says, well, if I'm dominating Fuzzball on the Pharah, dominating is overstating it perhaps, but if I'm beating him on the Pharah, I might as well beat him on the Widowmaker. Now he gets that headshot down, Jinxie drop, but pop the ulti. Captain Sun comes out, Captain Sun send a sent back to base. Rianne showing she's not just a one-trick pony. She can dominate on the Widowmaker as well. Oh, this is not a good one for Raid Boss Tank. As I say that though, something gets found out here by Limos and the Deadeye. Rianne out of position here. She's just going to try and buy space, buy time for her team, but I think this is a fool's errand here.
Widowmaker. I don't know about you. Or it's a very staggered Widowmaker. You don't often see this in Pride Cup. It happens.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them. But King Pride, they're sitting pretty here. 2 minutes still left on the clock. Now they move forward. Something Cat's like, yes, finally I can go back to Mauga now.
I think the Winston was actually getting good value. I think the problem that we have now is I think it all comes down to how List uses this Falcon. Are they going to use it as an engage? Is it we're going to use it to try and sustain during the cage fight from Raid Boss Tank? But I mean, Riku just got getting picked up early, but it can potentially get rezzed.
Oh, there it is, Riz.
It does get rezzed.
They pay with List, unfortunately, and now the cage comes out and Raid Boss Tank just mowing them down here inside of his ultimate. The Mei will live for just a moment longer. They could potentially stagger her, but they've decided that that's not worth the risk, and they take down Jinxie on the Mei. Kitty Pride struggling a little bit now, but they did force out a couple of ultis from Slaylicious.
Yeah, Slaylicious only really having the infra sight from Widowmaker for this next fight. Rianne's already popped their infra sight. Both Widows trading ultimates, it's not exactly uncommon. It really comes down to how List is using this Valkyrie to get their team advantage.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Something Cat was not expecting to just evaporate like that, but he's dead now. He's nowhere near in position for a raise, and Lion Orange has found a flanking angle here onto both supports. Will he get taken down? No. The, what do you call this? The Peacekeeper, too strong for the Pulse Pistol on this occasion.
With the new addition of Flashbang, with the brand new ability.
Yeah.
Brand new ability, Phoenix, of course.
Yeah, of course.
The brand new Cassidy Flashbang.
Not just to gaming in general, but to Overwatch as well. Right. So Fuzzball, he's been doing good work on this Widowmaker, but he hasn't really had to deal with any pressure here. It feels like Kitty Pride haven't yet organized a proper team fight on the second point. Need to be careful. There is a Widowmaker looking down on them. They drop the window here. Amp Matrix looking to find something. Combo it up with the High Noon. That's just time bought now, but they move in. Good use of the Maywall to allow them to get the touch onto Paul. Widowmaker angle. Not good enough. Surprise ball. Heads up stuff from him. He gets rid of Rihanna. Point blank style, but they move forward onto point. There was a Blizzard on point. It didn't find anything, but Rinku gets revenge for his teammate, and they get the Riz as well, but they're losing the tank battle on the front line. Lionel's doing so much damage, but he does drop down. This could be what Kitty Pride need to push through, but there is a cage. It's going to be tough to push through here, especially with something cat in the grave now, just respawning. No cage available for him now. The ultimate is through, but there we go. Great Boss Tank goes down. There's a Baptiste on the point trying to hide out. He's not invisible. Oh, Kiriko dropping low. Will get taken down. Buddy Stella, can they find the Baptiste on the high ground? Yes, they can. And with the last chance saloon, they managed to push their way through. It's every comp game I've ever played, Blue.
Honestly, Phoenix, I already had my whole bit set up for when they lost that team fight. I was like, well, I had P5001 and Lim both setting up on that high ground. They was just uncontested because they had nobody to pressure them off. Prove me wrong then, Kitty Pride. You do it. You win the game.
Let's hope they do, because that will give us more games than the 3 we might have been expecting, given the strength of the Slayer squad. They find Lionels, but they trade that out. They do have List on the Mercy though, so yeah, it's in a good position to get res. So it is now a 5v4 something cat, taking a lot of damage on the front line, dropping into the critical zone. But they move forward now. The Blizzard behind something cat. He runs back. Wow, that's a 6 ball. Hey, isn't that cool? You can just ignore that and run forward. We'll be dropping now. That spell that I can't remember the name of because I see this hero so seldomly from Zen or the Grand popping will finds 1, finds 2, finds 3 now, and with the Valk in tow they should be able to clean this up. Zen down, the amplification matrix not good enough, and Kitty Pride look to have done it here. Will they get the touch? No, I know it's just in a nick of time. List not taking any risks with the Banny Blaster out, but Kitty Pride work their way through all of Nimbani and get themselves a full cap.
Well, considering where we were, what was it? Maybe 2 minutes, a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago. I had a whole thing ready to say, well, Kitty Pride probably should have swapped something up, look to take higher ground. Now we're sitting here going, okay, so now how are Kitty Pride going to look to defend their 3-point capture in 19 seconds on the time bank?
Yeah, they still had time to spare as well. That wasn't an overtime cap. 19 seconds.
I don't remember the last time I capped with extra time on Nambani. So, I mean, all credit to Kitty Pride. I think it now depends on what style that Kitty Pride lean into on their defense. It looks like they're going for a bit more of that bunker, but with a Winston pressuring the backline. I mean, Slaylicious, they're looking like a full dive. Ray Boss Tank probably realizing, chances are something cat's going to come out on the Winston. Let's play some Diva. You've got a Sombra for some good scouting. And it's a full dive coming in with the Lucio and Kiriko looking to join the rest of their team up on that high ground to take the fight to them.
Kitty Pride are expecting something aggressive though. They've gone for this Brigitte and Torbjorn, and that should allow them to counter out a Winston if there would have been one coming. But Red Boss Tank on the Diva should give him a little bit of more freedom to move around. He should be able to provide support with the D Matrix onto that turret as an example. And I worry that List won't have that much space to get any work done, but I guess with the Genji in the mix and the Lucio, she should be able to find a lot of space to do damage.
I think that as long as the supports on Kitty Pride are holding hands with this Cass and Torb, and they're all in one big happy family, it should be okay. Unless Cat jumps in on his own.
Okay, yeah, there he goes. Something Cat. Struggling with seems a little bit. They've done a great job countering him out, and oh my god, the meat grinder comes to you, and Kitty Pride wish they could be invisible right now, but they'll have to go back to spawn and see if they can. Nope, that is a very, very, very fast Cat, Blue.
Yes, I don't know if you saw, but Raid Boss Tank did the little wiggle behind the little banner. That's waiting for the speed boost countdown. I don't know if you saw, but that Diva was flying a lot quicker than normal.
Yeah.
Great coordination coming in from Staylicious on that dive.
Yeah, very, very Good job from them. And now look how far forward they're positioned as well. They want to get as much pre-push as they can, but Rianne says, ain't nothing free in this world, especially when I'm on my Pharah. She finds one. Now Jinxie on the Echo, a favorite hero of hers, one we haven't seen throughout this tournament so far. So Jinxie looking to do some damage here from the sky. The double bird setup, no hit scan just yet, but a lot of damage onto list. P5001 goes in and snipes her with the boost, and it's not looking good now for Kitty Pie. But there we go, finding a couple of kills, but once again, Something Cat isolated and taken down on the front line, and that allows Slaylicious to get aggressive, move forward, and try and find the last couple of kills. Rianne, last man standing here, hacked up, bullied, and sent to the grave once again. Almost job done here on the second point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with your take in regards to the double flies, with there being no true hit scan. But there's a tiny Korean and a big mech, and I don't know about you, but every time I've tried playing Pharah and they pick that character against me, it's big cry time.
I'm more likely to be the diva than the Pharah in that
so you're the
particular
reason I'm
relation.
crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I've played like a grand total of 2 hours of tank in the past 3 years or whatever. But we'll have to wait and see here. Self-destruct sent through. Something Cat manning up on the front line, but the Sombra has been such a nuisance. Jinxie, what is she doing there? How did she end up there? She ends up going down. EMP hard counters the rocket barrage, but Rianne says, I don't need those rockets. I've got 6 in my gun, and they work just as well. As she finds 2 on the front line. Can they find any more? Raid Boss Tank is looking at the enemy backline going, folks, where is the rest of my team here? And they could even set up a stagger here, and they will do exactly that. Baby Diva will keep them alive for as long as they can. In fact, they'll just let her go.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to backtrack on my good EMP take. It cancelled the barrage, but Rianne just went, oh, that's fine, I'll just shoot you instead.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to do some reevaluation on my ultimate usage. I hope my coaches are listening.
Yeah, your counter triangle or whatever it is. It feels like EMP does counter rocket barrage, but Rianne's a lot scarier with the rockets than she is with the barrage. But here we go. Here comes a big ulti. They're trying to get rid of Something Cat, but that's not a good start. Oh, Kiriko under pressure, but TP's out. So far, nothing comes of Limeris's Dragon Blade here, and will go down instead. Jinxie decided she wanted to try her hand at the Dragon Blade, and it seems to have gone just as well for her. But that's going to be that. They're not really feeling like they can push through here. Raid Boss Tank and Co. He's not last man standing, but one of the last man standing, but he's got the ultimate. He sends it skyward now. He shouldn't get anything from that. Doesn't Rianne all the front line. This says, oh, hang on, we got nothing with that. Then we hand you a kill, and they might have turned this one. No, 0%, but needs to be careful. Kiriko goes down. Raid Boss Tank, not quite the Raid Boss we're used to, but he's tagging up for his team. Eventually does drop down. With Something Cat and Rianne still alive, they should be okay to hold this corner. We'll have to wait and see here. P5001 feels like he can do something here through 2 tanks, 2 supports. Yeah, with Surfazable going down, that should force them all the way back, and it does just that.
Yeah, Cat played that corner extremely well. Honestly, that fight I was not expecting to be that messy. I was like, oh, that's fine. Kitty Pride gonna take that fight nicely, but great positioning from Rianne and Something Cat just to prolong the stall. To be able to have this Kitsune barrage coming into the next fight. But Fuzzball has the EMP. Is it going to be used as a deterrent? Is it going to be used as an engage?
Oh, super low EMP. He knows he's there, but he doesn't know quite where. But Raid Boss Tank, he finds Rinku Hariri already. He's gone so aggressive. Rianne finds one. The counter comes out this time, works a lot better the second time around. And Something Cat, he's dropping low, but he's got the bird in the sky. I think it's a Vulcan Mercy as well. No, it's not. It's just the healing, and they need to be careful here. Can you find the kill? Not quite. The mini pack, I think, kept him alive for a little bit longer. He's got the ultimate. The heck got the shooting as well. He's still alive. The sound barrier comes out this time for Raid Boss Tank here, and now they move forward. He pops the Annihilation just to buy time, just to buy space, and it looks like they're helpful now. They're trying to see if they can get anything more down around this corner, but they cannot. Somehow, someway, Blue, Kitty Pride get the job done.
Yep, and that's fine, Phoenix, because they only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Well, it's more than they're halfway there. halfway there pretty much, given how strong the push was, or the cage comes through, sent forward into the cage as well. The targets are there, they're not getting the kills, but there we go, both DPS finally go down. No ults to work with outside of the Valkyrie for Kitty Pride, so they're in a really tough spot, but the spawns are favoring them, so if they can get any picks here, they could bring themselves back into this one, but with the Rinku Rairu going down, it's just the main man on the point, Something Cat, and he'll go down eventually as well. Kitty Pride now just with the Mercy on point. She's manned up, but she's not the manliest of manly heroes, and she will end up going down. Good ult economy for Slaylicious here. They might have done enough here. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. They'll look to push through finally. Will they be able to get the touch? He's running in. He's Mr. Nemesis, but he won't get the touch. The boop too good, and Slaylicious get a nice, clean, quick cap here on Numbani.
Yeah, I think one thing that I forgot to bring up was Kitty Pride were definitely looking to poke a little bit more with their style of comp, with that pocket fire. Slaylicious, they were looking at Something Cat and went, you will die at some point this fight. Whether it's first or last, we're just going to run forward and we'll either kill everyone behind you or we're going to kill you. And it just depends on which one comes first. And there were times where it worked for them, just like in those last few final fights. And there are other times where it didn't work for them, where either Rianne's got off at kill 2 with the Pocket Mercy, or Something Cat is being kept up immaculately, by the way, by List and Rinku. Or like, we both said it out at the same time. Well, how is this Rianne still alive?
Yeah.
I think sorry about that. I think the Kitsune was definitely required, but I'm not so sure about the Annihilation. I think if they had Annihilation for that cage fight, might have just deterred the rest of the team jumping in and joining this raid boss tank.
Yeah, but you can definitely understand Something Cat's probably struggling to keep track of the fight at that point, given that he's fighting for his life so desperately. He gets back up to good HP and thinks, right, let's win this team fight with the Annihilation. You're like, probably not S3, but hard to blame him for looking to just close that one out. Just a minute on the clock now to push through. They've kept up with the same composition pretty much, Slaylicious, as they had before. Lion Norris this time on the Echo though, and Something Cat. Feels like the Ramatra might be a solution to the problems that Slaylicious are throwing at them at the moment.
Yeah, I think the Ram Shield is definitely going to be helpful against the Echo damage and the Malga damage. But I really think, again, it all is going to come down to how much work, apparently a lot of work that Rianne can do on this far, and
Great
how much
work.
pressure the rest of the team can provide from their angles.
You could see that was a plan. The boop into direct hit every time, and that is satisfying to watch, and I'm so glad I'm watching it from here and not from in-game, because that seems like how Lucio Rihanna, Lucio 2001 not strong. Got the race. He's popping off, got a couple of kills, but Rihanna says, that's enough of that, thanks. Let's cap the point. And they do so this time without any consternation.
Yeah, I think they realized they had to, because otherwise it's game over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Great pick from Raid Boss Tank. I think what they need to do is not get too excited. If they walk in too far right now, you're giving the Pharah all the sightlines the Pharah wants.
Oh, well, it feels like Something Cat might be walking in too far here. Remember, they've got to keep bodies on the point. A great move forward. Oh, didn't quite have the damage to get rid of that Lucio. And now all of a sudden, this fight is favoring Slaylicious here. They've popped the Kitsune rush to try and get the damage done. And it's looking good for them so far, especially with the res onto Rianne. You can now get Skyward once again and do the damage. But she's counted out by the Echo at the moment. Or who's countering who? Yeah, that's the question. 1 HP. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3. Count them up. 3 triple direct hits. And that Slimer lost back to base. Oh, what is that? 5 in a row? Like I lost count, Blue.
Eventually, I think what Kitty Pride needs to do here is they need to put 3 people on this payload. It's all good about having 1 on there, but trust Rianne and trust List to play their lives, get some good poke damage early in this fight, get as many people on cart as possible because they need progress. They don't need space right now.
Well, you say that, but that's kind of the... Oh my god, gents, please.
That was close.
Oh my god. There's 2 schools of thoughts, right? We can win this, so let's get as much as we can. And it seems like Kitty Pride are feeling like we can win this. The cage goes down. Oh, there's so much space in this cage, hello. That's really nice for the red team. And Rianne, he gets the ultimate, or he gets Raid Boss Tank down. Jinxie, this time it's her on the venture, and she's doing kind of damage. Not the cap, as you say. And that's going to be so important for them. Even if they lose out here, they've given themselves more than enough to defend. And Something Cat says, I'm not done. But unfortunately, Overwatch has a different idea.
Well, for those of you who aren't aware, the longer you stay on the objective during an overtime fight, the quicker that overtime bar is going to drop. Even as the Cap just found out, taking 2 steps off of that payload is enough for that payload to. Well, you put it this way, you need 3 steps to get back in time, and evidently, not enough time was there.
Yeah, and you can understand, right? You pop that annihilation, you're thinking, oh yes, kill time. You don't always know who's still alive and who can be on point. So I think it was a calculated risk from something cat just hoping that somebody was on point, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. But Kitty Pride, Blue, that's a push you look back on and you think we've given ourselves the win here. Actually, you feel like this is now your game to lose. Because if you force them to take one team fight extra on first point, all of a sudden you're in the driver's seat when it comes to that long push on second.
I think so. I think what even that 1.72 meters, by the way, big, because
Oh yeah,
when if the payload does get to that 5th checkpoint, there's a time period where it is gonna stop. And Slaylisha's not looking for that dive, so I think they're really gonna struggle, especially against this Kitty Pride defense.
we will have to wait and see here. Jinxie back on the main. She's been forced to be quite adaptable here. We saw on the Venture towards the end of that last map. How often have we seen that given the strength of Rianne on that hero? But the Pharah is just unassailable at the moment. As I say that, she's dropping very low there. If you look at the HP bar.
Not quite slowly dropping, very quickly dropping.
Yeah, thankfully doesn't end up going down here. Birdie Stella doing so much damage with the Baptiste here. Aggressive play from our blue team. They're looking for targets, but they're not finding them just yet. As I say that, the Rianne goes down. Is the res available? Is she in a position where she can get res? So far, it doesn't look like it. Let's not even look. Larissa trying to stay alive, but Limoros tracks her down, and now Raid Boss Tank can pop off on the front line here. That should be it. You were hoping for more if you were Kitty Pride. They take down Limoros eventually, but that's not going to be enough to keep this in the team fight, especially with something cat dropping. So a quick-ish cap here. But you're still feeling pretty confident if you're Kitty Pride. One team fight win potentially away from taking map number 2.
Definitely. I mean, the whole of Kitty Pride have good spawns. What they should be looking to do here is be looking to hold this first corner where Rainbow Stack has just gone past. If they can do that, they're pretty much guaranteed a fight on a second fight on this point. If they all then die on point. But if they look to run away here, this window is definitely going to cause some problems.
And it kind of highlights what we were looking at before. Ooh, they forced the lamp out here. That could be good. Window is available here. Amplification Matrix and Rinku will drop as well. So they'll look to take the fight here at least. Rinku raised, but they've lost the tank on the front line. Yeah, they should get a second fight here now as long as they don't lose late picks, Blue. So it all comes down to this pretty much as far as Kitty Pride are concerned.
I think what Jinx needs to do here, Jinx and Rinku just need to go by. Make sure you get back to your team. Okay, but Slaylicious, 3 people on the objective. 3. I don't see 3. I don't see 3. Still 1. No.
Yes, they feel like if they can just hold this forward line here, they can find a couple of kills here. Oh, self-destruct. There's no shield. He goes down. That could be critical. 15 seconds left on the clock. If they win the team fight here, it might be all over. Rianne's like, I need to find the killer Limo, as he does in the end. They've lost their mercy, so this is not easy for them to win in spite of the kills that they've got. But there's an annihilation on point now. He's manning up. Oh, he's going to get the shot. If he gets the shot, if he doesn't find the kill just yet, but it does enough damage for something cat to go down. Oh, it looks like it might all be over here. Was the May ulti eaten? Not quite, but they've got more than enough bodies on the point to push it over the line. But as you said, that 1.7 meters might be enough, but I don't think they've got enough bodies to get on. No, they don't. A slugfest of note, Blue, but at the end of it all, once the dust settles, Slaylicious take their second map of the series.
Overall, amazing map. I just love the craziness of the bond. You never know what's going to like, I mean,
You called it.
1.72 meters could have been the difference. What? It just so happens that Slaylicious, we've seen it all tournament long. They come up when it counts. I mean, I questioned the aggressive play from Raid Boss Tank. Evidently he knows more than what I'm doing. I mean, what do I know, right? Trusted the team. They worked out, didn't it?
I think that honestly, that last moment there with the Deadeye manning up against the Annihilation, I think if that goes the other way, Kitty Pride win this map. The healing was just too good coming out of the backline of Slaylicious onto, I think it was Limoros. On the McCree, he gets that shot off. He does so much damage, and they take down something cat on the Ramatra. Then it's pretty much over because Raid Boss Tank's coming back on the Diva, and once he's back, you've got one tank on one team, no tank on the other team. You back the team with a tank pretty much every time, and that ended up being the difference between the two teams here. But Blue, we've got a game on our hands here. Kitty Pride really showed up, and we're seeing great adaptability from these two teams.
Definitely. I mean, it's not one-sided. Let's put it that way. The scoreline says so, but obviously you've got to be in the stream and you've got to be in the VODs to be finding out actually how close these games are. Like you said, I think if one Baptiste healing shot didn't hit that Cassidy, I think a lot of Kitty Pride were actually hiding from the Deadeye, so it meant that it was only something cat putting pressure on that cast Deadeye. Maybe if somebody took a risk at the end of the game, like Kitty Pride now have to understand it's win or go home. Risks now have to be taken. I think if somebody took the risk just to maybe throw a couple of bullets, or maybe if Rinku could have thrown a headshot kunai onto that cast, who would majority of the time standing still, just that slight bit of extra damage, again, like you said, potentially changes the whole map and how with the discussion that we're having right now.
And they did make the change recently to McCree, right? I can't remember exactly what it is that they've changed, and I want to look at the patch notes and be like, if this was the previous patch, would it have been better or worse for either team?
As an avid Cassidy enjoyer, the damage reduction gets less and less the longer the Deadeye holds it.
Okay, got you.
But however, the movement speed increases.
Got you. Right, so we do know now what our third map will be, potentially our final map here, if Slaylicious can take it. It is going to be Circuit Royale, one of my favorite maps in terms of how it looks and feels. Not necessarily to play, I don't love it or hate it, but I like being on this map, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think, again, the problem that I've always had with Circuit Royale is it is just is my DPS line better than yours? And the tanks kind of both, if I had to guess, both tanks are going to walk out on Sigma and they're going to both sit there and go, I have a shield, you have a shield. How about we just stand here and watch our DPS kill them?
Yeah.
The DPS are looking at each other going, I'm taking the ego duel against you because because if I do that and win, we'll win the map. And the supports are going, well, let's just shoot a Sigma shield. So
and we've seen Rianne especially be up for it, on the Widowmaker, on the Pharah. She's been ready to go, raring to take that 1v1 against Sir Fuzzball, and she's looked the better of those two, by my assessment at least, when it comes to dueling. I don't put myself out there, but Rianne has been a shining beacon on this Kitty Pride team in terms of what she's been able to do, especially the series on the Pharah and even the Widowmaker.
Yeah, definitely. I can see the Widowmaker is definitely going to be the standpoint of this Kitty Pride team. I think they're going to live and die off of this Widowmaker pick. I think it also depends on how the DPS line of Lim and Sir Fuzzball handle this Widowmaker. They've decided, hey, we kind of lost the Widow duel badly last map. Let's not even bother. So what you're going to be looking at, so Slaylicious, a lot more burst onto the front line of Kitty Pride. So something cat, I'd probably recommend getting off that ram anytime soon. I think.
Go for it.
I think the Widowmaker for Kitty Pride is definitely going to have to be the key talking point.
We'll have to wait and see here. Jinxie this time on the Pharah. Very, very interesting here. That does kind of lend credence to the idea that they are going to live and die by this Widowmaker pick one way or another, because Rianne cannot now switch to the Pharah if the Widowmaker doesn't work out here. Ramatra on Sigma. This is an interesting matchup here. So far, Sigma getting the better of it by quite some margin here. Something cat under a lot of pressure, pulling so many resources from his team. Even the railgun shots from the Sojourn could be getting the kill here. Look at the storm arrows as well. Something cat struggling in this matchup at the moment, but we're just waiting for a shot to come through from Rianne, waiting for some rockets. There we go. There's that shot. So Fuzzball finds that kill. Ooh, but not quite enough to get the shot onto the Ilari there. Again, Birdie Stella feels like that's the solution here to the Pharah probably, but this time it's the Widowmaker that's the more dangerous pick potentially. And 1 HP Sigma not quite going down unfortunately, but they're playing so aggressively here, moving around the point. Pylon goes down once again, but too far, one step too far, and Something Cat pays with his life.
Yeah, so one thing that Raid Boss Tank is actually doing really well here is that every time Something Cat is using his Nemesis form, Raid Boss Tank is shielding off the Ramatra from the rest of his team, blocking the healing coming in from Lisk and Renki. It's actually incredible heads-up play from this Sigma.
Gets the shot onto Rian as well around the corner to find that kill on the Widowmaker. So 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Birdie Stella now finding Rinku as well. So you back up, you reset here. Do you change anything if you're Kitty Pride, or you just take the alt fight and take it from there?
I think the Sfara is going to have to switch. I think the Sfara works because you have that top right building to go over. However, I think at this point, there's only one way the Sfara can go, and it's right in front of you.
Yeah, just kind of go down this main road here. Something Cat kind of all by himself on the low ground here. It feels like he's got the healing from the supports, but if Rian's not getting picks and the Widowmaker is not working, that's kind of the whole equation. Ooh, sound. You think I know the name of that altar given that all I play is Ilari?
Captain Sun.
Captain Sun, there we go. They not finding anything there, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. Suzu will keep Rinku alive for just a little bit longer, but they're losing players left, right, and center here. They have ults available, but they're not giving them an opportunity to use it here on the side of Slaylicious, and they're just losing player after player after player, making no progress. Kitty Pride, something's got to change here.
Definitely. I think the problem that Kitty Pride have now got themselves into is if we switch now, we lose ults. Which we found out Jinxie has made that switch from the Pharah. But if they don't switch, Insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting a different result. At the moment, if this is we're going to walk at you and pray that you don't hit a headshot on one of the team.
It works both ways, right? Slaylicious is thinking the same thing. We're going to stand here and hope that nobody gets wrecked by Rian. And so far, they haven't been finding their shots. And List goes down as I say that Raid Boss Tank finds it. Something Cat says, God, I've got to do something here. He pops the Annihilation, but he's not finding anything with it. The May Wall keeps the signal there. Oh, the shot. Not quite on the money there for the Widowmaker. Rian not finding the value I think her team needs. Finally picking up something, but it's too little too late here. 30 seconds left on the clock. If they can kill Raid Boss Tank, that'll be great, but he's got so much HP left. List trying to get in onto the point here, will get taken down, and that might just be it. 20 seconds, they should get the touch, but it's going to require something desperate here from Kitty Pride.
Definitely. I don't know about you, Phoenix, but this, just looking at the comps, this has kind of turned out exactly how I thought it would. Just because the sheer amount of damage output, the sheer range advantage that Slaylicious have had.
Oh, that touch from the Tracer was too early, actually.
Yeah, I think it was at 3.2 seconds. You need to touch within 3 seconds to activate overtime.
Well, I mean, it's hard to look at this now and think that Kitty Pride's got much of a hope here. I think they were thoroughly trounced here on Circuit Royale, especially when you compare it to how close things were on Numbani. So, Kitty Pride, what are you changing now on defense? The strategy seemed like the problem as much as the execution was.
I think you've got two options. I think you either play for the long-ranged pick potential damage that they have been playing. For example, I think the Sigma is definitely a must. Or you can look to potentially do some Reinhardt brawl at the spawn door when not letting you leave.
Okay.
Now,
give yourself at least a couple of fights that way.
Well, it would at least give you one. But the problem is that you would have to run a Symmetra so you could TP everyone out of spawn if you lost the fight to be able to get back in time. Slaylicious on it worked on a defense, let's try it on attack. I think what Kitty Pride are now going to realize is we don't have a shield to handle the amount of poke that's going to come our way.
Well, this is clearly just let's play what we're best at. Win, lose, let's go out on what we know. And that is this composition immediately under a lot of pressure. Sub the cat dropping low, but they get that opening kill. Rian on the venture finds that one. Raid boss tank isolated a little bit now, but has enough power behind him to keep him healthy. Even gets pulled back. The life we've not a hero we see a lot, but keeps the Reinhardt healthy here. Who have they lost? Nobody important on the front line yet, but oh god. They did lose the May, and now they've lost List as well. They move forward, Reinhardt on HP, but does get taken down. So that should buy enough time for List to get back to the fray. What are we shooting at back here, guys? There's something back there that they're not happy with. Oh, this is Adventure. There she goes. Back towards her team now, but they've lost Jinxie again. They've lost Rinku this time, and that might just be it for this first team fight. But Rian says, I'm not done just yet, but how do we deal with this man? The Road Boss tank on the Reinhardt, gonna swing away comfortably. With Something Cat going down, they should be able to just take them down. Now they could set them up. But Rihan's so wily here on the point, so hard to get rid of, so hard to deal with, doing so much damage, but will eventually go down and will do so now. There should be enough time to get back to the point here. Oh, I don't know, actually, this might be a 4v5.
One thing that we forgot to mention is that they did actually get it around the corner. So there is potential for a touch, but remember, there's no Lucio on the side of Kitty Pride. This is it. They have to walk in.
Oh no, that is a total disaster. That is a total disaster. List going down. Rinku now as well. No healing available. Standing on the point. There's a Tree of Life to boot. Rihanna's good, but is she good against 5 players and the Tree of Life? Not good enough, unfortunately. And Kitty Pride will go down 0-3 here as Slaylicious once again too strong for whoever comes up against them.
Yeah, and again, the scoreline shows a stomp. There's only been one stomp in this map on this series, and it is this Circle Royale matchup. Finding a pick on the Moira with this Fire Strike, realizing, hey, that's the other support. Let's get rid of that. And then find the Jungle Queen, who's the only person who has any sort of self-sustain left on that Kitty Pride roster.
Rinku as well on the Kiriko, based in SA, so you can't just easily counter out with the Suzu like you used to be able to. On top of the fact that you just can't do that anymore with the Shadow versus the Kiriko and the Suzu. So no hope in hell there, unfortunately, for Kitty Pride at the end of Circuit Royale, but they put up a fight. They looked really, really good on Numbani, especially. We spoke about it at length. One play away potentially from holding us and taking us into a map 4. And on Ilias, they look good as well. Something Cat just eating hook after hook after hook and finding himself in the drink over and over again. I think the difference between the two teams on Ilias. So unfortunate that we end on a rather one-sided note, but at the end of it all, Slaylicious, they maintain their standing at the top, now 6-0. Are they beatable? I don't know. I'm not sure what the permutations are with 2 rounds remaining, but they look absolutely dominant. But before we sign off and you go into what I assume is another game, Blue, who's your player of the match?
I think I'm going to have to go with Raid Boss Tank from Slaylicious. I think it was, the Hog on Ilias well, it's completely neutralized. In theory, 2 picks on that on that Kitty Pride roster. Not only the Roadhog who kept getting hook, but the Mercy, because the Mercy couldn't res the environmental kill. The heads up play on this Sigma from Circuit Royale to be blocking off the healing that from the Ana and Kiriko towards the Ramatra. You've got a very aggressive style on D.Va, which worked incredibly well on attack for their push on Numbani. I can also tell that chances are he's probably the one who's leading the comms in that Slaylicious lineup. Just from how the mannerisms from in the game, the little, I don't know if you do it, but I do the little wiggles before an engage with my WSD. So I think I'd be glad to say Raid Boss Tank.
Yeah, you won't find any arguments from me here. Definitely the play that stood out. It's funny to me because we kind of spoke about the DPS players coming into this one. And while obviously everybody's critical in a game of Overwatch, they definitely felt like if I had to pick a pair of DPS players I thought got more value, I'd probably pick their opponents today. And that's just because Rian looked so stellar on everything. She played with the perhaps important exception of that Widowmaker on Circuit Royale. We know how good her Widowmaker is. We saw it for a little bit on Numbani, but it just didn't work on that map, and that was the difference between the two teams there. on Circuit Royale. But absolutely, Raid Boss Tank number one at the top, MVP for this map. So that's going to be it for us, from us rather, here in this matchup. Slaylicious just too strong for everybody at the moment. But we're not done for the day. We've got 2 more matches coming up. And we are going to be... Who's in the next match? I don't even know.
I think I'm playing soon.
It is going to be Rock Munchers taking on Class Clown. So more blue coming at you
More
in the
blue.
next game, as this time as a player. And that's going to be brought to you by Fluffy and Licks, same as yesterday for match 3. So look forward to that in, what is this, 43 minutes time?
Yeah, 43
at
minutes.
at 6 o'clock South African Standard Time, and then again at 8 o'clock I'll be back at you with Blur Not Blue, the real Blur this time,
The real blur.
and we'll be bringing you Kitty Pride against Rock Munchers. So lots of action still to come, guys. We'll see you in 47 minutes for the next matchup. 43 minutes.
Good evening, COWZA! Ladies, gentlemen, them, theys, welcome all, one and all, for the Pride Cup 2024. My name is the Peach ZA, and here today I'm joined by Fluffy. Fluffy, how are you doing, my good sir?
I am tired. I have had a long week, and this is a long weekend, but I'm glad to be here. And peculiarly, for maybe the first time I think ever, you're not behind the scenes with me. It's front and center, the Peach ZA casting for us today, which I've never seen you cast.
Really?
I know you've done. I know you've done it before, but I've never.
Yeah.
I've never casted with you, so it'll be interesting to see. Gameplay aside, we got to take the VOD review notes, Peach.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, wow, okay. I feel like I'm going to be absolutely judged here. But it has been about, I think, 2 years since I've been on the camera. So I'm quite excited to be here again. And just at Sun Phoenix, I'm really sorry if I broke your heart that Lix isn't here. Lix, unfortunately, is having blue screen of deaths. So I'm here to fill in for him, and we are going to have a fantastic time here this evening looking at Rock Manchester and Class Clowns. But before we get into our two teams this evening, let us take a look at the standings at the moment. And how there is a very important thing to note about these standings, and it's that Slaylish is up there 6-0 plus 16 map differential. No matter what happens in their next game, they have secured first place in this tournament. Now, I think that's a pretty big thing. Don't you agree, Fluffy?
Well, I think it all, at the end of the day, comes down to their name. They slayed. They
did.
They won. They are, if not officially yet, but they will be our Pride Cup 2024 champions. And, they slayed. What more can you say? This plus 16 differential, 6-0. They've been very, very good. There have been very close calls, like matches that have been, closer than the scoreline suggests. But they at the end of the day have got the results, and they are our number one team. But we are going to see our number two team in action today, the Class Clowns, going up against the Rock Munchers. So a 4-1 team against a 3-2 team. So we hopefully should have a close game here on show, because these two teams do have a similar record. +1 in map differential for Rock Munchers and +5 in Class Clowns. +5 not that high for a team that's 4-1. So Class Clowns are winning their matches, but they're not winning them great. So it's hopefully a good match on showing for us today.
Indeed, yeah. And I mean, this is the second time that we're seeing Class Clowns on camera today. For those that were on the stream, was it yesterday or was it earlier today? I can't remember.
I casted them yesterday, yeah.
You casted them yesterday, okay. So
Yeah.
it was the game yesterday against Pookie Wookie, which they came victorious 3-2 in that game. However, it must be known that we haven't actually seen Rock Munchers perform yet. This is their first time on cast this weekend. So regardless of the outcome, this game is going to be quite spectacular. But looking into the first lineup here, we've got Rock Munchers, that said team that we haven't seen yet this weekend. We've got Zelena Bohr on tank with Nyan and Ryan Lecker on damage. And then rounding out our support lineup is Snow and Tom. Fluffy, what do you know about these people?
So, I mean, in the style of the Pride Cup, where teams are thrown together, players of all experiences, skill brackets, whatever you want to call it, they're all thrown together into a pool, and everyone comes together, and you're meeting these new people for the first time, and often we have new faces around, and this is one of those examples. We have people that we know, Nyan and Metal Snow, who have been in the community for a long time, and Nyan's expertise in the Tracer is very well known, Metal Snow on the Arno, very well known. But then we've got players like Zelena Bohr and Ryan Lecker, who we've never seen before, and it's great to have them coming in, and this is probably going to be their first time being casted, at least in Overwatch. So I hope we're going to see them for the first time, and hopefully they put on a good showing. And then also Tom on the Lucio, who again, another new name. I don't know Tom, but it's good to have these new faces around, and it's nice to see that people are still they're coming together and enjoying the spirit of this event.
I absolutely agree with you there. And I mean, seeing like a bunch of brand new people is very exciting for the region. But speaking of new people, not everybody on this team is also familiar to us. So having a look at Class Clowns for the second game this weekend on cast, we've got K, Blue, the OG Mist, aka Mist, Soup, and Phoenix Tears. Now, Fluffy, you casted this game previously. Tell me what you know about these players.
So this team had two real looks. They looked quite good playing a Reinhardt Brawl. We saw the Reinhardt Brawl on King's Row, and they looked quite good in their game against who was it? It was who was it now? Pookie Wookie. That's what it was. Sorry, I was just
Yes.
getting my facts straight. And they looked really good on the brawl. But something that they very much favored was the Doomfist aggression style compositions, where they had K on the Doomfist, they had Blue on a Genji, they had, and I must apologize because last time I casted you, I kept calling you Theo. Missed on this, not Theo. Missed. Apologies to you. And they were playing this very, very aggressive style onto the backline of their enemy, and it was working really, really well for them. So we're probably going to see something similar like that if that's the style they want to continue at. Something always interesting, we saw both the support players, Soup and Phoenix Tears, both saying that they like to play a bit of Moira. Obviously, they can't play Moira at the same time. We did see Soup playing a lot of Kiriko, and we saw Phoenix Tears playing Lucio, so maybe we'll see more of that today. We're going to go into our first map now, which I believe is going to be Nepal.
Yes, Nepal is a very exciting first map now. A little bit different from yesterday. Those people that have been following today, you would have known that we've been starting with control maps. Yesterday we started with hybrid maps. So having a look at some of the options that they did have available to them prior to this, they had the options between Ilios, Oasis, and Nepal, and Lijiang. Sorry, 4 maps to choose from. And I'm quite happy to see Nepal. I feel like Nepal gets very overshadowed by the likes of Ilios and Lijiang Tower, some favorites, especially for the Lucio players out there. I'm looking at you, who's that? There's Slade, Wallace, you know, the likes of them. All the frog people. But going into Nepal today is going to certainly show us a little bit something different. You know, we're not necessarily going to see all of those like dive, those comps that revolve a lot about having Lucio in them. So maybe we will see more bunker style, maybe we'll see more aggressive style, like you said, for class clowns. That sort of style where you're just going in with all of the characters, the Genjis, the whatnot, to go in. But, ladies and gentlemen, the first game is underway with 20 seconds to go until the hero show. We are here on Nepal. This is Sanctum, Fluffy?
Sanctum.
Thank you.
I mean, Sanctum might throw some interesting things at us because Nepal is a map where, like you say, you can play a bit of variety, but I think it might go into the wheelhouse of class clowns if they want to play this aggressive style composition that we saw, like this composition they have right now. I think this might favor them a bit more than Rock Munchers. So that being said, we haven't seen Rock Munchers play yet, so maybe they have all the tools they need in their skill set to defend against this aggressive composition that class clowns is going to come out with.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's not just one aggro composition, it's 2. So we're going to see a lot of head-to-heads right there in the middle with as much damage being pumped out, as much healing being pumped out as they can. But now the team's leaving the spawn doors. Let us begin our first game.
Yeah, the thing to look out for really is, you know, Kay likes to get aggressive onto the backline of his enemy. And so will Metalstone and Tom be able to survive the aggression from Blue and Kay says? That was a deadly combination yesterday. And it will really, really depend on whether they can stay alive and support the rest of the team like they have to.
Class Clown's going in here, having an early engage, but none going off the map from the Blue from the Lucio. Now, Class Clowns is retaliating, holding their ground, no drops just yet. That doesn't mean that Blue over here on the side is capping the point. Is Rock Munchers going to be able to gain any ground, or they're just going to be forced back into their spawn doors? We see Ryan here on a little sneaky flank, Sojourn in the front lines, trying to get a pick. No picks yet whatsoever. This team is going right in, and there, right as Blue gets the double onto 9 and Metal Snow, Soup cleaning out Prince Tom. Now officially meaning that Class Counts has got the advantage here, pushing Rock Munchers back into their spawn.
And we saw Blue there completely AFK on point, capping, not even looking at the enemy, as he was the designated point payload princess. This will be interesting now because with the Class Clowns in control of the point, and they can really now dictate how they want to engage into Rock Munchers. Rock Munchers might struggle a bit with getting onto this backline. It's an aggressive ult, almost gets everyone, but it's a good ult from K. If he can stay alive, he's not going to, and actually might be, you know, a monkey's paw. It's a great ult, but then it's actually ended up costing them the fight because the team has all fallen around him.
Indeed, the first domino fell. Kay went in with a beautiful rampage. It is rampage, I'm pretty sure. And unfortunately, yes, it hit a lot of people, but there was no follow-up from Class Clowns, which put Kay in a very weird position there. Now Red Team is trying to gather their ground back up again. Rock Munchers didn't particularly take an aggressive stance outside their spawn doors, so they've given Class Clowns a little bit of space to get out and back into a neutral fight zone. As we see here, they're going in with the Coalescence starting. Lucio going into the back line looking for a boot, but didn't manage to get anything now. The Sojourn ultimate popping out, trying to get some kills. Nine here looking, but Class Counts are the ones at the moment killing all of the people on Rock Munchers now with just Nine alive.
Is he gonna
Saving
survive?
his life.
Oh.
He did not manage to survive.
Nah, he
and
could have
just
killed
like
Blue
that.
there. That's
He
unfortunate.
could've.
That was a really well taken fight by Class Clowns, who actually they only used the Moira coalescence and they won the fight off it. You know, all these ults on the side of Rock Muncher and none of them got used. It was just a really clean fight for Class Clowns, who have now swapped over to the Baptiste. Maybe a bit of change there, less aggression possible, but also more damage possible out from Soup. So
It's very possible here. K going in. The blade from Blue gets popped. Gets the immortality field. That's now 2 down, 3 down on the side of Rock Munchers. Class Counts taking an advantage, holding their position steady here. The Annihilation doesn't really aid too much just here. 78% on the clock. One very quick fight. Can Rock Munchers get out of spawn to touch fast enough? Let's see.
it looks like it. Nine swapped over to the Tracer, I think, to get the touch, but now he's going back to spawn. I think they're fine. I think they will get the touch. No, Rock Munchers have so many ults to work with, and they're just not getting into the position to use them. There's virtually no ult on the side of Class Clowns, only missed with the railguns, but there's the beat coming out, and now you're really thinking, like, okay, they've got the touch, that's good, but it's a trade back and forth of ults. K gets the pick onto Metal Snow and Nyan going down, and it's looking like it's going to go in the way of Class Clowns.
Indeed, Class Clowns, they really did try. We saw Rock Munchers use the beat to help them get onto point as quickly as possible. Nine here, a little bit of a last stand, but doesn't really manage to get anything. Phoenix Tears wiping up the last person of Rock Munchers now. It's point secured as we move on into the second round of our first map.
A closer map there. You think after the first fight won by Rock Munchers, they won when the Class Clowns came back and took control of the point. Rock Munchers really struggled to just get into a position to take fights and use ults like they wanted to. You know, maybe in that position, swapping composition might be the right call, but again, you know, maybe this is a composition that they're comfortable with. We get to see that. I'd like to see maybe a bit more of Nyan on the Tracer. I think we all know how good Nyan can be on the Tracer, and I think a bit of pressure on the backline of Class Clowns. If Soup was a bit more pressured, maybe that gives the rest of the Rock Munchers the space they need to do what they want to do.
It could be, but I mean, looking at what the composition is currently, it looks like Rock Munchers just wants to do what their namesake is and just, you know, face first into K.
Into the
Make sure
enemy.
tank dies. Tank dies, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want this tank to live. Once that tank is gone, it's going to give them so much space to take control of the point. But now
Yeah.
the team's meeting here in the middle for the very first fight scenario happening here. Jungle Queen going in, gets anti-nated, but still manages to survive with Blue and K getting 2 picks onto Rock Munchers now. That's 2 people fallen. Rock Munchers holding steadily as they can. Nine manages to take the trade back onto K, but that is not enough for Class Clowns. However, Zelenabo is still alive here, holding on to dear life. Is he going to be able to stall out long enough? The form comes out, not really going to be any avail. So picking up the last kill there.
No, I like the idea of the swapping over to the Reaper from Nyan. I think they just want to put a bit more pressure onto the front line of Class Clowns. You know, almost play as a second tank in a way with the Reaper. But they need to take these mid fights a bit better because they're engaging well, but the mid fight they're losing out there.
Yeah, and we see them here get scoped out by Blue on the Genji. He's chilling on the high ground now. Rock Munchers waiting for an opportunity to engage. Nine goes in with the Wraith form with the Nemesis form going in as well from Zell in the ball. Now picking up Nine, picking 1 kill onto Mist. Here, that is a big pick. Tom getting the pick onto the other Lucio. The Lucio 1v1 is won in Tom's favor now. Rock Munchers trying to clean up, but K here on the point is saying, no, hold my knife. I'm not done just yet. Soup now falling to Zell in the ball. It's even. Both tanks still alive here on point with a little bit of extra. Zell in the ball holding his ground here. K trying their best to stay alive. The anti-nade comes in from the doorway now. That is spelling out K's doom here as Zell in the ball holds his ground, but it's not over yet. The point has not flipped. Nine taking 2 kills. Genji trying for his dear life. Blue managed to get trade back onto Metal Snow, but Nine eventually killing him and flipping the point.
Someone kept shooting the deflecting Genji and poor Metal Snow died for it. We'll have it on VOD. We can go back and 0.25 it and find out who you were. That was a really good disengage and re-engage from Class Clowns. Unfortunately, they didn't just eke out the win they needed, but they have so many ults to work with now. And it's looking like, you know, if Tom can't get his beat, this might be danger territory because K and Blue have combined so dangerously in the past, and here it is already.
Blue's Blade coming out here. Managing to find one pick at the same time that Nine's Blade. Oh! Blue gets slept. Is anything going to happen to him? No, he's still alive. He's still alive there in the backline. But Nine also, we forgot to mention, did get one pick with the Death Blossom earlier now. And the Annihilation coming out, not really managing to do anything. Blue and K picking up. We lost them. Nine trying to live here on his last leg, stalling out the point as long as he can. Even though, yes, he's not on the point, but that's still a stall if you ask me. Point now flipped over to Class Clowns here. They're looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, and they Rock Munchers use Nano, they use their Annihilation, and in retaliation we saw the Blade and we saw the Rampage come out. So ults invested from both sides, but Class Clowns maybe eking the better of it. And again, we're seeing Rock Munchers with this high ground rotation. I think this is wise. They need to take this rotation, force people out the fight. That's a nice lead. Can they follow up on it? Yes, they can. That's good.
Nice.
Now they're looking to take the best of this advantage. They felt that was a good play from Rock Munchers.
Absolutely, and we also need to keep in mind that Rock Munchers have got the beat here. But we don't use it. Ryan falls down. 2 Phoenix Tears on the crackback. Now the beat comes out, trying to just sustain as long as they can. But the point is 90%. We need to make sure that we're going to get that to overtime, or we're going to get that captive. Lucio 1v1 here. Phoenix Tears just barely surviving. Just barely surviving here. While in the meantime, Zelenabor out here on the point, using his Nemesis form, just trying to stay alive as long as possible. You see Metal Snow here, perched on the high ground, managed to get the kill onto Blue. That is an insane pick. K here now trying to come back in for the last stand, but doesn't really do anything. Nine here securing the point alongside his teammates.
I think this is a good adaptation for Rock Munchers. We saw on the first map how they struggled to deal with the aggression of Class Clans when they could really dictate how they wanted to take the map. And here we have the backline of Rock Munchers, in particular Metal Hurt, just sitting up on high ground, and he's not committing to when the engage comes. He's just staying on high ground, and it means that only Blue really can engage onto him. Maybe Phoenix Tears if he wants to get adventurous, but it's this much safer backline. I think Class Clans struggle in that situation already. Oh, there's the Death Blossom coming out. It's a good boop, but it's going to get the value it needs to, and that's probably going to be the fight already, I think.
Absolutely. Blue Rock Munchers here getting 2 picks right off the bat. Soup, yes, does manage to get Prince Tom in the crackback, but I think that's not enough to be able to push forward here. However, K does have Rampage on the ready. You know, Rampage plus Blade could be a team fight devastating combination here.
Maybe already it's too much. One fight. It's already won one fight, and there's no Suzu from the side of Rock Munchers. Mental Snow's playing the Armor, there's no Kiriko. So this could be all over here. It's 99%. Mental Snow's going to go down. He does get the Nano off though.
Rampage went in, Blade popping out here now. It is 3 kills up in the favor of Class Clowns here. Zenable does manage to get the crack back onto somebody else, but Prince Tom, actually, that's pretty even here. With the Zenable being down, that means that K is the only tank alive on point, and that is the final kill going out here. Now, no top watch opportunity. Metal Snow trying his best, but doesn't succeed. That is the first map going in favor of Class Clowns.
Map 1 quite one-sided in the way of Class Clowns, or I should say round 1 quite one-sided in the way of Class Clowns, but round 2 was very, very close, and I think maybe Rock Munchers need to find an answer to the Queen Genji combo where they're engaging with the Rampage and the Blade at the same time, because that's 2 fights now where they won very, very cleanly with those 2 ultimates. And playing, maybe, you know, we're not seeing the most coming out of the Lucio. They're not really, I mean, he's getting the beats and he's using it, but maybe, you know, swapping to a Kiriko is another option if that's going to be a struggle with them moving forward. Or maybe, you know, if they want to stay on the Lucio, which I have no problem with, playing more aggressively into the Class Clowns, using that speed boost more effectively as a team. But all in all, not disappointed from both sides. Class Clowns, I think, you know, doing what we expected from them, playing that aggression. Rock Munchers, now we have an interesting opportunity. We can see how they respond to this pressure that they've been put under.
Absolutely agreed here. And I mean, we saw some pretty spectacular plays and combos from the side of Class Clowns, but as Overwatch is Overwatch, now it's time for solution crafting to come to play. Like you mentioned, that Kiriko can be a vital pick for Rock Munchers to be able to take control back over this game. Or maybe we need to look to disassemble and segment the team of Class Clowns to pick them individually. We saw the moments where they had their individual players form. It gave way for opportunity for Rock Munchers to kind of seep in through the cracks and truly dismantle the goals of Class Clowns. But we need to figure out how to do that consistently now. And Kiriko's one answer, you know, being able to deny certain abilities the way they that we've been saying. But there are plenty of other options as well, and with plenty of other styles that we can play as well. And that also kind of depends on what we go into the second map. I don't know if the teams have picked the second map yet. Production will let us know as soon as we know. Okay, awesome. So out of the options that they did have, it was Midtown, Eichenwald, Numbani, and Paraseo. But here, we are going back to Midtown for another time today.
Suitable for Pride Cup with the map that's all flavored up for Pride. That's nice to see. But it's an interesting map, and it lends itself, maybe you think, a bit more. So this will be Rock Munch's map pick, and they've decided to go for Midtown. Again, we haven't seen a lot of Rock Munches, so we don't really know if they have maybe something in their pocket they're hiding for this map, or they're particularly good on this map. It remains to be seen. But you think, looking at the map, map 2, point 2 is very high ground orientated. You have that defenders can set up on that high ground, and it can be very difficult to dislodge them. Map 1, round 1 is, point 1, sorry, is very, again, there's lots of positions for the defenders to take, and it can be difficult for attackers to engage. And maybe if the composition-wise are going to continue on the same pattern that we've seen, maybe we're going to see Rock Munches try with that brawl, maybe even a TP through the choke, something that could be adventurous like that. I worry, though, that with the high ground control that Class Clowns will have on defense, and particularly if they bring out something like a Doomfist, that it might be a bit much for Rock Munches to deal with. But then again, maybe we see something like a Cassidy coming out. Maybe we see something like the Tracer coming out. Maybe we see an entirely different look from Rock Munches. But I'm cautiously optimistic regarding this map.
Absolutely, and I mean, we've seen them play these brawly style compositions before, right? And they very well could do that again. Maybe that's how the team functions better. But if we looked at the different favorite heroes, Zelanabor's favorite hero is Winston, and Kay's favorite hero is Doomfist. So maybe we will see a slight fluctuation in terms of what we see. Maybe we see something more akin to like Dive when we get to that second point.
Maybe I'd like
being able to take control of that high ground. Because it looks like both teams will be able to do it.
An honorable tank pick versus a dishonorable tank pick. Everyone loves the Winston main.
I thought you were talking about the other way around, Fluffy. I'm joking, of course.
Did you really?
No, not at all.
But I think I'd like to see a bit more of aggression coming out of Rock Munches. I'd like to see them, playing a bit more into that style of maybe playing a Winston, maybe playing a Diva, maybe playing a Wrecking Ball even. Playing something aggression and putting more pressure onto the backline between Phoenix Tears and Soup. Because Overwatch is very easy when the enemy backline, when your own backline is completely free. And I'd like to see, I personally am a fan of, Winston Tracer, that kind of style of compositions. So I'd like to see, play that Winston, play that Tracer. We've seen 9 on the Tracer. I want to see 9 on Tracer. And
I want to see 9 on Tracer too.
I think it will make a more interesting game, because I think once Rock Munches do that, once they make this, if they decide to, again, make a swap onto playing that aggressive style of composition, it forces Class Clowns to play in a very different way. Because now they have to deal with their own backliners, and their own DPS are under so much pressure.
Indeed, and with 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds to go here, we're going to take a look at what these two teams are going to be playing on our second map of the series. We're going to Midtown here, all Pride up for you for this month of June. Thank you, Blizzard. We love you. Look at the pretty Pride flags.
I think this is my favorite version of the map.
I think this is my favorite map in Overwatch of any version of any map. This is
I just think that all the little color things in the air are really cool.
I absolutely agree, and
all
thank you to
all the little confetti.
Yeah, and thank you for our observer for showing around all the confetti, the flags. I think it looks really good. But let's have a look at these teams quickly before we run out of time, Fluffy.
Yeah, so it's Class Clowns on attack, and they're gonna play the Doomfist, which I think we expected. Interestingly, though, they're gonna play Soup on the Baptiste, so maybe playing a bit more independent. Doomfist can play a bit independently, so not unexpected. From the defense, we're gonna see Xenobor on the Sigma, so they're gonna be looking to be playing a bit slower composition, poking out the enemy. I think if K can get value onto the backline of Rock Munches, Class Clowns should have it. However, if can't, then Rock Munches will be able to poke out the backline, and players like Mist and Soup will struggle to get into position if they're shielded off by Zelanaborg.
Indeed, and as we see here, we see Blue on the side trying to get a space. K going in here with the punch, managed to take the pick onto Metal Snow. This is a big dissection here onto Rock Munches, now taking out 2 of the players. Blue is sneaking in the backline, getting that secure onto Ryan. Now, Class Clowns coming in full force, trying their best. We see Blue here on the Tracer being a little sneaky against 9. But that doesn't mean 9 can't take somebody out on the way back. Xenonabor holding his ground, saying absolutely not. You are not breaking through this defense. Doomfist trying to get his best onto point, but Xenonabor holding the ground very well here. Metal Snow in a very good sheltered position now, meaning that the Doomfist, the Tracer, very good anti coming out. But Metal Snow here just can't really like take a death blow from his positioning, and that, along with everything else, lets Rock Munches take the first hold.
No, that's where we saw, this is how this point is going to go. K got a good pick there onto Metal Snow, but unfortunately he died in the process. And with K gone, it's very difficult for the rest of the team to actually get through this choke point with the established high ground that Rock Munches have here. And you can see now he's done a bit better. He's letting his team get through, and now he's engaged. Good sleep coming out.
The sleep coming from Metal Snow does deny K his entry onto the point. Now, with all the CC coming his way, not a lot of health left to work. Immortality Field gets dropped here. With our first ultimate starting to get slow, we're going to see the nano boost here ready. Potentially used to sustain through the first fight here. Doomfist struggling here to stay alive. Amplification Matrix ready. Is it going to get used this fight? We see K going onto Metal Snow. Metal Snow doing his best to survive. There comes out the nano boost onto the Ash. Bob going out. Bees going out. We are sending a lot of ultimates here. 3 to 1. Oh, the poor reload. But, I mean, we see Rock Munch is still here pretty secure on the point now, forcing the Class Clowns into the little choke box over here. I don't know what the official call out for it is.
It's reset at this point.
Yeah, there was no chance for them to get out of that.
This is the pattern that we're likely to see on this first point, where when the fight drags on for too long, Rock Munchers are going to have it, because that's what their team comp is designed to do. If the fight is fast and aggressive, Class Clowns will take it, and that was really well played from Rock Munchers. We saw a nice play out of Metal Snow, getting the nano boost onto Nyan, who kept him alive. The nano boosted reload is not the best, but it gave the time needed. So
what's happening here, Fluffy?
Oh
no! Oh no! It gets 2! It gets 2! That's Rock Munchers. 2 down, 3 down now. Class Clowns managed to push their bodies onto the point here. Just from the one sneak from Blue. They knew he was there in the back line. And yet, he managed to get away with a double pulse bomb. Oh my goodness, what a play. That is probably one of my favorite plays so far today.
I am going to be question marking whether or not Metal Snow hit the sleep on his screen and he's been, screwed over by lag. The South African experience. Because, like you say, they did know Soup going down, but it won't mean much on the grand scheme of things, because the card still has to move forward. But that was really good engage. That's exactly how Class Clowns want to play. They really want to pincer between Blue and K. They want to have the Doomfist coming from one angle and the Tracer coming from another angle, and then the rest of the team can move up in a way that suits them. But now we're going to have another one of these positions where Rock Munchers are entrenched on this high ground, and it's going to be Trickle. Oh, but Nyan's going to fall.
So K going in there does get slapped, but does take out Nyan before anything else manages to happen, and he gets out secured. Now, no longer high ground in the favor of Rock Munchers. Now, K doing a great job of dismantling that. Second sleep in the space of, like 15 seconds? Shame. Blue going in here, getting the double pick now. Has his pulse bomb almost at the ready, doesn't really need it. No ultimates needed to get used here for that engage now. And that puts Class Clowns in a very good position where they can just get the cart under bridge now, going to the last section of point 2.
Yeah, that was a good engage from Class Clowns, because yes, the sleep dog came up. Yes, the sleep dog, flank Kitsune.
What is happening here?
It's an aggressive play, and another great pulse bomb, getting 2, and it's a very, very aggressive play onto the back. I think K is maybe going to fall unless he gets out. Yeah, he gets out. He's all right. But that was actually a very good aggressive play. That's a proactive play. That's really nice to see. They're not letting Rock Munchers engage onto Class Clowns. No, it's the Class Clowns engaging onto the Rock Munchers and deciding when the fight is going to happen. So a nice little play there from Soup. And now we're on to third point, which is very, very different to the other 2 points,
And yeah, this is what you need. You need... Oh, goodbye, Blue. Goodbye, Blue. But you need this sort of proactive play here from Class Clowns, because as you can see right here from what's happening, if you're out in the open for too long and not engaging with anything, you're giving Rock Munchers more and more time to be able to pump out that damage onto you now, pushing you back into your spawn here. We see Zelenaborg taking them back to their spawn doors. We go to the spawn, my brothers.
Yeah,
as they manage to push them back.
I think this is exactly the position that Rock Munchers want to hold on this point. And we've seen the swap on Nyan has gone onto the Tracer. I think he swapped to maybe contest, but now he's staying on the Tracer. This is what we want to see, because I'd like to see this aggression. And Nyan's already almost coming up to his pulse bomb. Very different compositions now. Metal Snow can play a bit further away, which is what he wants to do. He wants to stay in this mid to long range. Pick value. It's a good beat coming out. Can they get value on it? They're gonna sleep the Doomfist, and maybe they can get the kill. Soup's gonna go down, and you think maybe with the way this fight's going with resources, it's gonna go in the way of Rock Munchers.
Yeah, we see the Rock Munchers getting some good picks here. Even though Doomfist got slapped, he's managed to stay alive for a little bit, but that's not long enough. Tom, he got stuck. No, Blue, that was a bit. That was a naughty pulse bomb, Blue. You shouldn't.
Yeah, you know, I think you know, Blue probably could have killed him without the pulse bomb, but it's also, you know, Phoenix has got. Oh, sorry, Tom got the kill onto Blue. But Ryan Leck is gonna go down, and that's actually, you know, is worrying now because nice sleep onto Blue, but he's got the beat, so he should be all right. He can probably recall in time. He will, yeah. But
yeah,
it's a trading back and forth fight.
Yeah, we saw the Universe Sings to Me Graviton Flux going out on the cart. Didn't really get too much here. K managed to pick up 2 by the spawn doors of Rock Munchers here now, just causing a little bit of chaos while the cart is slowly pushing forward. He can stay alive easily because of his Kiriko and his Lucio being there with him. Tracer now, Nyan, looking for the pulse bomb. Kitsune goes out, doesn't manage to get anything. Ryan does manage to get one Deadeye though. That's very impressive here. K taking a lot of damage. The anti-nade goes in, which manages to clean up Class Clowns. Very good ability usage here as we manage to stall out here. Blue,
get him.
Is he going to get out?
Get him, Ryan. Get him. Get him, Ryan. Oh.
Very good hold from Rock Munchers.
Now it's a difficult position for Class Clowns because Rock Munchers have an insane spawn advantage at this point. But there's no real ult advantage. It's going to be an even fight. And we're looking really at maybe Blue to get a big pulse bomb here. That's the only real ult on the cards for both teams. But massive spawn advantage for Rock Munchers. And whether or not they can detrench this backline. Randy is going to go down, but Blue's also that's a big lot of DPS gone.
30 seconds left to go. We're looking for as many picks as we can here if we're Class Clowns, trying to dismantle Rock Munchers so that we can push this cart forward ever so slightly. We see here 2 members on the cart pushing it forward, but that might not necessarily be enough. K here gets anti-naded, using his block to try and keep him so low as much as possible. Ooh, pulse bomb coming out here from Blue. Doesn't manage to get anybody. 9 here on the point now. Who owns his pulse bomb? Is it going to get used? Does he need to use it? He doesn't need to use it. Beast coming out here. Doom. Can he stay alive? Stuck.
Suzu.
CC'd. Suzu'd. No, that's not enough.
Tank experience. Yeah, but that was an interesting fight because Class Clowns looked like they had it. They engaged. They traded Blue for Orion, but they seemed to have the momentum in the fight. But the spawn advance from Rock Munchers meant that everyone was coming back so much faster. And actually, we saw like Metal Snow died and then he came back, and Zelabor died and then he came back, and it was that spawn advantage was just too much for Class Clowns. They won the fight, didn't win it decisively enough, but it's still a very, very good push. 93 meters, just before the end of third, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's such a close push, but when you're in that position, 30 seconds left, you need to make decisive actions. You know, you can't just kind of hana around waiting for something to happen. You need to take that proactive approach together as one unit to try and secure those individual picks, because if you take out one person at a time here and there and kind of trickle it down, that's just making the problem worse for yourself, because now you're going to get those players coming back one at a time that can continue to stall the point. But if you manage to secure all of them, you get those crucial picks out at the beginning, then you have the opportunity to push that all the way to the end. But no matter, here we see Class Clowns K coming out here on the Reinhardt on the defense. Fluffy, what do you think?
Honorable Reinhardt. You know, I talked some smack about the Doomfist pick, but we love to see some honorable Reinhardt. But on the defense, it's gonna be very different. You know, we saw how the Sigma played on defense, but now we're gonna see how Reinhardt plays on defense. He's really gonna stick to this corner. You know, a very classical composition stylistically from Class Clowns, and then we're gonna see Prince Tom on the Moira and Nyan on the Tracer. So very, very different look. You know, similar style but different heroes and different look from Rock Munchers. It'll be interesting how they play into this Reinhardt, because we've seen K and he likes to play an aggressive Reinhardt, and already that was a big fight. He's getting close to 30% already.
As they get closer and closer here, we're managing to sandwich them in. Metal Snow, unlucky there, gets charged. Now the sandwich takes place as Class Clown manages to clean up Rock Munchers here. Yes, that rotation was absolutely beautiful, but unfortunately, you know, you're giving them the space to be able to sandwich you like that. Especially you saw with K taking such an aggressive approach onto you as you were rotating. You need to be able to deal with that. You need to be able to collapse on them. without being collapsed on back. And unfortunately,
Yeah.
they put themselves into a bit of a sticky situation there.
Yeah, it was a good play there between Class Clowns pincering the rotation of Rug Munchers, but we're seeing a swap with Zellerball going over to the Sigma. K might struggle a bit more. It's a harder matchup for the Reinhardt. The rest of the team staying the same, and it'll be interesting if he can get the same freedom as playing into the Sigma. With this fight going on, it's a bit of a back and forth. Phoenix is going down, but Ryan Lecker trading out for him. It's going maybe in the way of Class Clowns.
Blue manages to pick up the lurker there, being 9 in the side ground, meaning that they couldn't get into a good position to kind of surround the side of Class Clowns, which is a very oh, South African pause. Here we go. But just to run at that note, you've got your 9 looking in the background, trying to get a good pick on the backline to dismantle this brawl comp, and it just shows you the power of Venture here. Okay, so we're hearing here from production that some of the players' Discord broke, and so we just have a bit of a technical pause.
Hey,
here,
it's not an Overwatch problem. Woo.
It's not an Overwatch problem. What a shocker.
Yeah,
it's
it's a bit of because Rock Munchers want to play this brawl composition. 9 is on the Tracer, which means he has to be very independent. He can't, he doesn't have a Zenyatta Orb, he doesn't have a Kiriko helping him, he doesn't have a Lucio with him. He has to be very, very independent. And it's a difficult role to play. Not impossible, but difficult. And he can get a lot of value out of it. If he can pressure Soup and pressure Mist, it'll take a lot of pressure off his own team. He just has to make sure he doesn't die in their backline. But this aggression from K is really, really good. And he has the Shadow now. And I think, this is the only ult online. We're soon going to have Soup with his window and Phoenix is coming up to his beat. But this Shadow, I think, could be good. He's going to look for value. And there it is. Oh, it's a good Shadow. Oh, but the sleep is really, really good.
Oh, the sleep and the anti-nade on the crackback there, meaning that the Valley's not going to come out as much. We see the Nano here going onto Zellerball here, trying to go through his Nemesis form. 9 gets the pick onto K in the background. That means now the Rock Munchers have got the opportunity to push onto point here. 9 trying to get the trade. Managed to get the trade. Beautiful execution there from the side of Rock Munchers and the cap deck.
Yeah, that looked like a fight win with that Shadow from K. That was a really, really good Shadow onto the backline, but it didn't get Metal Snow, and Metal Snow came out top. He got the slap onto K, and then Anti-Menti couldn't follow up. They are going to re-engage, which is interesting. It's good from 9. He's forcing out resources before they engage. They should still win this though, Rock Munchers. They have this Annihilation, but no, he's going to go down. And the re-engage from Class Clowns has won?
That certainly comes as a shock. I mean, I think there was not enough resources on point, because if you saw what happened there from the camera, we saw that there were 2 fights happening simultaneously. We saw half of Rock Munchers on point and the other half of them in the spawn doors of Class Clowns, which kind of split them up and did Class Clowns' job for them. So now with 45 seconds left to go, we need to re-engage onto point, and we've got the Sojourn ult here, the railgun, really going to, if they go trying to go down straight corridor, it's really going to pose a difficulty on them. But 9 here poking out in the background didn't really manage to get rid of him in the past. He's got Pulse Bomb, gonna use it? No, not yet. Annihilation coming in, trying to keep himself alive. Venture getting two with the ult on the back. I need to be reminded of what Venture's ult is called again. If you can please, Fluffy.
The earthworm thing.
The earthworm thing. Okay, we're calling it the earthworm thing from here on.
Venture, they're a mole rat. It's who knows. But unfortunately for Rock Munchers, they would have obviously liked to cap that point the previous fight, but they do end up capping the fight. They just have to use that Annihilation to do so. Mist goes down, and then it kind of snowballs out of control for Class Clowns. But it isn't the worst position for Class Clowns. It was a good re-engage, and they're in a good position here. Pulse Storm comes out, doesn't get anything. But now they do have ults, and they can stabilize here nicely on second point, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do with the fall of Zellerball.
Very good. Class Clowns taking control of this high ground once again, meaning that they have the opportunity to push forward, but Prince Tom does take 2 kills down, saying, we're not going down without a fight now. It's a 3v3 in this scenario. Oh, that connected? Okay, goodbye. You're going back to spawn now.
He didn't pin into a wall. He didn't pin him into a wall, so he's blinked away.
But one thing I do want to highlight is the play of these two tracers, like really seeping in on the backline, really does give advantage to either team when in the right moment here. We see K going through, just mowing his way down with his hammer. Taking the space back now, really holding this high ground, holding this pressure back, saying, you're not pushing this point unless you go through me.
Yeah, that's what the Reinhardt wants to do that. The Reinhardt doesn't want to be poking at mid-range. The Reinhardt wants to be in your face, and he's doing that quite well. You know, well played to Phoenix Tears there for actually, being the taxi service and helping out, getting K where he wants. And now we have 5 ults from Class Clowns versus only the support ults from Rock Munchers.
One,
it's a
two.
difficult position. Oh, not nice. Oh, we don't talk about that, Metal Snow. Ooh. But you know they're going down, and the railguns together with the window, too much for Rock Munchers. But no ults used from Rock Munchers, so there is a silver lining. But time is running out for them. If they can, if they can stabilize now and actually take this fight, maybe force cards, and maybe that's a better option for them. But they're still going uphill into this fight.
Yeah, with the cart running back now, it's going to give them the opportunity to just beeline it straight to cart. But that doesn't mean that Class Clowns doesn't have the opportunity to use their beat or their shatter to counter or to disengage or to do whatever they need to do to be able to secure this point. Yes, we saw them use 3 ultimates in the previous fight, and yes, Rock Munchers have got 3 ultimates here to be able to help zone them off of point with the window and the high noon here. But we see going out of the back with the flank.
Nice.
The Rock Munchers flank.
Zoom, Cassidy, zoom.
Zoom.
That buff is so weird. Yeah, that was a nice engage, and I think it was the right choice, forcing out card, and then well, someone had to touch, so well played to him. Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't get anything. But there is gonna be a recontest here. K's swapped over the Doomfist, I think for the touch, but I think it's a wise choice. Get that pressure onto the backline, and it looks like it's gonna be working. No one's on cart, and it looks like they're gonna get no, and that's gonna be the map going to Class Clowns. The recontest was too good.
The recontest was too good indeed, meaning that they were not able to get back onto the point in time. And I feel like a little bit of that was a little bit of a like inability to read where they should be in that scenario. Both teams played an excellent role in like with their traces being in the back line doing sneaky sneaks. And I feel like they both got away with that too much. And that's part of the reason why we actually saw things go through there. Why we saw Rock Munchers actually manage to push just a little bit past that bridge was because of that flank. And it really did sandwich them in.
It's possible also on that fight that we saw Rock Munchers win, they went into the fight with very few ults, but actually during the fight they built a lot of ults and they used them immediately. And sure, it's always better to overcommit with ults and win the fight as opposed to just like losing the map, but they used so many ults in that fight. We saw them use Pulse and High Noon and everything together, and it won them the fight, but then they didn't have the resources they needed for the recontest. And we saw the Tracer and the Doomfist come in, they got the touch, and then it was too much for Rock Munchers. Class Clowns eking that out with that spawn advantage and those picks that they got. So maybe a bit of miscommunication, or maybe a bit of over eagerness on the alt side, but in the end, Class Clowns, they win it out and they lead the series now 2-0. It's now all on Rock Munchers to, we want to see the reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep. Chat, let's put it in. We want to see the reverse sweep. I don't actually remember how long it's been since we've seen the last reverse sweep. But,
a while,
in order to get a reverse sweep, that's a serious test of stamina. And
it is for us as well.
So there's a lot that the players need to commit if they want to try and aim for that reverse sweep here. And it's no easy task. You can ask any team that's done it in the past, it's from sheer force of will to get them forward. But now we're going to be going to an escort map here next, with our options being Circuit Royale, Route 66, and Shambali Monastery. Something that's very notable about all 3 of those points, Fluffy, is they're quite long range. And if I'm looking at these teams' favorite players right now, I'm seeing Ryan here with the Widowmaker. And I'm also obviously Miss T here with Sojourn, but maybe we see Blue trying to counter that Widowmaker pick. Maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not going to happen.
The interesting thing about those maps is that... So we're going to end up going to Circuit, and the interesting thing about Circuit is that it is very, very favored towards snipers, and yes, a dominant Widowmaker can just control this map entirely. But Brawl still works on this map. If you have a Reinhardt shield, a Sigma shield, or whatever, and your team just all walks together in onto the enemy, and if your enemy is playing double sniper, what's a double sniper going to do against a Reinhardt swinging in your face? So if the Brawl can get onto the team that's playing the poke comp, the double sniper comp, the Brawl will win. And we've seen how Rock Munchers like to munch on their rocks and play this Brawl composition. So it's not the end of the world for them if they do want to play that kind of composition. But also, I worry about, if they do decide to play that composition, and we haven't seen any of it really, but Blue, like you say, could play the Widowmaker. K can play the Doomfist, which when you're playing a sniper and you have a Doomfist, punching you in from behind, it's difficult to take that fair 1v1 and then get those picks and move forward. So it could be quite difficult to play that clean double sniper poke head to head. I don't think we're going to see it, to be honest. I think we're going to see something more like a brawl comp, more like a dive comp, more aggression, less poke.
Yeah, Circuit Royale really does give opportunity to a variety of comps here. And at the end of the day, Pride Cup is all about playing, gelling with teams, and kind of just learning how people play together and just to have some fun. So we don't necessarily have to use, like, this is the strat on Circuit Royale, even though they are a number of strats. But at the end of the day, the best solution for any of these teams here playing today is being able to play within your pool of heroes and being able to make it function against what you're being, what your challenge that you're being posed with is. So in this case here, if that brawl, if we see that Widowmaker, that brawl from the side of it was Team 5, right? Class Clowns here gives them an opportunity to be able to counter it right off the bat just because of their hero pool, right?
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that Rock Munchers are unable to deal with that counter, because we've seen Ryan on the other picks as well.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the most important thing is just that we don't see Malga.
That's a bit anti-LGBT of you, Fluffy.
No, that's some, and that's, oh, we're seeing Sigma from both teams. No, it's not anti-LGBT, it's pro-fun.
I see.
I stand corrected. I was saying how Class Clowns both teams wouldn't play the double sniper, the pokey style compositions, but it looks like both teams are going to be favoring this. K on the Sigma, Mist on the Sojourn, Blue on the Widowmaker, Soup on the Zenyatta, Metalstar on the Zenyatta, Ryan on the Widowmaker. This is classical double poke compositions going in.
It is, yeah.
So
but
it'll be
Fluffy,
a very, very different head-to-head from the last two maps that we've seen.
I want to poke your brain, Fluffy. What is the difference here between running what was Brigitte, now is Lucio? Why are we running Lucio over Baptiste here?
I do not know.
Well,
There is no good answer. Okay, no. A speeding out of spawn and then swapping?
Okay, there's your answer. Speeding out of spawn and
But I
swapping
mean,
you.
he's over to the Baptiste, and that's that's what we expect from a composition like this. That's if Mist was playing Hanzo, that would be the stereotypical double sniper composition.
It would be. We see here the two Sigmas trying to fight it out here, as well as
Actually,
the two Widowmakers.
I just realized. Sorry,
They are mirror comps.
Both teams are playing the Sojourn and the Widow. And as we go into a pause.
Yeah, so while we're in the pauses, let's just talk about that little early stage there that we missed. So we saw the mouse died. That is unlucky. But we saw the it was K on the Sigma taking some good ground, trying to get up to the high ground and kind of force them off. But I don't think the rest of Class Clowns was in position to be able to support that infrastructure. And that gave the ability for Rock Munchers to just kind of send them back and be like, hey, hold on a bit here. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself. But no picks just yet. We're still seeing the two snipers going at each other.
You passed the
Ryan.
bit.
I cast the coasted. Ryan looked away for one moment looking at the Sojourn, and Blue took his head off just like that. Now, Class Clowns being able to take this high ground more methodically after that pick, pushing the through the bridge. Soup getting the pick onto Prince Tom here really does put Rock Munchers onto the back foot here. Rock Munchers needs a solid disengage here so they can come back and try and take this before the point takes over.
Yeah, it's actually it's good respect there from Rock Munchers. We're disengaging, having lost their Widowmaker, they're disengaging, but Ryan's gonna go down again. That's a problem because there's a lot of pick potential disappears when you don't have your Widowmaker. And I think they're gonna get the cap off that. So well played by Blue. They're getting the pick twice onto Ryan, and Ryan he's gonna say, you know what, I've had enough. He's not gonna play the Widowmaker. He's not gonna take that duel. That's fine. He's gonna play the Cassidy. What that does is that changes the way the team wants to play, but they're not going to be playing as intensely for the picks. They're going to want to be playing a bit closer. Zellabor is going to have to play a bit closer with Ryan together, and they're going to be aggressive and maybe force out Mist, maybe force out K. Soup is very, very low, but it changes the style of the composition a lot.
Two picks going out here on the side of Rock Munchers now, managing to take out K, Soup, and now Phoenix Tears falls down as well. That close range composition really suits them on second point there now. Widow not really getting too much space. Yes, Widow does manage to get Metal Snow just before she dies, but it's that kind of like last stand sort of scenario where you've now given Rock Munchers that close range solution, and it is really working for them here. Blue gonna try and look for picks. As long as no one stands and tries to oppose him, then you're kind of golden here before the team can even push forward.
Almost got him there. Flux is going to come up, but a good chance from the side of Metal Snow is going to negate all of it. Soup's gone down, and Rock Munchers are disengaging here, but I think they're going to re-engage soon here with the picks. But Ryan is going to go down to blue again. They apparently have some beef they need to work out here.
Indeed they do, but we saw a very good pick go out onto Tom just as the Transcendence was going out, which really paved the way for Class Clowns to walk forward with the payload. And some really key picks here, meaning that they just now have the ability to walk and capture second point.
Yeah.
This map is so volatile. If you get one pick off, you need to be so disciplined in your disengage and coming back so that you can take the point before it flips before it caps. And we have not seen that yet from Rock Munchers. Now going on to third point.
Yeah, and third point is very, very different to first and second. Brawl comps and aggressive comps can really thrive here. Oh, nice from Metal Snow picking up blue. And this is very, very different. Often we see teams steamroll first and second, and then they get held for 5 minutes on third. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something that happens here, as it looks like Rock Munchers are at least going to have an opportunity to stabilize, as they're going to win out this fight. Can they win the next fight and the fight after? That remains to be seen, but they do look to have the resources to do it. They've got the Flux, they've got the window, they, only really the window, the sights from blue isn't really going to have that much an effect. The chance is big, but there are the resources for Rock Munchers to stabilize here and win this out.
Yeah, Rock Munch is in a really good position here where they kind of negate a lot of Class Clowns' ability to get through this door, given that they're holding the much closer range comp. But some discipline here going back while there's some pressure going on. We might see some ultimates fly out here in a second. Maybe we even see the Graviton Flux here as K starts to fall low. Needs to start looking to sustain himself a little bit better. The Graviton Flux popping out now. Managed to pick up, is that one person I think? The Transcendence coming down to counter it now. K going down to Tom here.
Nice
Tom
block.
taking 2 picks here. Let me do it myself. Thanos moment here. Tom sending his way forward through the team, managing to get the picks that are needed for Rock Munchers to
Get
get
him.
the hold.
One more. Get him. Come on. Oh. No, don't. Oh, you should have chased him. Not because it was the right play, it wasn't, but because it would have been cool. That was a good play. That's a good stabilize from Rock Munchers. They use their ult and they get value out of them. That was a really nice rock onto K, but now K has his Flux and it looks probably going to be like an engage tool. Maybe you think combined with something else. Phoenix is going to open with his window, and these Sigmas are so close to each other's face and they're just slamming it out. Zelibor is low, it's just the window that's keeping him alive.
Yeah, the 2 Sigmas basically kissing each other there in the face, but no one was doing anything about K, just chilling up there. Now managing to push them back here. K gets a pick onto Ryan, managing to push them forward. K, do we even need to see the Gravitic Flux here, as my producer has corrected me? Probably not.
He's not going to use it, no. They won the fight. Rock Munchers are wisely just backing up. They don't need to take this. They've already lost. And it's this next fight is probably going to be the fight that decides the map, and it's going to be an awful fight for both teams because there are so many ults from both sides.
Here we go. Transcendence coming out for K's Gravitic Flux with 9s popping out the Sojourn ult here, trying to get some right.
Zen Wars.
Missed. Missed pops the ult, but that's a pick on for Blue and Soup. 9 here getting the crack back onto Blue. K managing to win the tank duel point, just continuing to push forward here. Class Clowns really on a good position to just keep pushing now. One person stalling, nope, no more people stalling, and that
No,
looks
they're
like it's
gonna
going
get
to
the
be the cap.
Yeah, we saw some Omnic on Omnic violence there, but in the end it's a good cap from Class Clowns. This map can be difficult to full cap. 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, and we saw how, point 1 and 2 was steamrolled from Class Clowns, but then they got stuck on point 3, and Rock Munchers held for a bit. There was a bit of back and forth, but in the end, Class Clowns finished it out. So well done to Class Clowns on doing that. That was really good. Now we're going to move over to the top sides, obviously, and Rock Munchers is going to have the opportunity to attack. And it'll be interesting to see, having now played a round of mirror comps, essentially, with Poke versus Poke, will Rock Munchers decide to do something else? Will they throw something into, maybe playing a bit of Monkey? I still want to see that Monkey. I think it wouldn't be the worst idea. I think if your enemy is playing a poke composition, playing an aggressive composition is a decent idea. And I'd like to see it personally, and I think it might be the answer that Rock Munchers need.
could be a very, very good answer here. I mean, we know that Xehanort likes to play Winston. It's their favorite hero. And
But
I think
who isn't Winston's? Whose favorite hero isn't Winston? Let's
Winton.
be honest.
Winton.
Exactly. It's so favorite they even added the little plushie for him.
That is true, absolutely. So, you know, it's an opportunity here for Rock Munchers to take advantage of their own skill set. And I feel like this is one of those moments where you're kind of falling into the trap of, oh, they're playing spam, so we need to play spam because it's the nature of this map. But it's not the nature of this map. You need to find your creative solutions. You can't just be like, oh, this is the comp that we're being faced with, so let us now just mirror it and do our best. And when the Widow 1v1 isn't going our way, you know, we're going to switch up, or, you know, things like that. That is not the solution that you need to look for. You need to look for the stylistic solution, not necessarily your hero pool solution, as I'm sure a coach out there will recognize those words. You know who you are. And
Yeah, sure.
a stylistic solution here could very well be things like switching onto the Winston, switching onto the dive to take space away from the spam comp. Yes, it's part of that triangle, but it's not necessarily the triangle that matters here. It's about how you utilize your hero pool and take away space from the other team, and what's basically just going to be a giant game of chess here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, but the map we're gonna go to, Circuit Royale being, sorry, we're still on Circuit.
We're still on Circuit, Fluffy.
No, I mean the swapping of the sides. Sorry, my brain is a bit all over the place. Swapping of the sides changes things because, yes, I think, you know, I'd like to see maybe a bit of stylistic changes. I'd like to see both teams be more open to changing their comps, but obviously with the teams swapping sides, it changes how the teams will play, because maybe Rock Munchers feel that what they were missing was the positional advantage, and, you know, now that they're on defense, they're going to have the high ground to play with. They're going to have that first point arch. They're going to have the second point wall of death. They're going to have the third point high ground. They're going to have the third point high grounds. But sorry, other way around. Class Clowns are going to have that, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Class Clowns doing something similar. If they decide to stick to a similar comp where they're going to play the Widow, they're going to play the Sojourn, they're going to play that Sigma. And I think it'll be interesting with the Rock Munchers now that they're on the attack, will they stick to that composition? Because if they do, we saw how they did when they had that positional advantage. You know, it didn't go well for them. They ended up, you know, conceding all 3 points for 2 minutes. Now they're not going to have that positional advantage, and if that's just a comp that maybe they're not that comfortable at, then I think that swap is something that needs to happen. And, you know, chat wants to see the monkey. We all want to see the monkey. Xehanort, do it. Do it.
Do it. Chat, if you guys are listening out there, chat, which I hope you are, everybody spam Winton in the chat if you want to see Winton. And while we're waiting for this game to resume, I just want to, Fluffy, point your attention to another game that has already finished. It was actually finished 30 minutes ago. 47 minutes into this current round, we see Pookie Wookie that took 3-0 off of Coco's Guardians. Now, I'm not exactly sure how that affects the standings.
What that affects is
potentially
Pookie Wookie goes 2-4. Coco's Guardians are unfortunately 0-6. So maybe not an unexpected win there from Pookie Wookie, but I feel like Pookie Wookie are a team that, for some reason, all their games are super close, but they keep losing. I mean, with now winning 3-0 against Coco's Guardians, they actually have a +1 indice, but they're 2-4. So they have this weird situation where they lose all their games really closely, but they keep losing them. So it's just like something missing from Pookie Wookie. But unfortunately, what that means is that Coco Guardians are going to be our 8th place teams, but, you know, someone has to come last, unfortunately.
It's the unfortunate nature of this tournament. But
yeah, I mean,
with that being said, Fluffy, now it's time to go back into our current game, Rock Munchers versus Class Clowns. We are on the second half of Circuit Royale here. Class Clowns on the defense, Rock Munchers taking the attack. We see the two Widows again, but we see Kay here on the Reinhardt on defense.
A big
Fluffy,
change.
break it down for me.
So I don't think that's... I think Kay likes to play the Reinhardt, and everyone likes to see a bit of Reinhardt. But I think what that does... Oh, Xehanort, yes! No!
No!
Oh, you were so close to greatness. Anyway, Reinhardt. What this does is it forces pressure onto Zenable, it forces pressure onto Metal Snow, it forces a lot of pressure onto the front line of Rock Munchers, with K swinging onto this front line, and it gives less time for Nyan to find picks. Nyan on the Widowmaker has to find these quicks quickly. See, already, look how aggressive K is. The spawn hold immediately. This is the entire plan. Be aggressive onto the team, not giving the time for those picks to come out. And now it'll be interesting to see if we see a swap from the side of Rock Munchers at all, given what the team Class Clowns are playing.
Who wants to play spam when you can just play spawn right outside their front door? I mean, I saw the Symmetra pick at the very beginning of this, and I immediately knew something fishy was about to happen here.
Yeah, but they're getting picks.
They're getting picks, but they're losing time here with this cart not moving whatsoever. They haven't even gotten around the first corner yet before they lost. Well, they lost the fight, and then they won a fight. You know, so that is valuable time taken away from Rock Munch's attack here.
No, but when you do those kinds of spawn holds, it's never the plan to win the fight. It's always the plan to lose the fight slowly. So it's a good hold, and we actually saw Class Clowns do that before. K has actually swapped off of the Reinhardt onto the Sigma. I think this was just a spawn hold strategy. They wanted to hold spawn, and then they were always going to swap to the Sigma. So not
Definitely by the looks of it.
Nyan gets the pick onto blue, and we're seeing some the pressure now onto Class Clowns, because, you know, now it's the other way around. We saw this in the previous round, how Ryan was getting picked, but now it's the other way around, and Class Clowns now have to respond to losing their Widowmaker soon, and Metal Snow gets the pick onto OG Mist, so it's actually the picks are all going the way of Rock Munchers.
Yeah, slow picks Rock Munchers are taking here now, allowing them to slowly progress up forwards. What's also important to note is that it's Nyan on the Widow instead of Ryan on the Widowmaker, now playing to both of their strengths. 3 picks! Sorry, my feed lagged there for a little bit. I think that's on me. But Rock Munchers just taking out a fight. Yes, it was a little bit slower, but that still leaves him with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the time bank. Yeah. Which is quite a lot of time.
Very, very good attack actually from the end of Rock Munchers. It was that one fight that Class Clowns won with the spawn hold was really, really good. But then once they actually swapped to mirror, it looks like Rock Munchers are taking this. Nyan already with the sights, blue only on 52%, so you can see just how much impact Nyan has had. But Metal's not going down as a worry, because now they only have the Zenyatta healing from Prince Tom, and it's unlikely that they're going to win. No one is on cards.
Oh my goodness! What another way to waste time. Yes, I know we've got a lot of time, Rock Munchers, but let me tell you something. Right? You need to actually push the payload with. K now getting a gravitic flux here, giving blue the opportunity to take the kill onto Ryan here. Phoenix Tears taking out Prince Tom as they push forward here, taking back control over the cart now. Widowmaker kind of stuck here in the open. The Aceration goes through. Sorry, Aceration. I called that like 4 years ago. Accretion. Oh my goodness. We're living back to the days of scuffed OD. That's how long it's been since I've been on this job. But we see Class Clowns here really do solidify their hold midway through the second point.
The picks came out and Class Clowns won the fight. They won it slowly, but in the end they won it, and that's what all that matters at the end of the day. Now it's going to be difficult because Class Clowns are in this very, very oppressive high ground control, and you see Phoenix Tears goes down, so Nyan gets a pick, even though Phoenix Tears actually uses his window, Nyan gets the pick, so now an interesting sway of momentum, because now it's the positional advantage and Metal's going to use his window.
The window coming out here does give an opportunity for Rock Munchers to push forward. As we see, the cart is pushing forward slowly. Transcendent's coming out now, trying their best to hold whatever ground they have left here. Slowly but surely, they are surviving through here. The Scytheman coming out from the side of Rock Munchers, trying to see if they can do anything with it. It's the Scythe versus Scythes. And we see the pick. We see the pick from Rock Munchers going through onto Class Clowns here. As Fluffy, I'm going to quickly hand over to you because I'm struggling here to see what's happening.
Maybe some technical difficulties behind the scenes, but it's a back and forth fight. It's difficult to really understand where the fight's going because it's trading back and forth. K's going to go down, and the picks are coming out. You know, Nyan gets in the pick onto Soup, and that should be the cap for Rock Munchers. But yeah, there we go. Blue falls down, stops the trace, I think, to just contest, and Nyan gets a nice little headshot there, and they get the cap in the end. Now we're really in a difficult situation though, because third point we've already established is so different to first and second point. Rock Munchers have done very, very well so far to take first and second, but now is really where the true test comes out with third point. Blue stopping onto the tracer, I think that was just to contest, but he's staying on it. Interesting. So it's going to be a very different look from Class Clowns, and a lot harder job for Nyan, who now doesn't have to worry about this tracer in his backline. The staging is coming out. Prince Tom's going to get blue though. Oh, that's one. You know, if your backline can kill the tracer, who really cares how it's going to go?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this play kind of feels a bit akin to something I'd expect from you here, Fluffy. You know, killing out that flanking
Oi.
tracer,
Ooh.
getting 2 people. Nine also getting the 3rd person onto Mist
Get
here.
him.
Now giving the opportunity.
Aw.
That's unfortunate. Kay says, okay, enough's enough. But that doesn't mean that Rock Munchers hasn't pushed forward enough on the payload here. The creation coming out gets Ryan on point. Now giving the opportunity for Kay to drop down. Yes, he's low HP. 9 getting the kill onto Kay. Rock Munchers pushing the payload more and more and more and more and more and more. Not enough. Oh.
And they beat their time. It's possible. They can beat their time.
It is
but
possible.
They're falling. They're falling.
Oh, and they just managed to keep this hold here. Phoenix Tears making sure that nobody is sneaking any play here. Blue now trying to push forward a little bit, see what he can do. He got pulse bomb, but he's not going to use it just yet, as he knows that this fight is only just the beginning of the next.
Yeah, so actually a really, really good fight from Rock Munchers. We saw Prince Tom get a lot of value there. He got the pick onto Blue, we got the pick onto the Mist, and it was a great rotation there. And actually they pushed all the way to the end, they just barely didn't catch that. So it looks like Class Clans will finish that with more time if Rock Munchers do finish. They still have 2 minutes to work with, so it's not the end of the world. But now, this is again one of the most ugly fights because there's Trance, there's Flux from both sides, the window from Phoenix Tears. So this could be decided by if a Zenyatta gets picked early, the Flux could come out. This could be down to the Flux. Oh, the Trance is forced out, actually. That means that's danger because now K has a free Flux. And he's going to use it. He recognizes that and he uses it.
That's a big Flux, and yes, they get 2 picks, but I want to highlight that Rock Munch's position there, taking the high ground approach, was a very good idea, but unfortunately it falls due to Tom being a little bit too aggressive with his positioning. Now Class Clans managing to hold their position, solidifying their hold here for the last minute and a half.
Yeah, you're sort of in one of those lose-lose situations as Prince Tom there because you've taken this high ground and now you've been rotated onto by the enemy, and if you use your Trance you survive and you can maybe take the fight a bit longer, but then you use your Trance and the Sigma gets the Flux off and they win the fight. So it's a very, very difficult situation for Prince Tom there. It requires a lot of position from the rest of your team when you're caught in that situation. But again, we still have ults on both sides. Now we're going to see the Trance coming out in response to Xenonor's Flux. The lamp comes out as well, so maybe a bit of advantage there. They can maybe use this because no window, no Trance. This is maybe their opportunity. They've baited out resources here.
Baiting out resources indeed. Now as they try their best to hold on to this little bit of point left. Tom taking out Blue once again. Blue, no more sneaks for you. Nine taking out Soup on the return pick here, although Soup does manage to take Zelenor with him. And as we know in Overwatch 2, the loss of a tank is a pretty big loss, but that doesn't stop Nine from taking out his counterpart on Class Clowns now. Blue trying to see if he can sneak over here, but he's not wary of the fact that the fight on payload is a little bit more important right now, I would say. There we go, managing to clean up. Class Clowns really are holding their best here. Gravitic Flux coming up for the next time. We see Rock Munch switching onto the Winston maybe, but too late of a switch here.
We saw Winston!
We do see Winston. Chat, Winton.
And Winston is dead. There we see why we didn't see Winston, and that's going to be that. And Class Clowns are going to hold in the end and take the series 3-0 over Rock Munchers. Very well played from both sides. You know, a lot of good individual players coming out, but I think at the end of the day, we saw a few more team players coming out from the side of Class Clans, and we saw a lot of individual players coming out from Rock Munchers. Everyone had their moments, but in the end, Class Clowns just take it.
Absolutely, and I mean, like, you know, that game was such a game of strategy, actually, more so than anything else, and we really saw these 2 teams trying their best to figure out what would work for them to break the defenses of the other team. And at the end of the day, that was just Class Clowns showing their supreme in dismantling. And that served them this victory today. Unfortunately, no opportunity for the reverse sweep. But here we are. We're finished the series 3-0. And,
yeah,
you know,
but
I don't think...
I think, you know, 2 teams. So going into this match, Rock Munchers were 2-3. 2-3. Class Clowns were other round. Rock Munchers were 3-2. Class Clowns were 4-1. So we're looking for a good game and a close game. And at the end of the day, just Class Clowns just take it a little bit, you know, too much. And unfortunately, Rock Munchers we haven't seen a lot of in this series. But you can see why they have won the games they have, because they do obviously have talent at hand, and they have compositions that work very well for them, and we saw them win. You know, two of the maps that we saw were very, very, very close. And I think, I think, yes, Class Clans take this match 3-0 in the end, but I think Rock Munchers, don't take anything away from Rock Munchers. They know how to chew their rocks, and we've seen why they have won the games they have. They do have skills on show that I think they should be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, sure, 3-0, right? But I think anybody watching this broadcast today can absolutely say that this was like one of the closest 3-0s. Like the main score doesn't tell you. Even the map score doesn't tell you how close this game actually was in terms of strategy, in terms of picking each other apart, and in terms of really getting down to that nitty-gritty. And getting down to that nitty-gritty, right, Fluffy? We need to decide on who we want our player of the game to be.
Okay.
And I think there's a pretty good selection, because I think everybody on Class Clowns deserves a spot in that spotlight at some point, because they all performed their role phenomenally. We saw K really getting showing that ability to play two different types of strategies. We saw him getting in the faces of his opponents, and we saw him spamming from afar. We saw OG missed, and
Not
Blue
Theo.
really, not there. We saw OG missed T, showing their prowess on the ability to play those DPS heroes. Blue did exceptionally well at maintaining the rat persona and being there in the not the rock rat, but the other rat, and just being annoying in the backline and able to pick apart chunks of the team when needed the most. And also Mist showing the ability to just absolutely pummel down damage down the sightlines onto the enemy team. We saw Soup getting some amazing picks onto flanking DPS and managing to use chances at the good times to keep their team alive. That was just that series alone. Let's not even get started on things like the anti-nades that we saw in some of the previous matches. And then there was Phoenix Tears really bringing this team together, solidifying, holding them in place. The Lucio we saw earlier on today, absolutely phenomenal, good positioning, and really allowing K to push forward and being able to stay solid in that front line, staying alive. And then here on the map, we saw K now able to go on walkies, on adventures. But Phoenix is the backbone, just keeping him alive throughout. And of course the team as well, that immortality field really coming in clutch where it needed to be, just here alone. The Lucio, the beats we saw, amazing. So I really think that all 5 of these players are deserving of that player of the game. But Fluffy, you can only give it to one, and you're giving it to who?
So I think for me, credit has to go to a player who previously, when we've seen them, has been very one-dimensional. And when we've casted this team before and we've seen them play before. And in the past, we've seen perhaps, a weakness in the gameplay of this player where they don't have that flexibility to play those other heroes. And it's always coming down to like a crutch of playing their one comfort pick. But in today's series, I saw that player flexing over a lot and playing different heroes that we don't see them play as much. Whether that player is comfortable on these heroes or not, that's another question. But at least we haven't seen that player playing those heroes as much. And that player is K, because we've always seen it always comes down to when things are difficult, it goes over to the Doomfist. It's always, we're struggling, we go over to the Doomfist. But today we didn't really see a lot of Doomfist, actually. We saw a lot of Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt was very good. We saw a lot of Sigma, and the Sigma was very good. And I think for that reason, for the first time on a COWZA stream at least, seeing that flexibility in K is actually very good to see. And I think for that reason alone, I think credit has to go to him for allowing his team to play in a different way, and a way that excelled. We saw that the team was actually very competent playing the double sniper, inverted commas double sniper, but playing this sort of a pokey composition, playing the Sigma. We've always just seen K on Doomfist, but seeing him on the Sigma let his team play in that style, and his team did really, really well on that. So for that reason, I'm going to give it over to K, actually.
Congratulations, K, for this game's player of the match. You did a fantastic job, and honestly, there's nothing more that we can really say. But as we take a look into the standings coming to the close of this round over here. Obviously, Slayerlicious, we see them at the top skyrocketing. We know they're in first place, but Fluffy, let's have a look at the rest of these standings.
Yeah, so Sailicious are champions. Congratulations to you. Class Clowns have now solidified their second place position with this win. They are 5-1. By Panic the Disco are the third place team. They've already played all 7 of their games. They cannot match the 5-1 record of Class Clowns. So our positions 1 and 2 are solidified. Slayerlicious in first, congratulations. Class Clowns in second, congratulations. By Panic the Disco in third, congratulations. The 0 map differential, nice to see. But the rest of our teams from place 4 to 8 still have a match to go. So it remains to be seen how those positions are going to end out. Coco's Guardians unfortunately are going to finish the competition in last place, but between Kitty Pride and Pookie Wookie heading up against each other, because all these matches are going to be between these lower end of the table teams.
Yeah, so these permutations here really do have a sway on who's going to end up where in the standings list, but I'm afraid that is the end of this game. So at 8 o'clock tonight, guys, you're going to be seeing Blur and Sunphoenix on the cameras bringing you the game between Kitty Pride and Rock Munchers. Now, before we close out everything here, Fluffy, is there anything else you want to say to the people watching at home? Winton. We want to see more Winton, guys. We want to see more Winton. My name has been Peach, joined here by Fluffy, and also sitting in the backseat, Redman Fire on the production. Thank you so much. You guys have been doing an amazing job with the tournament and with the broadcast this weekend. I could not be prouder of all of you. But that will be us signing off for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, we'll be seeing you at 8 o'clock.
Well, as they say, all good things must come to an end, and unfortunately, my run of good co-casters has done the same here. But it is the last of the Pride Cup here. It's been a great tournament, of course, and we hope to send it off with a great match. And we've got one great caster here in the booth, and also Blur is here. Blur, welcome back to the booth for your first and final game. You pulled some strings here and got yourself into the last match.
I mean, we don't have a grand final for this tournament, but you know, that's as good as, right? You know, as things stand though, you know, we've actually got a fairly decided tournament already.
Yeah, unfortunately, as sometimes is the case, one team dominated. They slayed, if you will. If we take a look at the standings, you'll see right there at the tippy top, Slaylicious 7-0, unassailable on that top spot, plus 19 in the map diff. So really looking very good. Class Clowns in second. The top two are tied up, isn't that right, Blur? And then we've got Panic at the Disco in fourth place. But then we've got Rock Munchers, who will be taking on Kitty Pride in this final match broadcasted match of the Pride Cup. And at best, Rock Munchers are aiming for that bronze position.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing here is we're seeing that if they win a 3-0 in this game, they'll go ahead of Panic on the Disco just on map differential. So 3-1, they'll draw level with Panic at the Disco, but Panic and the Disco beat them when they played. So they have a better head-to-head, so they'll retain that third place spot. Anything else will retain this exact layout as it is.
Got you.
With the exception of Pookie Wookie and Be Gay Do Crime playing each other. So if Rock Munchers are to lose this game, if they end up 3-4, one of Pookie Wookie and Be Gay Do Crime can end up on 3-4 as well. And depending on the map differential there, if Pookie Wookie wins, they will go ahead of Rock Munchers, because Rock Munchers cannot eclipse that map differential if they win. If Be Gay Do Crime win by 3-0 or 3-1, I believe that they win. If they lose by any others, they'll end fifth, and Rock Munchers will retain that fourth spot.
Got it.
In terms of Kitty Pride, the highest they can now finish is fifth.
Okay.
Because one of the teams above them will get a win in this situation. Of course, we don't have draws in Overwatch, at least not on a match scale.
On a series scale, yeah.
Yeah. So they'll have to then win their game, and won't be able to climb enough map differential to catch up to whoever is ahead of them there. Even if they win 3-0 here, it'll put them level with, or it'll put them in a position where they overcome Rock Munchers, who can then drop to 6th. And then the winner of the other game would be 4th.
So bottom line is Rock Munchers are aiming for, if they win 3-0, that's really all their major concern, right? Just take all this cleanly, and then Kitty Pride could do a lot of different stuff depending on how the map goes, and it depends on what the other teams are doing. So a lot of permutations. By the end of this, hopefully we'll have all the standings complete by the time we finished here, and then we'll be able to run you through the final standings list. But before we get there, we of course have a match at hand here, and our first map will be. But before we get there, why don't we take a look at the rosters? We can start with Kitty Pride. Now, Kitty Pride, a team, if you've been watching the streams today and yesterday, you will have seen many times. I myself this will be the third time I'm cast. Something Cat, Rianne, Jingy, Lix, and Liz. What do you think of this team?
Well, I mean, firstly, Rianne is out for this game. Replaced by Meow Zedong. Tremendous name for
great name.
Pride Cup. Love it. It's a great pun. And you know what? That I think should give them the edge in this game. You know, bringing in a big pun name last game. It's a big shift of momentum into their favor, I think. But really, it's a team that we've kind of looked at the entire tournament and been like, they've all been fairly good in their own right. They've had moments that they've been great. They've had moments where they've all shone. But they haven't been able to chain that into a lot of wins. Like, you've looked at them and you've been like, wow, that's, you know, such a fun team, such a team of players that can pop up and do anything at any time. And then they just kind of end up with the loss on the board.
just doesn't work out for whatever reason. It seems like I keep seeing them playing like they're really good, they should be winning, and then you look at the standings, you're like, oh, I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. But their opponents today sitting much prettier in the standings, up aiming for that third place spot. It is going to be Rock Munchers. We've got Zelani Bor, we're figuring how to say that. We've got Nyan, Ryan Lecker, Metal Snow, Prince Tom. Two names that stand out here, Blur, Nyan and Metal Snow, of course. They now as an Overwatch pairing. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think of the squad?
Neon and Metal Snow I know very, very familiarly. They're my teammates. Wonderful, wonderful players, wonderful people to be around as well. But I mean, it's been a lot going on in this game, in this team as well. Like, Tom and Ryan Leck, I've seen some screenshots with Tom doing a tremendous amount of damage on Lucio. Ryan Leck has been a name that's been popping up throughout the tournaments as someone who's playing quite well. And Zelani Ball, we saw like going toe-to-toe with Kay in the last match as well. And it was a really, really close matchup, despite, you know, this expectation of Kay to be such a high-performing tank there. Which I don't think is a discredit to Kay, I think it's a credit to Zelani Ball there. And I mean, going into, you know, a situation where you're looking at a very present tank with something cats, it's going to be interesting to see them kind of interacting. We're going to be looking at Ilios as our first map, though. Lots of variety in this map, lots of nonsense that can happen. We could see Rodok, we could see Winston, we could just see Malga into Malga. It's going to be an interesting time, I'm sure.
Yeah, I understand I'm lagging, guys, so that'll sort itself out because everything seems fine on my end. But as you say, jumping into Ilios here first. Now, we know what Pride want to do in theory. They've looked at their most comfortable running Junker Queen on the front line, Jinxie on Mei, Rion on either the Pharah or the Venture, and then the back line, Lixodian on the Lucio, and I don't remember who else they run. But that's kind of what they feel most comfortable on. Do you think that's going to fare well here on Ilios, or do you think Rockman is too strong?
I mean, I think it's a good comp for them, and it's a good comp in general. It leans into something cat's strengths, which is very much these brawl tanks. I mean, I'd like to say that it'll be something that'll keep panning out well. There is a risk of just nonsense happening on these maps. Brawl done very well on a couple of these maps now. It's done very well on Ruins, especially, and really nice guns like the Lighthouse. But on the well, anything can happen. It's a look.
Initiating match.
I'm back. Am I back?
I think I'm back.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Everything's fine.
Back in game.
Don't panic. Alright, so we haven't missed anything. Discord is having a moment. But everything seems fine, fingers crossed. Although you see somebody typing on the side and you're like, oh, what? Bomb is about to be dropped. So, talk us through the compositions here. Nothing too shocking.
No, a nice aggressive dive from the side of Rock Punches. I mean, it's a very kind of classic composition. Works really well in this meta. Got the Malga style coming out from the side of Kitty Pride. More or less what we expected. Jinxie on the Mei, Liston, Lixon the Moira Lucio. Meowstone coming out with the Tracer, which is something we haven't seen a lot of. Yeah, they pan out for that.
Well, we know he loves to play the Tracer at the very least, right? That's probably the combination, hero combination we know best with him. Mao Zedong finds that opening pick onto Metal Snow, but Zelani Ball finds a return kill onto Jinxie Solo. They're trying to get, but he's getting chased down. Licks with the fist-to-face combat there on the front line. Ryan Licker goes down, and Kitty Pride take control to start it off here on WoW.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good first fight for them here. And kind of what you'd want to see from this comp is like to come through, put their foot down, and really kind of start to open up the fight and get some points on board. An immediate swap here from the side of Rock Punches, though, bringing out the Sigma and the Baptiste. This is actually a really nice tactical identification. Something where they can hold a little bit more space and poke them out a bit more. And we can see that actually coming out already. They're getting picks early in this fight and putting themselves at the advantage.
Yeah, Mao Zedong going on a big flank there. Yeah, Mao Zedong going on a big flank there. He did end up getting caught out by Ryan Licker, and they've lost 3 players, 4 players now, so immediately the clap back firm from Kitty Pride. From Rock Munchers, sorry.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Yeah, and I mean, now the difficulty is pushing back into a spam composition for the side of Rock Munchers. They're playing into this comp that's going to want to poke them down. They're dealing with something that's going to chip away at their health pools, and with the Moira especially, they might actually struggle to sustain if they don't engage quickly enough here. They have to get in fast. They have to get in aggressive. They need to take the sentinel capacities out of the fight immediately.
Well, they do seem to be pressuring the Sigma. Snow, though, finds Luxodian a little bit aggressive, too far out of position, and he gets found out there by the Baptiste. Ryan Licker once again gets the better of the Tracer as well, so immediately Rock Munchers in control of the team fight. Neon, that's a wall, can't blink through it, although it feels like he maybe should. At least that's what every Tracer feels, I'm sure. But Metal Snow gets put into a corner but fights his way out, and once again Kitty Pride struggling here. Rock Munchers too strong on the defense here on Ilio as well.
I mean, that's a lot of damage coming out early there. And we're seeing the side of Kitty Pride getting a little staggered out there. But the pulse bomb coming out already, even though Nyan gets the trade, that's a really, really big pick that opens up the fight for Rock Munchers coming here nice and aggressive on this Sigma comp.
Yeah, you said the Baptiste is critical and he's not in the fight, so now they can move forward. A big Blizzard as well. Doesn't seem to have found much, if anything. Coalescence committed as well, so an expensive, high committed teammate here for team fight. Sorry, for Kitty Pride as they look to get control of this point back. 79-80% on the clock here for the red team, or something cat trying to run away with Metals. Now he's mad, he got killed before, but he's back with a vengeance now. He's got the amplification matrix, but he's not even going to need it. Yep, 80% on the clock, 30%. It just switched over in spite of the fact that the blue team lost the team fight. So Kitty Pride could try and stall this one out for as long as possible, but it seems unlikely given the rate at which their team is dropping.
It just seems a little bit strange how they're taking these team fights. They're like, Something Gas pushing in super aggressive, getting up in their faces, exactly like you'd expect him now to be doing, but the rest of his team is not moving with him. You know, Lix and Prince Simon are getting into a little sub-duel in the point here, and regardless of how that's transpiring, because Lix actually won it in that team fight, it's put them at a disadvantage, and you know, then you're losing your tank, and the fight just kind of degenerates very quickly from there, right?
Yeah, it seems like just a little lack of cohesion here. Funny time to have that happen in the final map of a 7-game tournament for each team. So perhaps just some kind of jitters, maybe a little bit cold after the last match. Who's to say? But it feels like they're struggling to move as a unit, and that's really been their strength, is how well they've worked as a unit on this composition. So we'll have to wait and see what they can get done here. No changes across the board here for each team. It has to be said, Blur. They're both comfortable with where they're at.
Yes. Well, the one thing we didn't comment on was that Miao Zedong switching to the Cassidy midway through that last round. Presumably to give a little bit of poke pressure to back to his side as well. Maybe put a little bit of pressure onto Nyan and try and match Brian Lack on the Cassidy himself. But it's just a situation that I think they just need to fight a bit more together. I mean, again, we're just seeing something cat being left out to dry in these situations. They're not really putting themselves in any position to win these team fights. I say that, and they're winning this team fight.
Just fine, thank you very much, Blur. That kill into the Lucio, just moving a little bit too aggressive there. Prince Tom ended up getting taken down, but you're absolutely right. They perhaps won the fight in spite of losing Something Cat, not because he added much to that team fight. Metal Snow, though, he's popping off in this map so far. He's found a couple of key kills, and this time it's list on the death list. Oh, that was a mistake.
Metal Snow is actually a he has his roots in DPS play. He was a DPS before he became a squad, and you sometimes still see that come out there. Absolutely vicious player on that Baptiste, and finding his second kill of this fight alone. As his team look well and truly as I think they're taking the point back immediately.
Yeah, just 28% built up on the clock. Something Cat, last man standing, taken down, and now they're going to set up a nice aggressive defense here, Blur. The Rock Munchers never really looked out of control in spite of losing that first team fight.
Yeah, I think that first team fight was more of a kind of anomaly that proves the rule, you know? That they're kind of like happy to play that very kind of passive poking style. And they're switching onto the Junker Queen here, as you said, something they've looked very comfortable on here. But it's really difficult to actually find that purchase into this. I mean, as we're seeing already, it's just absolutely getting shredded in this team fight as they try to approach. That's the danger of playing like a brawl comp into a spam.
It definitely feels like this is not working at all. The style matchup is not going in Kitty Pride's favor here.
Yeah, what we've seen a lot of teams start to do at higher levels is play the Winston in this kind of composition instead, and even start to venture into Ana dive comps, because it's just, you know, if they're gonna counter swap you into this, counter swap them onto the thing that they're weak against. But
Yeah.
Kitty Pride seemingly not comfortable doing that. I mean, this stuff is that, like, you can only expect so much from a team that's been playing together.
Metal Snow finding another kill though to open up the team fight. Mao Zedong though pops the Deadeye, finds the flank and finds his opposite number. Ryan Lecker going down, and Lixodian finding another one. So finally Kitty Pride finding purchase in this team fight. Mao Zedong dropping low, not going to drop down though. The healing is good, the shots are good. They're just going to get rid of that last one, and there they do. Nyan, last man standing, sent to the grave, and Kitty Pride finally finds something on this on Ruins.
And it's funny because again, you look at that team fight and they're all over the place. I think maybe inciting chaos here is their kind of solution to victory, putting themselves in a situation where they can take like little 1v1s.
Ooh, Gravitic Flux comes out, Sound Barrier, the counter this time. Jinxie finds a kill though, I believe. Yeah, she popped Blizzard on the front line as well. So a lot of pressure being put on the Rock March's front line, and so far it seems to be working for Kitty Pride. Yeah, he's got the Pulse Bomb here, doesn't need to use it to get rid of lists. Zelani Ball gets that kill instead. Now just going to put pressure onto Something Cat, isolated, lonely on the point here on the Junker Queen, and yeah, he should be going down in no time at all. Nyan will look back and finish that off. Jinxie, not long for this world. Metal Snow takes another scalp here in this team fight. Lix, he'll have to try and get onto touch. No, backs up, and I think that's the right choice.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you look at that, you think they got up from 28, they should be quite happy with this, but the late staggers here, that's under a lot of pressure.
Real bad.
That's a map right there. They're not winning this. I'm confident calling that one.
whoa, hold on, Blair. 1% left. Okay, now I feel confident in calling it. I mean, domination is a word we've used a lot over the course of this weekend, but that was one of the more dominant maps we've seen, especially on Control. Yes, they lost maybe one or two team fights, Rock Munchers, but outside of that, they did not look like they were ever going to drop more than a couple of fights.
Oof, yeah, big play here coming out from Nyan again. Like, this is a comfortable hero for him, and he's just wreaking havoc on the backline of Kitty Pride in this game. Absolutely laying waste to the backline then. It's, I mean, it's not what you want to see. You want to see a nice closely knit map, but I think, you know, we're seeing why Rock Munchers have got a seemingly positive record, and why Kitty Pride have kind of struggled in this is that, you know, the second Rock Munchers ran into a little bit of a difficulty in this map, they adapted immediately. It took them one team fight to adapt. They found their solution, and they haven't looked back since.
That's a fair point. It's worth pointing out as well, I think a big part of what has helped Kitty Pride pop off has been Rian on the Pharaoh or the Venture, and her not being there is never a plus point for a team to lose a player of that caliber. You know, that's no disrespect to Mao Zedong, of course, but not quite stepping up to fill those big boots that Rian leave open.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely, they look like they have different hero pools as well, you know. Rian looking very, very comfortable on that Pharah, on that Venture. Miao Zedong looking more of a Tracer, Cassidy style, and it does make a difference when your entire playstyle is revolving around capitalizing with that big, like, bursts of damage, and you're now playing with something a lot more precise or a lot more specific, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it does make a difference, and you're maybe seeing the kind of result of that, is if they can sustain the fight long enough when you're playing with, like, a Pharah, eventually things die.
Yeah.
You know, with the Cassidy, you kind of have to set up for it a little bit more. You have to kind of, like, you know, give the hit scan player the opportunity to get into that space, and we haven't really seen that so far in the.
Yeah, unfortunately not. But we do know what our next map is, I believe. And it's a fitting map for the Pride Cup here. It is going to be Midtown. So one thing we've noticed, Blair, is that Summoning Cat has been dying a lot at the beginning of fights, in the middle of fights. It feels like he's not getting the support he needs on the front line. What is your assessment there? Is that something to do with his playstyle? Is it something to do with what's happening behind him? What's going wrong there? Because we know how dominant of a player, a dominant force he can be in team fights. So why are we seeing him struggle so much in this tournament?
Well, I mean, I think it's a couple of things. The one is that I don't know if they're gonna not be committing with something cat. It's a situation that the Moira is not really gonna do the business because you're just gonna be too far from your tank to really heal him effectively. So, I mean, maybe you kind of look at their like a Baptiste or something in that case, whatever. But I think it's also Rock Munchers are playing a style that's really difficult for them to play into. It's hard to play this brawl style into a spam composition. It's why a lot of European teams have picked up this this kind of BAP Sigma style. It's because they can just back up and keep poking away at the Malga, and if the Malga's not able to just burst damage down, eventually they just die. So it's a situation that they have to figure out where to play this kind of like aggressive style, and if they're gonna play this aggressive style, they have to be very aggressive if they want to play it with the comp that they currently have. Otherwise, they need to start mixing it up. Maybe look at a dive. Maybe look at playing some pokier heroes. But what's happening now isn't really.
Yeah, I mean that much is clear to see with any pair of eyes. Unfortunately for Kitty Pride, right? So we do now know what heroes we're going to be playing at Kitty Pride on the attack. They're going to persist with the Malga. You ask for more pokey heroes. No hero pokier than the Widowmaker, it has to be said. On the side of Rock Munchers, though, same, why change what ain't broke.
Yeah. I think it's bold to try and match 9 on the Tracer, so we'll see how that one pans out, or if we're just
that's true.
The sport special. I do think that the Widowmaker is a nice option here for them, because it means I can play that aggro style, and potentially Meow Zedong can kind of like look for a pick, and that pick can swing the fight. If it gets like Metal Snow out of the fight, or one of the DPS out of the fight, it's big. So that's really what they'll be looking for, is just getting value, or kind of diverting the attention and getting that high burst damage out. Ooh, nearly got a haircut there, Metal Snow.
Yeah, close one. Thankfully, staying alive on that occasion, as we see List and Co here trying to get through this corridor here. The train, Mao Zedong, he's just dueling. But also has no fear, just watching it. He opens it up for the Tracer to get in and finishes it off himself. So Metal, he's been such a big part of what this team's success has been so far. And don't get it twisted, guys. The attacking team is currently the one running away towards the point. Zelani, a defender here, looking to find kills, and he does find that with the rock. So Kitty Pride already not looking super hot.
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, you're looking for your Widow to get picks and then to duel the Baptiste and lose. That's not what you want. It's unfortunate. But I mean, you have a support that's comfortable dealing damage, and makes such a big difference to you. The difference between a good healer and a good support is that there's a certain amount of damage that you're going to see come out that can make a difference here, and that's what we're seeing here. Is that Metal Snow 2 picks in this fight as well. So
I mean, he's just popping off. I feel like he's got the opening pick at least 4-5 times on these 2 maps that we've had so far. It just seems like he's feeling himself. He's feeling like he can afford to play so aggressively in terms of looking for picks rather than looking to provide utility to his team. So impressive stuff from Metal Snow, but Kitty Pride, they have not yet found a solution. They've switched off the Widow now onto the Genji, List onto the Brigitte. They want to run in and do damage, but we'll have to see how that works out now as they get on top of the core here. Sigma dropping low. Malga, he's fine. Metal Snow, they're mad at him. Shoot the thing! Shoot the thing! Okay, finally, they shoot the thing and he goes down. Metal Snow no longer going to be a menace in that fight, but Prince Tom picks up a mantle and Jan says, thanks for the setup, gents. I'm going to clean up with the Pulse Bomb. He finds 2 with that. Prince Tom picks up his second of the fight. Ryan Laker cleans it up, and Rock Munchers unassailed once more.
I liked how they changed this team fight, though. I know they lost this, but they lost it to, Pulse Bomb hitting 2 targets there, and just a little bit of slowness on the picks. This was a lot better from them. They played that aggro style really, really nicely there. I mean, they're not doing terribly in terms of like engaging and putting in pressure there. They just need to get their target focused down, and it's a lot cleaner. They genuinely do like this a lot more.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a start. Pulse Bomb not quite on the money there. It does damage, but no kill. Prince Tom, he finds the kill. It's a back and forth team fight, but you have to feel it's facing Rock Munchers unless they get this kill onto the Sigma. Haven't done so just yet. Oh, Nyan in the back line cleaning up. That's 3 kills for him. We know how good this Trace is, and he's reminding it. It's been a while since we saw it, Blur, but the memory is still fresh in the mind for anyone who's seen it before.
Actually doing such a tremendous amount of damage in this team fight here. Opposition Tracer switching off here, Jinxie going on to the Venture instead of the Tracer here. Pulse Bomb wasn't bad in that fight, and we have to say, it's not like they haven't been doing damage in these team fights. It's just a case of, maybe needing a little bit more.
There we go, big ulti, but a nice lamp, gonna keep them alive for just a little bit more. The sound barrier as well, doing a lot of work here. Middle Snow, the target for both DPS, will they get him? Yes, they do. That's 2 kills now. This could be the team fight, but they're losing players on the front line. But with Something Cat healthy there, doing damage as we see Nyan trying his best to get rid of them. One shot from the Lucio will get the kill done. Does not. First tick taken though for Kitty Pride. So something to defend, even if the recon test is good. And are they gonna go for it? Yes, they are. But they're running into a meat grind here. The ultimate from Ryan Licker, not going to find anything. Deadeye describing what happens to him instead of the opposing team as Nyan now has to back up here. That is a team fight 1. Good work for Kitty Pride. It just took 1 team fight, and now they've got something to work with.
Yeah, a lot better there. I mean, you do see the recontest there from Ryan Licker. You're looking there, maybe it's something that last patch would have worked, but the damage reduction being removed on Cass's Deadeye.
Yeah.
He's very, very vulnerable pressing that Q button. Really, really nice play there from Kitty Pride. Finally cracking the nut that is the Rock Munchers team. That's a really, really nice shield turn from this stage to avoid that whole thing.
Yeah, very nice. Mao Zedong finds the kill onto Metal Snow. The killer becomes the killee as he goes down. Now they can look to get aggressive. Something Cat finds one. There's a cage somewhere. There it is on the ground, and they're happy with that. 3 kills, 4 kills, just the last man standing. There he goes. Zolani Ball goes down, and Kitty Pride with a head of steam building.
One thing I must say is that we're underestimating how much value this Venture is having as well. So much pressure being put onto this Tracer. When these shots do this little bit of like AoE damage, makes it really, really difficult for you to flank and stay on those kind of wide angles, and puts them in a much better position to just like be able to hold their space. But getting a little overextended there as I compliment them though.
It's doing a disservice to Jinxie there, unfortunately, but Mao Zedong says it don't matter none. I got the Dragon Blade and I got kills to get. He finds one. Can he find more? No, Nyan. Too good on the Sojourn, but not good enough to stop the push. Kitty Pride, second point in short order, and they pick up a free Sigma kill late on in the mix as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at this and you think maybe this is the style they should have been playing this entire tournament. They're specifically going healing light. It's this double AoE healing with the it's been this double AoE healing with the Lucio and the Brig, but I thought that was actually working really nicely for them. I'm surprised to see that check.
Yeah. Seemed like they felt that, I guess, the extra insurance they had against Nyan's Tracer was what they had the Brig for, but he switched up to the Sojourn now, so perhaps List feeling like he can offer more with a bit more aggressive potential here. But now we see Jinxie in the mix here. She's got the ulti. Will she pop it? Yes, she does. She's going to go for the 2 in the corner there. Not going to get any kills though. Plays with their life instead, but they pull out their lamp. They lose 2 players though. Can they find anything more? Something Cat ulti on the front line here, but he's up against a tank who's pretty much full HP. Is now going to look to put the pressure on, but they're getting aggressive here. They feel like this is winnable, and they might just be right here. Mao Zedong goes down. The lamp comes out as well. They're doing a lot of damage here if they can catch the Moira, but no. Point hold up here, but the respawns will come in quicker from Kitty Pride as we see Metal Snow working his way back towards the team fight, but they're getting movement here on the point, Kitty Pride.
Yeah, I think that's the key point of this. It can be a long, drawn-out fight, but it's been this consistent like chain of motions. If this fight does fall apart now for the side of Rock Munchers, it's actually devastating. That big pick coming out there from Nyan, and that's going to potentially be a fight win for them and send them back to spawn for a little bit.
Overcharge, but do they look to commit or do they look to back up here? Something Cat found Nyan, no res available. High Noon comes out, no. Something Cat says, I'm out of here, gents. Get me out of here. Looks like he'll be safe around that corner if he can get back towards his healers, and he will do so. So Kitty Pride, they lose out with that one, but there's plenty of time to work towards another fight here. Cage, Blade, Amp Matrix, plenty to work with for our red team.
Yeah, and from the side of Rock Punchers, they just pressed Qs. The fight was won, and they were still committing Deadeye, committing Coalescence there. Very, very strange performance there from them, but it's going to be up to Kitty Pride to make these all count now. And really clean to start there.
2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills now. Where's number 5, Metal Snow? Get out of here, get back to spawn. Another, he gets him with the reflect, no respect. More like us now, they can look to close this one out. Ults remaining, 2 for our attacking squad here, but it's Nyan on the point, trying to just buy space for his team. Gravitic Flux comes out as well. He could pick up a couple, no, says Lixodian. He's got the sound barrier to counter out the Gravitic Flux, and that should be a good push here from Kitty Pride. Just need to clean up this last man, last 2 men, make it last 1 now as the Sigma goes down as well. So that is going to be it. Kitty Pride with a full 3-way push. Eat your heart out, Blur. Kitty Pride found what they needed and they got it done.
Yeah, no, definitely lots
So
and lots of pressure.
as well.
Lots and lots of pressure coming out there, and we're actually seeing a pause coming through, emergency from the side of Kitty Pride. That was not meant to be a rhyme, but it was. But I think, yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot better from them. We're seeing them pick up something that they have identified as a win condition for them, and now they've put Rock Bunches on the back foot. Rock Bunch is really, really struggling to kind of find a solution to what's happening in this environment. And you know what? I think we take that. I think we put that in a situation that's like, you know, if they don't find a solution, we're looking at a 30-minute 3-0, and no one wants that.
No,
so
of course
to
not.
see them pick it up a little bit, play a little bit to the quality we know these players can produce, this is what we want from them. We want a couple of maps back at least. Come on, let's see that.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because Kitty Pride are a better team than getting 3-0'd by anybody in this competition. So good to see them finding something here. But of course, the map's not done yet. That's only halfway done. But anytime you can finish a hybrid or an escort map, you're feeling like the game is in your hands in some capacity, right? You've got so many opportunities to put up a wall, literally and figuratively, in the case of Kitty Pride, and stop the team from gaining too much of an advantage on their push. So they got it done in overtime, but if they do get the full push through, at worst they could be looking at a draw here potentially. But Kitty Pride, they've leveled up here a little bit so far. But do you think you're worried here if you are Rock Munchers? Do you worry that they've now found something that you need to deal with and you're going to have a hard time? Or do you think Rock Munchers have shown the kind of skill where they can be like, okay, we lost that one out, now we need to solve this problem?
I think I'd hope that they're gonna take a they're a little bit sweating, right? From a neutral perspective. I'd hope that they're looking at this and thinking, how do we break this down now? Because if I'm Kitty Pride, I'm really happy with how that attack went, especially with how much time was burnt on the first point. So it didn't look like Rock Munchers really had a good solution. They won one fight after the switch, and that was really the fight that's I mean, not even. They kind of backed off from the fight on the third point, and kind of when the re-engage came through, they really struggled to kind of hold that space again. So I think maybe on the attack they have a little bit of an easier time because you're not as pressured to fight the point.
Yeah.
You know, it's so you're kind of like empowered to take bigger flanks, to take wider angles, and that could break down this very, very aggressive playstyle that Kitty Pride is showing. At the same time, if Kitty Pride are proactive and choose their fights effectively, it's going to make it so oppressive to try and get anywhere if you're a Rock Muncher.
Yeah. My worry though, Blair, is that Kitty Pride don't follow this up with a good first point defense, and the momentum builds, and they just get run over. It feels like we saw that a little bit on Ilios, where it felt like once they got ahead, Rock Munchers, Kitty Pride were not fast enough to figure out solutions to what they were doing. So fingers crossed, Rock Munchers or Kitty Pride can mount a good defense here, because it definitely feels like the ball is in their court here on Midtown. Jinxie is back, or I think it was Jinxie. So we're just waiting for the game to get back going here. If you are Rock Munchers, do you swap anything compositionally, or do you think it's just execution here on your attack?
I think what I would want to see, if I'm the side of Rock Munchers, is I'd like to see maybe potentially a DPS that plays a little bit further away. So something like an Ashe, something like a Hanzo that can play a little bit further than what a Cassidy can put in that damage, and again, really just start to pressure them out a little bit better. Because I mean that's really what they're going to struggle with realistically here, is that they're going to struggle with the aggression that Kitty Pride showed. So if they can start chipping away that health pool from a little bit further, I'd be very happy to see that. But otherwise, I'd like to see them maybe just pace their fights a little bit better. Like, they didn't really get a good regroup after first, and they didn't really like put themselves in a position to be competitive in the latter half of that defense. So I think from them, it's just getting their pacing back, you know, shaking off the kind of nerves, because it does look like they're a little bit shaken right now.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Now, do you think that little bit of a break, what was that, maybe 3-4 minutes? Who do you think that helps? Just having a moment to collect yourself?
I think definitely I would expect a break like that to help Rock Munchers just take a moment to regroup. You know, it's a term in American football, I believe. It's icing the kicker. Is, you know, a team's on a hot streak, so you kind of delay when they can take the kick, so that, you know, that kind of momentum, that confidence kind of fades a little bit. You know, so you may be thinking, okay, so they're a little less confident now in terms of, you know, holding this first point. They're a little less confident in terms of like how they can take that. And I think you're actually seeing that already. You're seeing them switch their composition to something that we haven't seen so much them playing. Is this kind of dive composition? The Genji and the Venture, not really seen a lot in, like, or the Venture especially, not really seen a lot in these dive comps. Genji seen lots of them, obviously, but
obviously
a strange pick on Midtown, like, especially.
Well, we'll have to see if it works out for them here. I agree with you. I like any sign of adaptation we see out of Kitty Pride, and especially something kind of moving away from those brawly heroes that we know he likes to excel on. Oh, no, Nyan, try again. Whoops, sorry, gents, but he's in position here. Monkey taking a lot of damage here, but something can look for the targets, but no, gets burnt down so quickly. Ryan Decker finding 2 kills, make that 4 for 5. Just last man standing here on point, and this is what I was afraid of, that they would just get steamrolled on first point and never look like they would be able to stop the push from Rock Munchers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the logic to switching here, because I mean, it's like they've tried to outthink what Rock Munchers want to do against them, in terms of, you know, they're gonna play the spam, so let's play a dive. But now Rock Munchers have come out with a brawl, and if they were playing a brawl, they would have run them over, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, it's nonsense. It's like a nonsense situation you don't want to find yourself in, where you've kind of like played the mental gymnastics too hard when you have a position to defend.
You're doing backflips and shit, and your opponents are just walking towards you. Unfortunate for them, and again, never really looking. And the problem is, Blur, you think, okay, you might have to switch, you probably will have to switch your composition up here, and then your alt economy is in the bin, so you're kind of forfeiting second point potentially, unless you take an incredible neutral fight. This is like literally in my head the worst case scenario for Kitty Pride.
Yeah, I'd be really, really unhappy with the scenario if I'm them right now, especially because they're just sticking with it. Like, you've not dived to your targets yet in the
Oh god! So
immediately. Good night, Meow Zedong.
Meow Zedong, only 69 towards the LT. He's going to build nothing out of this team fight. Something Cat finds one, but with List going down, you've got to expect it'll be over. And you can see Nyan just such a problem in the back line. Now he's in his team's back line. That's kind of the nature of Tracer. Second point, by the way, already capped up. 5-6 minutes. I think that's about as fast as you can do it if there are no defenders. So Kitty Pride in a world of hurt here. Something Cat, he'll go down, and Jan is just licking his lips here at all these targets he'll get to gobble up on the Tracer. Back towards Spawn. Oh, Blur, what do you do? What do you do for Kitty Pride here?
They haven't adapted again. I mean, they're starting to adapt now. List off the Ana onto the Baptiste, but we're still sitting on this Winston. This Winston that we're like 2 minutes in, we haven't helped him for this year.
He's about to get it now. He's got it now. Meow Zedong fires back. Gets rid of Metal Snow. A key kill potentially, but the Annihilation comes out. They found 2 though. As we said, Kitty Pride are in the driver's seat here. Meow Zedong ends up going down, but not before taking out Prince Tom. So this is a good fight from Kitty Pride, but Meow is still alive, and we know how good he can be. He should take... Look at the tracking. Disgusting. He should take down one. Finally, this puts him in the grave. So Kitty Pride will hold here. Can set up a defense, but still... persisting with the monkey.
How did he get that pick there? How did Tom get that pick onto the list there? Practically alone in that. Comes out, dives, and picks off the target in the heart of Kitty Pride without seemingly much combo.
Yeah, well, he did pay with his life, so delay, and we can see List back in the team fight pretty quick here, 75% towards the window.
This has gone bad to worse for them in this kind of defense here, and I mean, it's just nothing really sticking for them right now. Like, even now, you're sitting, like this is the last stand here, Neon cleaning up the backline while Zanardi cleans up the front. It's just not tracking anything good here for Kitty Pride at this stage.
Well, that's team fight 1, team kill. Anybody able to get out here in time? And maybe Tracer, no, booped into the wall. Oh no, everything that could go wrong did go wrong here for Kitty Pride. Jinxie comes in with the excavation, too little, too late. Oh, and yeah, that's a rough one, Blur. When the timer goes down, only 22 seconds, then you know you've had a bad time on the defense.
I don't understand the logic to switching the entire comp and then taking so long to switch to something you know is good against what they're playing.
Yeah.
Like, it's something you're comfortable on. The comp that your team has made their kind of staple throughout this tournament. You really, really want to see them do that. You really want to see them play that style, especially after they just had such a successful attack with it.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't see the rationale for it there. And you know, if it's
if you wanted to be honest, Blur, you say it's the comfortable comp, it's what's been working for them, and then you look at the standings and you go, oh, maybe we should have been trying this kind of thing a lot earlier in the tournament, because near the bottom, second from the bottom, getting dominated here by Rock Munchers. It's been a rough ride for Kitty Pride. As good as we know they are and can be, they've struggled.
Yeah, we seem to have momentarily lost our producer.
He
seems to be back in the game now.
Glad somebody noticed.
We can hear our producer. Our producer
we can
is
hear
back.
the producer. Yeah. Yeah. Discord is having a baby today. I don't know what's going on, but we are. I've got ping issues in Discord, Blur. I'm sure you're struggling a bit as well.
Yeah, we're on a cheeky 330 ping US Central.
Oh, classic. Oh, that's part of the problem. But we're not having as bad a time here as Kitty Pride are at the very least. So, you know, count your blessings. But look, we want Kitty Pride to do well because we want a close game of Overwatch. So hopefully they can prove us wrong here. Thoughts on what they're coming out the door with here? Now, we do see a big change up here. The pharmacy coming through from Kitty Pride. Is that the solution? Is that the answer?
I mean, given the fact he's already got a pick, you'd say maybe, but this composition in general looks like I don't know, it's a bit of a lots of different parts that may individually work in their comps, but don't really align into anything.
Yes.
It's it's an ugly comp, but you know what? If it works, it works. What do I know? But I would, in general, expect something a little more consistency coming out.
Now, it is worth noting, guys, if you're not that familiar with Overwatch, they are playing for a draw here, Kitty Pride. With 0 left on the timer, they were not presented with the opportunity to mount their own attack. Instead, they can only defend and hope for a draw. So a full hold here is what Kitty Pride will have to do for the score to remain 1-0 overall. We'll have to see if they can do that. So far, so good. About a minute or so burnt off the clock already. So they'll be hoping they can do that. Kind of rotating back here. Metal Snow on the prowl. We know how good he can be on this Baptiste. He spotted his opposite number. Will not get the kill, but look how separated Lixodian is from the team. The Torbjorn Tide not going to find anything, but a nice early ultimate from Mao Zedong finds one, but they've lost the whole pharmacy now, and that could be it. Unless they get a couple of quick kills here, but the Nyan on the Ash putting in all the damage here with the dynamite. They've found one. Can they find any more? They will indeed. Something Cat goes down. Last man standing, Lixodian. He'll drop as well. And that will be it for this map, potentially. Really, we're seeing the death throws here. And yeah, there we go. Rock Bunches, too strong on Midtown.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of see that kind of like compositional inconsistency come through there. Come through there, where, you know, you have this pharmacy coming in and trying to do the damage, but at the same time, you have a situation where the tank and the other DPS and the support aren't really pushed up in the same way because they can't be. It's just not what those heroes do. So, you know, you end up with Miao Zedong and I believe it was List on the Mercy, both very, very isolated up front there.
Yeah.
And the three of them at the back not able to really assist in that fight. And then by the time they get back into the fight, it's a 4v3. A position where they're not able to hold that out anymore. What we are seeing, however, is Rihanna coming back into this game.
Yes.
Replacing Miao Zedong. So we're seeing Kitty Pryde at their best here, presumably. At their most,
Yes.
with their players, with their rosters. The people that have been playing since the start, and the people that have built some synergy, and we're a little bit more familiar with at this point.
Again, no disrespect to Miao Zedong at all. It's hard getting thrust in at the last with a team you're not that familiar with. But Rian has really been such a big standout for this team. We know Something Cat, we know Jinxie, we know Lexodian. Rian is new to most of us. Rian, sorry, is new to most of us, and she's been dominant on the Venture and on the Pharah. We saw them try to crowbar the Pharah into their composition here, but it ended up not working out in spite of Miao Zedong and List's best efforts. So let's see if Rian is the panacea for all Kitty Pryde's ails here, or whether Rockmunch is just too strong on balance. Now, it's worth remembering, everybody, if Rockmunchers do end up winning this map, they will go up to third in the final standings of the Pride Cup. So this is a big map for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is what determines if they reach their goal for this tournament now. From the side of Kitty Pryde, however, this is perfect theater. This is your prodigal child has returned to your team, and here you're ready to come up with the reverse sweep. This would just be cinema if it's that in that way. So I'm here for it. I'm here for some more exciting Overwatch going on. I really want to see some nonsense happening here.
Yeah, I just hope I feel like this Kitty Pryde squad is so much better than they've shown, and I'm hoping they can step up and show that to us here in the final match. We are still waiting to see what the next map will be. What are we expecting here in terms of map type?
You'll have to give me a moment.
Escort. So Circuit Royale, Route 66, Shambali Monastery. Probably between Circuit Royale and Route 66. Those seem to be the most popular maps. So I believe, Circuit it will be. Now,
That surprises me, actually.
yeah, Kitty Pryde making the maps because they've been losing out. So, what do you think? How do you think this looks for Kitty Pryde now?
I think it surprises me that we're seeing Circuit here. I would expect coming out with a map that kind of enables them to play a bit more brawly. Either Route 66 Route 66 and Shambali, both maps notorious for their kind of aggressive spawn camp strategies. With those kind of brawl styles. Circuit Royale, notorious for being Sigma's playground. This has been a Sigma map since the day it first touched Overwatch 2's shores, and it's just a situation that you're looking at a map where Zalani Ball can play something that they're very comfortable on, at least very comfortable on, sorry, and Something Cat can't really, unless we have the heretofore unseen Sigma Warlord come out of the woodwork, But I mean, it also suits then Nyan and Metal Snow. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a map that also suits Nyan, Metal Snow, playing those kind of high damage output types. Nyan also, as much as we talk about his Tracy, he's also very, very well known for his Widowmaker and his Ashe. Two heroes that thrive in this type of space. Ryan Laka, I mean, we've seen a lot of really good value out on that Cassidy, and that's going to inhibit their ability to play any type of brawl style here. So you want to say that it's a situation that kind of suits Rockmunchers, but we'll have to see if Kitty Pryde are cooking something. There's always the possibility.
It's very late in the day to be cooking something, Blur. This is the final match of the tournament. Maybe they try something. They experiment, right? And just hope that something works for them. But as you say, Rockmunchers, this seems like a map that plays into their wheelhouse a little bit. So fingers crossed, Kitty Pryde. With Rian back, we know they can rely on some very solid play from the sky, potentially with the Widowmaker, or more likely with the Pharah. Although I will say we did see them play in their last match, Kitty Pryde against Slaylicious, and there they tried to run a Sigma comp with the Widowmaker, and it did not work. It looked pretty uninspiring, to put it diplomatically. Rianne, who had been great on the Widowmaker up until that point, really struggled to find the picks that you need to justify the Widowmaker being in the game. And Something Cat got counted up pretty hard by Ray Tank Boss on this in the Sigma duel. So actually, no, he was running the Ramatra for the most of the time. So really struggling in that matchup. So yeah, fingers crossed that Kitty Pride show us something they haven't shown us yet so far this tournament.
I think we're having some technical issues on our side here.
Yeah.
But they do seem to be lining up for this match. Both teams have displayed as ready. I think we're ready as well, as ready as we're gonna be.
Yeah.
Considering our technical issues, I think we're at the behest of Discord at this stage, unfortunately. As much as we would like it to be more.
Yeah, fingers crossed that not only Kitty Pride steps up here, but also that Discord steps up as well and does a solid here. Right, map ready to get started. Circuit Royale is potentially the final spot here. It will be once again Rock Munchers on the defense, Kitty Pride on the attack. Of course, for those of you who don't know, we don't always talk about it, but how it usually works in these COWZA tournaments is the losing team from the previous map picks the map from a list of potential options, and the winning team then picks which side they would like to be on. So Kitty Pride, the losers of the last map, they chose Circuit Royale, which is what Blur was finding so perplexing, and we can understand why. And Rock Munchers chose to defend. So compositions now, we can see what they are. What are your thoughts, Blur?
I want to know how we're getting the Ramatra and the Venture into this fight. It's just extremely difficult. How on earth do you get these two without a Lucio as well to be aggressive into this fight, to be competitive in this position? And I mean, you know, I'm willing to hear it, or I'm willing to see it, but it's just a little bit of a dangerous situation here. Maybe them coming out with an Onsi with this symmetric kind of floating.
I think the symmetric is just to play the piano, bro. I hate to break it to you. That is my suspicion. I think she's gonna switch straight back to the Farah. So I hate to burst your bubble there, but saw the writing on the wall with that one. So Ramatra, we will have to see. As I said before, they struggled running the Widowmaker with this composition, but maybe the Farah is the answer. I'll tell you what, Blur. Why don't we reassess that potentiality? Because Metal Snow has been absolutely hammering them on the Baptiste all map long, and immediately you can see the problem here. They cannot get anywhere near doing damage in this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 hit scans looking up at your Pharah, and that's your team not able to cut the distance quickly enough. Like, if you want to do this, you do it with a Winston. Like, so that, you know, you can at least have something to, like, cut off the hit scans and support the engagement.
Yeah.
This is just so difficult to engage. Like, how do you find space here?
So far it's been okay. They've made quite a bit of ground, and this is kind of where you want to fight them, on this corner, right? Ramatra can kind of pressure them forward. Zelani on the high ground here, under pressure. Somebody's dropping low up there. Rianne, it looks like. Rianne, sorry, it looks like as they now push forward. Whoops, can't jump out of this, unfortunately.
No.
There we go. Prince Tom goes down, so I guess this is how they're going to do it. They're just going to walk at them slowly and find a way onto the front line, and Rock Bunches are just ceding so much room here. They're probably going to look to try and get the defense in here. A quick out charge from Metal Snow here. Can they find picks? Oh, Ryan Lecker finds one, Metal Snow finds another. Rianne, though, finds 2 kills or 1 kill of her own, but it's not going to be good enough, I don't think. Yeah, just last man standing. As I say that, there are lots of kills, but something we'll have to do something very special here, and he will end up going down. So decent punch so far, Blair, and they come to the next fight with the Annihilation.
I do think that's a super well managed fight from Rock Munchers, though. They do give up a lot of space, but the thing about the spam is that you can push forward and then just start giving up that spacing. It's not like the side of Kitty Pride have a lot of flanking threats. You don't really have to watch out for the C9. They can push up, they can fight this fight a little bit higher up, and they can put themselves in a position where, you know, you wouldn't really expect to be fighting. Because what they want to do is they want to give up the space, put in damage, give up the space, put in damage, until, you know, they're back at the same position again. Because that's now what they're empowered to do, and the brawl comp that's Kitty Pride are playing has to cross that again. And I mean,
Popping off now. He's showing Metal Snow how it's done in this team fight on the Ilaria. I'm a big fan of this hero, obviously. Captive Sun Phoenix, it lines up perfectly. And Prince Tom showing us how it's done. That's 3. Can we get 4? Do we have 4? It should be looking
We
good.
have 4.
It's number 5. Anybody who's here? She's got the pylon. No, backs up. A smarter woman than I am is Prince Tom, as in the hero is a woman.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's a nice adaptation, playing the Lucio in the first fight there, switching to the Illari. It's 4 things that shoot at a Pharah now. Like,
Yeah.
it has to be really, really good to get any value here. It's just so much range pressure. And it's just
God.
fighting against inevitability at this stage, you know?
Yeah, this is looking rough, and yeah, and then it's even Bob. Bob is the one that gets the kill. Captive Sign goes down now. Annihilation, as much for the damage mitigation as anything else. You really don't feel like he's going to find any value there. Baptiste, way too aggressive position, will get punished by Lixodian, but I don't think it matters right now. They've lost so many players. Can they look to get forward here, or rather they will look to get forward here with 23 seconds left on the clock for Jinxie. She'll get taken down, or Rianne alone here. Not really in the picture currently, so it's looking pretty bad here, but okay, they can now move forward, look to get this team fight won, but they're fighting into a couple of ultis, but they've got plenty of their own, so this is an explosive team fight that could go either way, but Rianne struggling to find angles. Can she get the alarming? No, she cannot, and now she's going forward, not going to hit that one. Gravitic Flux over the top, straight onto the Ramatra. They find Ryan Lecker, but Rianne will pay with her life. Res is available, but I don't think she's in a position where that will be forthcoming here. Lixodian flying through his own barrier here, or his own window, sorry. And they find anything. If they get the Sigma, they could win the fight, but no, List finds that kill onto the Mercy, and you can see the effect that has. So little healing, and now Prince Tom, he can get aggressive on the Illari as well. Kill after kill, going the way of our blue team. Rianne will get the last laugh, but Rock Munchers in firm control on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really difficult push to defend if you're Rock Munchers. Oh, sorry, if you're Kitty Pride, especially because you're just not playing a style that suits the map geometry very well. It's really, really difficult to pull this off.
Yeah.
It's extremely difficult to pull off this kind of style in the space that they have to work with here, and just unfortunately, we're in another position where, you know, they're mounting a desperate defense to try and claw back some kind of like grip into this game, and like they're gonna have to play a hell of a performance compared to what we've seen so far, because this is really, really just such a dangerous position for them.
You're kind of hoping that they can pull off what they did on their attack on Midtown, where it looked like they were nowhere, and all of a sudden they found something. But obviously on defense, you don't have the time to do that. We do see something cat now on the Sigma, Lix on the Baptiste. You can see by the way they're not picking the heroes, they're not sure what the solutions are to what Rock Mantis is putting up. They're going up against a Nyan Widow. Now, we've seen how dominant his Tracer is, and his Widow ain't half bad either.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. So we got Rianne on the Widow, we got the Pharah, we got a spam composition. This is something that suits the geometry of this map a little bit more. I think we're gonna have a tough time pulling off the Pharah against, again, 4 things that can shoot her out of the sky.
Yeah.
But you know, stranger things have happened? Question mark.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if we get something strange happening here. Nyan, he's found the angle. Ooh, dueling out. Yeah, Nyan.
There we go.
It's the door of this one. No rings available for Rock Muncher, so that kill is permanent here. Ilari needs to be careful. Beats a hasty retreat, but not able to find the kills, any more kills following the kill on Nyan. Nyan persists with the Widowmaker here. He believes he can win this duel. I believe in him, but Metal Snow gets his world rocked as he gets taken out by something cat, and they get pushed back. So 40 seconds burnt off the clock here. It's looking good so far at this early stage for Kitty Pride.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good first fight from them. Like you'd be happy with that. This is the first step to clawing back some control in this game. Again, you're just counting on Rianne to keep getting those picks to, you know, push that 9 in that fight. If 9 is out of the fight, Jinxie has a lot more space to exist, and that's big. That's a really, really nice situation.
It's big.
Something that's having to survive here. This is a really, really desperate situation for him. But it looks like he's going to be able to catch up this fight, and they're giving themselves enough time to really kind of clean up these engagements.
really, really nice. Something that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. It seems like so often he goes down so early in team fights, but that time able to survive, and that buys space for Jinxie, for Rian to find the shots. And Rian, she's been popping off on the Widowmaker. Hasn't been getting a ton of kills in team fights, but always getting that opening pick that sets the stage for a good team fight from Kitty Pride here. They pop the sights here, looking for targets. Nyan has given up on the duel, instead going onto the Ashe now. Not able to find any targets just yet, and good patient play here from Rock Munchers.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've realized that they don't actually... They have some time to work, but they don't have to force the site necessarily. So they're just waiting out the site there and coming back to the site with
Big flux here. Top. The lamp will keep him alive. I don't know that the ultimate was necessarily the rocket barrage, but they throw it out anyways as they look to secure this team fight win. Zolani did get Jinxie down in the end, but the res will come through. So Kitty Pride halfway there, Blur. A mountain to climb, but they're 7,000 or 3,500 steps up it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really nice from them. Seeing a lot of work coming out of this Widowmaker here. And a lot of credit has to go to this Pharaoh as well. I mean, we're seeing a situation where Jinxie's playing into multiple hit scans, but managing to take the value of staying alive into this fight. So
Yeah.
putting themselves in a position that's really, really difficult for them to really just pressure down for free.
Ooh, something had a
The top
little
ropes there from Prince Tom, and
just a little bit earlier. Double kill. Is there any more to be found? Doesn't look like it right now. No, maybe. Yeah, they help get the kill. They get the kill on Rian with the help of Zelani Boar. And from the top rope, as you say, over the top with the captive son. Can they get in and defend, or is this the end of the story for Kitty Pride?
Rian onto the venture now, so maybe looking a little more engage heavy kind of variation of this composition. They're going to be coming quite aggressively. They're going to have to go on the point. They're going to have to brawl it out on the point, and you can see already into their backline here, lots of pressure coming out here. That's a really, really difficult situation to breach, but they seem to be coming up on
They're
top.
finding kills. They found one. They found two now. Neon and Metal Snow going down. The two teammates of the past, and they're getting kills now. Zelani Boy, last man standing. 20 seconds left on the clock here. Rian popping off on the venture. We know how good she can be, and she's putting in the work for her team now. They want to take down the Sigma. They're chasing down. If they get this kill now, that could be so good, and they do. 8 seconds left. They're gonna have to take this team fight 4v5.
Oh, and it's more if Nyan can get the Barb onto point here.
They can't.
But I don't think it's going to happen here. Oh, and the venture push would have pushed him off either way. Really, really nice from Kitty Pride. That's fantastic. Coming back a map into the series and finding a style that suits what suits the place they're playing, and putting themselves in a position to now get onto maps that suit their style a little bit more. So, I think if you're Kitty Pride here, you're very happy to have gotten through Circuit with a win, and now to come back to this match and absolutely show what you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm still a bit shocked that they won that. We'd pretty much given up hope once their push had been finished, but a really, really strong defense on that first point, and then when it mattered, they clutched out that final team fight. So really, really impressed by Kitty Pride coming back in that game. And do you think, Blur, that represents a shift in momentum, or is that just a flash in the pan from Kitty Pride?
I mean, I would be thinking that you're going onto a flashpoint map, going onto a much closer, brawlier map. You're seeing a situation where they can show their strength, and then likewise after that they're onto a push map, another map type that they can really play these kind of brawly styles and show their strength again. So maybe we have a game on our hands now.
Oh, that goes without saying, right? We've got a game on our hands. Whether Kitty Pride can repeat this performance in the next map, that'll be very telling. But that does mean, Blur, that unfortunately for Rock Bunches, that was a critical game for them to win, and they couldn't get the job done. So they will be at best 4th place, I believe.
Yeah, they're stuck in 4th now. They will need to make sure they win this game to keep 4th.
All right.
But the chance is there.
Well, to get over to Silvassa now, our flashpoint map. I feel like if you run your brawl style here as Kitty Pride, Blur, it should put you in a pretty good spot, no?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of points that are very, very tight and claustrophobic, very nice and narrow, a lot of space to kind of play that very aggressive, straightforward style. So this is the map that you're looking for if you're Kitty Pride. This is the two map types that you're putting yourself up to kind of run them down and like give them nowhere to like kite around you. I'd be very, very happy to see them play their original styles onto Suravasa, and I think it could be something that we really, really see kind of pan out for them. Again, though, Rock Munchers will probably come out with that Sigma style that they've been playing throughout. It's gonna be a battle of styles. These two teams haven't really matched very much in this match so far. Even when they were both playing Spam, they were playing very different styles. So I think this is something that you're gonna have to see them come out and, you know, make sure they're cognizant of what they're trying to achieve. You can't be playing Brawl and playing in 4 different places. You're gonna have to play it clinically, aggressively, like we saw in their Midtown attack.
Well, fingers crossed they can get the job done. I'm looking at the map list here, and I've got map 4 push here. So I don't know if we will head into Suravasa, if the teams are correct, or if our list is, but we'll have to wait and see. Remind us again of the permutations. Go for it, sorry.
Sorry, map 4 was push for day 1. It's Flashpoint for day 2.
Ah, yes, I see. Okay, that is my bad. So, remind us again, Blur, permutations for Kitty Pride. Where are they sitting now with the current scoreline?
Okay, so from Kitty Pride's side, they're in a position where, as it stands, they'll stay in 7th. You know, if they lose this game, if they win this game, however, they can go as high as 5th. They would need to be in a position to. Oh no! So now with the 2, the highest that they can win is 3-2. So they would be able to go to -7 map differential on the same record as Rock Munchers, who would have a -3 map differential in that permutation.
Got you.
And depending on who wins between Pookie Wookie and B-Gate and Prime, they will take Rock Munchers at this point. So
All right.
what that means that the highest the Kitty Pride can now finish is 6th.
6th. Okay. I mean, better than 7th, right? Which is where they are at the moment, I think, with 18. So I think more than anything, though, they'll want to pick up a dub, right? They've only had 2 victories so far. They'll feel like they should be better. Some Catholics come in for Ringmasters Rumble Championship win, so they know what winning feels like, and they'll feel like they want to build some momentum potentially towards the next tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, it would be a nice way to kind of go out, because we have seen them play a lot of really, really good performances and just somehow still lose their games.
It do be that way, but that was my entire Overwatch career. I kept putting in good performances and I kept losing games. So I definitely resonate with those vibes. But we have now finally got our load in here on... let's rephrase that. We've loaded into Suravasa here. Kitty Pride taking on Rock Munchers. Map number 4, Rock Munchers with the 2-1 lead. A win here would see them finish in 4th place. A loss would take us to map number 5 on push, the push map type. So teams are about to show us what they're bringing to the fray here. I'm expecting a lot of brawl, and that is exactly what we get from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, here we are, Maze back out, Junker Queen's back on the table, Venture out from Rian, you know, and that's Moira Lucio. So they're aiming to play mega aggressive. They want to get up in their face.
This is their canon composition, Kitty Pride. If you asked me what they were going to run, I would have told you this exact comp, because this is what they were so good on.
Yeah. From the side of Rock Munchers, playing a little bit more of a patient brawl, they'll be backing out of the fight a little bit more and playing off that Ramatra's Nemesis form. You know, giving time for Nyan to get into the backline and get value, but also trying to just chip away at them before they're really in their faces. It's going to be a battle of aggression versus patience, and whether the side of Rock Munchers can outlast what Kitty Pride can. And Nyan already getting a pick, that is devastating at the start.
Yeah, Alexodian just seemed to be hanging out in no man's land there, and Nyan found him and got rid of him. In fact, both supports taken down by the scary cat here as he finds a couple. Can we find any more? Not quite. So That's a bad start, and Servasa's a bit like Control, or Flashpoint's a bit like Control, where that first map, that first team fight, can decide a lot of how the map's going to play out.
Yeah, even more so than your normal Control maps because of the increased tick rate of the points. But from the side of Rock Merchants here, you'd be happy coming out to that fight. With like a Kitty Pride, you maybe have to kind of just get your playstyle together. You're playing the style that you played really, really nicely on Midtown, and now you're playing it slow and all over the place. Like, we want to see that kind of tight aggression, that tight kind of like focus of when we choose to go in and take this fight. And given time here for Rian to get into position to fight, and already coming into this, you know, with Rock Munchers engaging first.
There we go. First couple of kills. Rian, she finds 1, 2. List finds another now. Finally, Kitty Pride finding some purchase here on Servasta. List moving towards the point here as we see Nyan in the back line. What a monster. But his team is dropping on the front line, and he's going to have to beat a hasty retreat here. Rian will give chase, but won't find him out here. So Kitty Pride in control now, but 77 on the clock. They're going to have to win another one here to take the first point.
Critical early pick there for Rian to get the pick onto Metal Snow. As you know, that's kind of the key to a Brawl Comp is your flex support's healing output. And you know, Metal Snow having been so distinct in this game is absolutely crucial to the way his team plays team fights. So they're gonna have to hold out and fight this. It's a good start.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. Jan Jinxie finds 1, 2, 3 in quick succession with the help of the Blizzard, and that's going to be it. Prince Tom says, I've had enough. I'm out, sir. Throw in the towel and get set up for the next one, because Kitty Pride are looking pretty solid on point, but they're going to have to do it one more time to go up in points here on Servasa.
Pushing into that tectonic shock, however, is a really, really daunting proposition as an attacking team. It's a lot of damage, and it's a lot of damage in a very narrow cone. Exactly what you're looking for in this type of situation. But we're going to go down immediately in that team fight into the window, and that's devastating for the side of Rock.
That is absolutely disastrous here. They've thrown ultis in as well. Coalescence from List committed for Kitty Pride. Can they find any more kills? No, none. To the good here for our defending squad is Kitty Pride. 99% on the clock, but can they get back in time with 20 seconds? Oh my god, no. I think that's it for the first point, Blur.
Yeah, I think that might be the first point coming off for the side of Rock Punchers here, but really, really tight fights. And if this is what our map is going to be like, this is going to be an incredibly close fight. We're actually getting on. That's actually fantastic.
This could be huge if they can take a couple of kills here, but not doing so just yet. Rian only able to get rid of the lamp. I think more for them from the excavation ultimate. So Prince Tom finds something capped, but there are players alive on the point. If they can take down Zeleny Ball, they could be good, but no. A sudden flurry of blue kills. Rock Munchers too good on their defense, and that's going to be it for the first point.
It's a very expensive fight to lose, though. I mean, you're looking at that. You've used your Tectonic Shock and your Rampage there. Yes, it's something that the side of Rock Munchers used their Nemesis, Deadeye, and Sound Barrier into. But at the end of the day, the score on the board is 1-0 for this map, and so you'd say that's a valuable trade for them.
And it seems like Rock Munchers are going to be able to get set up positionally here on the second point as well, and they comped us pretty well in the defense. So we'll have to wait and see what they can get done here. Jinxie closing in on another ultimate. They've got the sound barrier as well, and it's only the pulse bomb to work on the other side. So we'll have to wait and see what Rian can get done. We've seen how good he is. Zeleny Ball under pressure here, stays alive, and they get Rian once again, struggling to find value on the venture. Unfortunately, at this stage, Jinxie, they do get rid of the enemy tag, and they've got the pulse bomb now. A great recall keeps them alive. Pulse bomb yeeted in there with for no respect for the hard work that Torbjorn, I presume, puts in to make those, as Luxodian finds Metal Snow on the front line as well, and Kitty Pride, a well-executed aggressive play, puts them in control of the first point. Second point.
Yeah, I mean, they do have to commit again. 2 very valuable ults in that fight against the window of Rock Munchers here, but at the end of the day, again, 4 on board. You want to be getting that ticking up, and they need to make sure that they keep themselves competitive in this game. They can't afford to put themselves in another point down going into like the last 3 points here. But really, really nice fight here, getting in nice and aggressive. This is what we want to see from them. This is exactly the type of play we want to see from them. The
set up
coalescence may be needed, maybe not, but I mean, rather make sure you win the fight, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 60% already up. One more team fight, job done for the second point, and we're all even again. So fingers crossed they can do that. They should be able to build up the Rampage. They should be able to build up the Tectonic Shock as well. So Rock Munchers are going to have a tough time pushing in here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And a situation where they're already like a little bit scattered coming into this fight. What's on board for the side of Kitty Pride, whether they use them or not remains to be seen. But the Tectonic Shock coming out here, and that's a lot of damage.
It is, but no kills just yet, but they do get the point done. Nice work from them. Team fight now, not so important whether you win or lose, but it's good to gain momentum towards the second point. Solani Ball losing HP, he's in trouble here, puts the 4 up, but he's running away. Jinxie tracks him down. May a hard hero to run away from. And Something Cat says, boys, I'm already at the next point. Where y'all at? And he's got the Rampage ready to go. So Kitty Pride, all of a sudden, momentum shifting in their favor.
Is unfortunately a trek across the map here. A little bit of a difficult one to just cross over to. So by the time they get there, it will be a neutral fight again. Jinx has to be careful not to be caught here, because that's a really dangerous position. That's a big advantage there in the early fight for the side of Rock Munchers.
Oh man, yeah, and that's one problem with relocating. As you say, you kind of end up getting stretched out a little bit, and that's when Jan pounces. He finds the targets he needs to, gets the job done, and now they're getting set up on point. Let's get the cap done, guys. Come on, get that point ticking up. But Kitty Pride, a lot of ultis on both teams here, Blur.
Yeah, this next fight is going to be an absolute slugfest. And I mean, you'd be thinking that potentially the danger is that they're going to come in with this mail, they're going to come in with this Rampage. You've got a Ramatra, like a Ramatra Annihilation and a Sound Barrier online. It's really difficult for the other team to get value in here. And that also not catching anything, I think.
Yeah, very expensive team fight. They've committed Sound Barrier as well on the side of Rock Munchers, so they've countered that out. But now Ultimate Rampage comes through, lots of damage. List finds Metal Snow, a very important kill. Solani Ball dropping low, will go down as well. Something Cat popping off in this team fight, coming in clutch for his team if they can get the job done. And yes, they do. Luxodin gets rid of Nyan there, but not before he takes out List. But that's job done. 67% for one team fight, so Rock Munchers will be happy with that. But Kitty Pride in control of the point once more.
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking at that now. They used 2 ults at least in that fight and switched off their Venture onto a Tracer. That's 4 ults coming into them. That's a lot of damage. Yeah. That's going to be scary. So that Sound Barrier is absolutely crucial. This Coalescence is probably also absolutely crucial in this fight to make sure that they are able to
Pulse Bomb.
Jinxie already going down. That's a dangerous position to be in.
She must not have had cryostasis here. They've pushed forward. They're pushing them off the point here. Something Cat finds Nyan though. That's a critical kill. They might be able to push this one back now by enough time. Oh, Reineke gets a kill with the flashbang. Yes, flashbang. You heard that right back in the game. But Something Cat still being a menace on the front line here. He's found a couple. He's got so much HP. Can he clean them up here, or is too much work to do? He's found Reineke as well now. Luxodian leading a hasty retreat there. Can they get this man down, or will he man up too bigly? So far he has done so. Jinxie's back in the mix here alongside. They're getting kills. Kitty Pride all back and ready to play here, but it's not looking good for Rock Munchers. And yes, that kill on Nyan should seal the deal. Kitty Pride in control, in the lead now for the first time in Survasa.
Oh, that is absolutely tremendous from them there. Absolutely, like holding up that point and putting themselves in a position to go 2-1 up. Something Cat, that's the performances we're used to seeing from them. Those really dominant brawl tank performances, putting them in such a strong position there. Only thing that you'd say is potentially a little dangerous from that team fight is using that Coalescence in the late fight. But I think, again, it's a situation that want to make sure they win that. And the Annihilation, that's a scary one.
Yeah, that is a scary one. So scary that the team is sent running away here. He'll get that kill as well. Rian, though, in the backline. Hello. Nyan 2.0 here, getting kills. Jinxie finds another. Oh, that was actually ended up being quite a dangerous fight here. It might not be over yet if Jinxie can stay alive. Does she have any friends? No, she does not. Prince Tom with 2 well-placed headshots will get rid, but with the DPS, oh, they contest, they try and get in here, but it's not going to be fast enough. Point has flipped. Will they be able to flip it back? No. The touch here, Rock Munchers. So Kitty Pride, they're coming back in here. The point is ticking up for our blue team. Reckoning comes through Rampage rather, but Selene Ball takes down this, so healing all of a sudden limited in a big way for the attacking team. Kitty Pride looking for targets, not finding any, but meanwhile this man, Jan, he's finding targets like you've never seen before. Cryostasis will keep Jinxie alive for just a moment longer, but quick to move out of that and get back to spawn the old-fashioned way.
that was just a bit of a messy fight, right? Like, the two supports coming in there, maybe thinking they could push a little bit aggressive and get the flip. But then, when the side of Rock Munchers start to come back, they just hold their position. By the time the rest of the team is there and ready to fight, their supports are just no longer. Big switches coming out from the side of Rock Munchers here. The Kiriko instead of the Baptiste and the Bastion instead of the Cassie here. It's a lot more frontline and a lot more difficult of a backline to push. So, how they manage to get value in these fights is
Something Cat though. He's dominating on the front line there. He's picked off 2 already, but yeah, oh my god, the tracking is wild. He's getting kill after kill after kill. Prince Star says, oh, thanks, I'll have one of those. A punch to the face of Bliss will get the job done, but yeah, uncontested on the point. It doesn't matter who you are. He will burn you down with the pulse pistols, and he does so there. Oh, hello. Another one, a free gift, Luxodian into the meat grinder and taken down, but 2-2 here on Servasa. It all comes down to the last point.
And you can see they switch back onto this venture here. They're realizing that there's not a big backline to kind of engage on anymore. There's not really those vulnerable targets to kind of shred down. So we need to just get into that slugfest again. That's, frontline on frontline, beat 'em up type of role that we've been seeing for most of this game from them. Whether we're going to see it be successful remains to be seen, but they're coming in with some nice ults. They're going to have their sound barrier, they're going to have their coalescence. That should be enough for them to outlast this Kitsune, we hope.
Oh no, Something Cat gets taken down right at the start. They got Ryan Licker so low, but they didn't get the job done. Ryan in the backline will find Ryan in the end, but they've lost a lot of players in the front line. Zelani Ball popping off on the Ramatra, finds 1, finds 2 with Jinxie, and cleans up Rian in the backline. So really, really well played by Rock Munchers. Their patient play on the flank, they get the job done.
I mean, thankfully they don't use ults there, but they're in a position where they're still coming in an ultimate disadvantage because the hero swaps, and that's going to be something that they're going to have to play into this now, this Annihilation, a mirrored beat and a pulse bomb here. It's going to have to be a very special fight from them, and the pulse bomb coming out here doesn't find value, doesn't find anything actually. That's a good position to be in if you're the side of Kitty Pride here.
Yeah, very, very critical that Nyan doesn't take one out to start off. Interesting coalescence here. Very aggressive play here. Going on to Ryan. Both supports. Hello, healers. Where my healers at? Probably is what the frontline is saying. And healers are saying, shut your mouth. We're doing the business here. Kill after kill after kill. And perfect time for Kitty Pride to win a team fight. 60-70% on the clock. And they'll get the flip. And they'll be in control. So, not too expensive either. This kind of feels like momentum is flipped towards Kitty Pride now, Blur.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not completely. 3 ultimates is nothing to scoff at, but they do have an advantage. They do have their strongest tools on board, and that's a huge ult coming through there immediately.
Rampage coming through, not finding enough though. The sound barrier too good from Prince Dom, and Lick's not in position to counter with his own, so now they're getting forced back. No tank, they commit the sound barrier as well. They feel like they can win it, and with Tectonic, whatever that spell is called, they might be able to. List finds Metal Snow on the front line, in the back line. I don't know where we are, we're on the flank here, but there's a pulse bomb available for Nyan. Drops low, uses his ultimate to stay alive. His ultimate is on the point, but Rian, sorry, not long for this world. Luxodian finds Ryan Licker, but look at how much damage this man is doing. Oh, Something Cat's back though, but he's fighting into the annihilation. The point is still there is to control. So if they can win the team fight, they'll win the game, but it's not looking good. Something Cat firing in the damage with a fist says no more of that from Zelani Boa, and that's going to be it for this point right now, or at least it will be switched back into the favor of Rock Munchers unless we see something absolutely unreal from the Tracer. They're committing to this fight like they need to win it, but they absolutely don't, and they might lose a late pick on the Tracer here, and they do lose List as well. That might be all said and done, Blur.
Oh, that will be the saddest way for this reverse sweep to have been shut down, but you know what? If you can't win it in the neutrals, you're not going to win it, and that's just...
that is indeed, they get touched across the overtime, but it's all said and done here. Kitty Pride not good enough on the day to take down Rock Munchers. A momentary blip on Circuit Royale as far as they're concerned, but 3-1 to the good here for the Muncher of Rocks. Prince Tom picks up the player of the game here, and Kitty Pride will be kicking themselves a little bit with how Servasa ended.
Yeah, I mean, really close as it came in for those last 2 teams, like that last point. But I think we just saw them get a little bit ahead of themselves, get a little bit overly aggressive, and put themselves in a position where they couldn't actually follow up that ult, because it was a big rampage, but not enough for them to really kind of clean it up. Not enough for them to really follow it up and make use of their other ultimates there.
Yeah.
A really tight game, and I think this is just the story of their tournament, right? This is a team that looks like they could have beaten everyone.
Yeah.
You know, in
absolutely.
every game. And it's just at the 99th the 99th percent it switches up.
Yeah, that I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. They look like they could have beaten everybody at every time, but unfortunately, that's the nature of these tournaments, and Kitty Pride struggle to get the good rhythm, or struggle to win games in the clutch moments. But Rock Munchers, they'll take the 3-1 victory. That'll leave them in 4th. I'm not sure what the situation on the standings is, how far we are from having that updated, so that'll be soon. But before we get there, Blair, you've got to give me your player of the match here.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at this, I think the big distinction between these two teams has to be the contribution of these backlines. The DPS looked like both sides of DPS looked like they were, you know, there for the fight. But I think from the side of Rock Munchers, you saw a lot more damage coming out from Metal Snow, Prince Tom. And I think given those first couple of maps alone, you have to say Metal Snow's a complete front runner for that player of the match.
Absolutely.
Putting so much damage in on that Baptiste, even switching onto the Kiriko, and happy to take any duel he can here. Really tremendous game coming through from him, and I think probably the biggest difference between these two teams is how much damage was coming through those two.
Absolutely, and also it's worth pointing out the contribution that Prince Tom had as well. How good is he on the Alari, on Circuit Royale? We saw him get player of the game on the Lucio at the end. They also seem to be contributing to the damage on the front line. So I completely agree with you that Metal Snow was the standout, but the back line were probably the difference between these two teams. So congrats to Metal Snow. Really dominant performance from him and the rest of Rock Munchers. But I believe we have the standings all ready to go here in terms of these will be our final standings.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one more result.
Got you. Sorry.
The team, the Bigay Do Crimes and Pookie Wookie game is still ongoing, which you would expect. They're literally next to each other in the standings. We're expecting a tight game, absolutely pushing each other to the kind of boundary there.
So we'll wait to see that. I believe we want to do an interview here for whoever was winning. It'll be a Slaylicious player, I assume, given that it's Raid Boss Tank, I believe we'll have a conversation with here. So bear with us while we bring that to bear. Now, your thoughts on the Pride Cup up to this point?
I mean, it's as usual. We see a tournament. It's a fun tournament with, everyone showing up to kind of, support Pride, but also to come and play games in the community, to enjoy each other's company, to, see where they can what they end up with as far as the, randomly balanced teams goes. So it's always just an entertaining time. There's been lots of players that we've seen put up very big performances that maybe off the basis of their SR we don't really see. And maybe likewise from the basis of we've seen some players meet new friends, and we might see some shifting rosters because of that. It's always a really good position to be in when people show up into these.
Yeah, no, I get you. We do have our interviewee ready here in the form of Raid Boss Tank, aka V. Tank.
We're just looking at standings first. Sorry.
Oh, got you. Standings first. Right,
so
we're
at
the top. Okay, so we're still waiting for that final match. So this is the final standings bar one result. But we can obviously glean mostly what the final standings will be here. So it's just at the top, untouchable, as we said, going into this round. They've looked so good, and they are 7-0 unbeaten. Class Clowns in second place. If you were watching earlier, of course, we had Blue in the casting booth. He is the DPS player for Class Clowns, so congrats to them for coming second. And then we've got Bi Panic at the Disco in third place, rather, given the performance that Rock Munchers were able to do. If you're wondering why, given the fact that they're on the same points and same map diff, that Panic at the Disco are ahead, it's because of head-to-head. So Panic at the Disco won the matchup between those two teams. Then we've got Pookie Wookie, BG Do Crime. I believe that's the match we're waiting for the result of. And then we've got Kitty Pride, second from bottom, and Coco's Guardian. The inverse of Slaylish is unfortunately not able to take a series win. So, thoughts on the standings, Blair?
Yeah, I mean, the only differentiation we can really have from the standings at this stage is if BG Do Crime win their game, Rock Bunches stays in 4th place because they won't be able to be caught at this stage. Actually, if either of these teams win, sorry, I'm being completely full of nonsense. If either of these teams win, regardless of, it just determines who's in 5th and who's in 6th. Everything else is kind of set at this point. Kitty Pride's map differential doesn't let them kind of win off the kind of like
the ties, yeah.
the tiebreaker. So, and both of those teams, can't drop low enough to equalize that. So, it's just 5th and 6th up for grabs. Still, BG Do Crime can end in 5th if they win. Pookie Wookie can end in 5th if they win.
Cool. So, luckily, those two teams are facing each other, and as you say, it seems to be a close game, given that it's still ongoing. But now we do have our interview ready here with the Raid Boss Tank from Slaylicious, our top team. Just waiting for them to make an appearance. But it's been a fun tournament. I like that we're seeing different teams, different faces do well. And here we go. Mr. V, Mr. Raid Boss Tank, champion, one of the 5 champions of the Pride Cup. How does it feel to come out on top?
It honestly felt amazing all the way through. I would say just from the very first game, I realized we had a fantastic team. Everyone did amazing. We had fantastic synergy just all around, which is crazy because most of these people I've never played with before. But I definitely knew quite a few people in this tournament were going to be quite the heavy hitters, and I'm very, very impressed with everyone's performance, including myself. Really, I impressed myself with some moments, but yeah, it was fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah. So how well did you know your team coming into this, if you don't mind me asking? Was it just you solo, all 4 players knew, or did you have a couple of mates?
When I signed up with Sir Fuzzball.
Okay.
Which is the one of our DPS players in Asgard. And obviously playing for quite a long time, we already had our own synergy, but we found very similar synergy with everyone else in the team, which is quite shocking considering when you scrim and you get subs, usually they're all right, but they're not quite on that same line of thinking necessarily. So that was a very pleasant surprise for me. But no one else. I didn't really. Actually, no. I nearly forgot. She's gonna fucking kill me now. No, we technically we played with Stella as well.
Okay, got you.
But only for a very brief moment, really.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, yeah, you're a team that's as much as can be from all the same org, as far as I'm aware, right?
Yes, we I believe we all come from Valhalla Academy, or at least as far as I'm aware. And that's pretty much the place where I found most people that we went up against, I would say.
Shout out to Smiley, one of our admins or one of our managers and the owner of VA.
Hell yeah.
For bringing all these players into our tournament. We love to see it. It's always wonderful to see new faces in the community and see familiar faces performing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you played a lot of games, right? You would have played 7 games coming to this. Well, what was your favorite moment throughout this weekend, if you can regale us with that tale?
Oh, favorite moment. Very, very difficult question, honestly, because there's a lot to pick from. I'd say overall, everyone had their own fantastic moments, completely game-defining moments. I would say in terms of my performance against Pookie Wookie, is when I felt like I really made a very lasting impression on everyone. But
Nice.
everyone had fantastic moments all around, and I'm not the only one that that went for these moments. Even though I was IGO and I'm used to that position, even though I was trying to coordinate people, everyone just kind of went for their own plays, and that was fantastic. I'd say my favorite moment, simply because it was funny. We were on King's Row. I don't remember exactly which team we were fighting. I think it must have been part of the first day. We had one Lucio on point, and we were just about to cap the first point of the map. And he booped the enemy off of the point for just a brief moment, long enough for us to cap, even though we would have completely lost that fight.
Nice. Any more from you, Blue?
No, I mean, as far as Pride Cup goes, and as far as these kind of tournaments go, are we expecting to see you playing in the kind of competitive tournaments coming forward?
Oh yes, absolutely. This was not the first tournament I took place in. My team and I, we played in the Athenor Cup. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. It's a French tournament, which we went there twice, and we actually took the win home both times. So
nice.
That's fantastic.
We have a little bit of experience in that regard, yeah.
Okay, and are we going to see you participating in the qualifiers for Ethereal Crown then, I'm assuming?
Absolutely.
Asgard's a viable team, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I don't think so, actually. I believe we need 3 players to beat South African in Asgard for that to qualify, and that's, I don't think that's possible for us, no.
In theory, you could always jump on another team or substitute players in, but of course we hope to see as many people involved as possible. Well, thank you so much, Raid Boss Tank. Hopefully we'll see more of you at the very least in these kind of tournaments, where you get to ply your trade and show off a bit, potentially have more good moments. So thanks so much for joining the tournament and coming in for this interview.
And thank you for having me. It was great, and I'm really looking forward to all future tournaments like this. This was fantastic, actually. Really,
awesome.
Really beat the hell out of my expectations. I'll give you that.
Potentially, but we'll take it. All right, cool. So, with that said and done, we've got our final standings finally ready to go. We'll take a look at who won that last match. It was Pookie coming out on top there, Blur. So that is it, pretty much. That is all of the standings sorted out. What are your thoughts on that final result?
I mean, yeah, it follows the trend, right? It follows the map differential trend that they had going on. You're coming in expecting them to be kind of favorites in that situation. But I mean, that's a very that middle of the pack between third and seventh there.
Yeah,
a couple of maps change that entire outlook. And I mean, I think that's just a really nice credit to the team that actually balanced this tournament, our esports committee. Someone has to win at the end of the day, someone has to lose, so there'll always be the team that absolutely shines. There'll always be the team that unfortunately isn't able to kind of deliver. But for the middle of the pack to be that close and that wide is really, really satisfying to see.
Absolutely. As you say, I mean, first and second a cut above, eighth perhaps, rude to say, but a cut below. But everyone else in the middle, a kill here or there could be the difference in winning a map and losing the map. And then from that point, anything can happen. So really, really credit, as you say, to the team. And thanks to everybody involved. Of course, we've got Redman Fire here doing production. He's done production for this whole weekend, and I think we can all agree the production's been of an absolutely high quality. We've got Lord of Terrans in the background managing production as well, which has been very helpful. All the casters we've had taking part, new faces, the likes of Blue and Sushi, who I got to cast with old faces like myself, Fluffy, and Blur. Davian also involved, Hydro Phoenix. Hopefully, I'm not forgetting anybody. I'm sure I probably am. But thanks to everyone getting involved. And then, of course, thanks to all the players who took part. As far as I know, we had no issues with anyone being, salty about the team they won or the results they were getting or any of that stuff. So thanks to everybody involved for getting involved in all of that. Big thanks to the viewers as well. If you guys are still watching, of course, we are so thankful for everybody who watches, takes part. It makes the production and the casting all so worth it. So thanks for that. And then finally, of course, the biggest final thanks is to COWZA for putting on this tournament, Competitive Overwatch South Africa. Every year they put on this tournament, and every year the feedback is always positive. Everyone has such a lovely time, be it this, the Pride Cup, the Ringmasters Rumble, or any of the other tournaments that they put on. So big thanks to all of them. That includes you, Blur, Smiley, KK, all managing different parts of this, and there are many other names there, including some that we've already mentioned, like Terran Lord. So guys, if you love this tournament as much as I did, as much as Blur did, as much as Raid Boss Tank did, and as much as all the other players and viewers did, please don't hesitate to send some good words the way of the admin team. And finally, before we sign off, Blur, why don't you tell us a little bit about this tournament that's coming up? We've got an opportunity here on stream to plug that. So why don't you tell us what that's all about?
Okay, so I mean we have a actual esports tournament coming up, so that'll be a tournament people sign up for pre-made teams. They come to kind of play for the prize money. It's a Ethereal Crown. It's the Ethereal Crown hosted by ATK Arenas. This is actually going to be a LAN tournament, an in-person event that we're going to see the absolute kind of like pinnacle of South African Overwatch at this stage. So there's going to be online qualifiers in the coming months because this event is at the end of October. So we're going to have an online qualifier for this tournament. Top 8 teams will qualify to go to this LAN. At present, I think there's about 12 teams in South African Overwatch that participated in the previous tournament. So, whether you've participated before, whether you're kind of like familiar with that space or not, I fully encourage you to come through because it's going to be a really wonderful event in terms of everyone being at the venue and being in person. The last LAN we had was in 2019 under VS Gaming. It's one I remember very fondly. One summer.
Oh yeah, you would, wouldn't you? You would.
But it's going to be wonderful to see the entire community out in LAN again, and a big shout out to ATK for making this possible. Tickets will be 300 Rand a person once the qualifiers are decided, and in the process of that, I'm sure it's going to be just a tremendous esports event. So if you are looking for teams, if you are looking to start teams, please get in touch with any of the admins, any of the managers, and if you need any help with that, we're absolutely so eager to facilitate the process and help as many people participate as possible. And come October, we're really looking forward to seeing everyone there. It's both a LAN tournament from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the 26th of October, and then a Halloween social directly after that. Entry to that event is covered in the Ethereal Crown tickets, and I would be surprised if tickets aren't available separately for that as well.
Awesome. So if you want to get involved in local South African esports for Overwatch, this is the best way to do it. We haven't had a LAN tournament, as you say, since 2019, so we're all kind of building up to this grand event, and it's an exciting time to be a part of South African Overwatch. But that's going to be it, guys. Thanks so much again to all of you for watching. Thanks so much to everybody for playing. If you want to get involved, as you should know by now, at ZA Overwatch on Twitter to keep up to date with everything happening in South African Overwatch. On Twitch, where most of you probably are right now, ZA Overwatch, and then we have a YouTube channel as well, which you can head over to and catch all the VODs for not only the Pride Cup, but also previous Pride Cups, as well as the Ringmaster Rumble that happened earlier this year, as well as all esports events that COWZA puts on. So those are the places to go, and then obviously the Discord is where the main action happens. So Nightbot should be posting links to all of these things in the Twitch chat, and you can find your way over there. And like Blur says, even if you don't want to get involved, even if whether you want to get involved in the esports and try and find yourself a team to take part in, or just keep an eye out for these kind of things, or get involved in the casting and broadcasting as well. The COWZA Discord server is the place to do that. My name has been Sun Phoenix. His name has been Blur. We've had Redman in the background. And thank you once again to everybody involved in the Pride Cup. And we'll see you soon enough, hopefully, for the next one.